Good morning, everyone. I hope I'm audible. Can somebody confirm me who's joined online?
Audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you're audible.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Akanksha Chaudhary, a faculty at IIT Jodhpur. I, on behalf of the entire IIT Jodhpur family, welcome each and every one of you to the PG Orientation Program 2021. This two-day orientation program has been planned with an intention to make your transition in this new family a smooth one. It's a great day for all of us present here physically as well as virtually to welcome you for becoming a part of this wonderful community. I congratulate every one of you for making it this far. This is our first step towards the new beginning. Let's start this wonderful journey of learning, growing, and developing into a better individual with good spirit and hope. So let's all come forward with positivity and the lamp and light the lamp of knowledge. Now, may I please request Professor Chaudhary, Honorable Director of ITO, to come forward and light the lamp. Now, may I please request Professor Vadera, Deputy Director of IIT Jodhpur, to come forward and light the lamp of knowledge. Now, may I please request Professor Somnath Ghosh to come forward and light the lamp. Now, may I please request Professor Tiwari to come forward and light the lamp. Now, may I please request Professor Krishna to come forward and light the lamp. Now, may I please request Professor to come forward and light the lamp. Thank you so much, Professor. With this, we pray to be kindly blessed with knowledge and humility. Now, may I please request all of you to kindly move towards the boardroom for further proceedings. So, very
Jodhpur, often referred to as the Sun City and the Blue City. Located in Rajasthan, one of India's most colorful states, IIT Jodhpur was established in the year 2008. Jodhpur, often referred to as the Sun City and the Blue City, is a city of both historical significance and of strategic importance to the nation. There is a local Marwari saying that goes, Padharo Mare Des, meaning, Welcome to my land. With these words, we invite you to take a journey with us through IIT Jodhpur, the singular, resplendent pearl of the Thar Desert. IIT Jodhpur's campus sprawls across 852 acres of land outside the city off the Jodhpur Nagaur Highway. With a campus plan that was awarded a 5-star rating by the Green Rating for Integrated Habitat Assessment, GRIHA, Council, IIT Jodhpur's infrastructure is utterly unique. All resources are optimized to become a near-zero emission campus. The campus buildings reflect the rich architectural heritage of Marwar through the use of Jodhpur sandstone and the archetypal motifs of the region, lending the campus an aesthetic that blends the old seamlessly with the new. IIT Jodhpur, in its early second decade of existence, driven by technology foresight, is working on its mission to redesign and reposition its academic programs and research agenda. The institute has launched a host of new undergraduate and postgraduate programs catering to a wide-ranging contemporary and emerging areas such as artificial intelligence, medical technologies in collaboration with AIIMS Jodhpur, bioengineering, digital humanities, tech MBA, Internet of Things, cyber physical systems, smart manufacturing, and infrastructure engineering. BTech program of IIT Jodhpur offers unique opportunity to the students to plan curriculum of their choice within the broad parameters of their departmental requirements. A mandatory Social Connect program enables student and faculty team to take up scientific activities for solving the problems of the rural sector. Based on the emerging need of online teaching, even prior to COVID, IIT Jodhpur had equipped itself to run academic programs online. It started running an online academic program on artificial intelligence for working professionals through a combination of asynchronous and synchronous teaching. The institute has further strengthened its infrastructure to meet the challenges of the COVID era through the use of software for online teaching, examinations, and resource material generation. A faculty team at the institute is constantly engaged in research and implementation of technology interventions for online teaching. IIT Jodhpur has restructured its PhD program to enable emergence of entrepreneurs with provision for supporting such initiatives through a highly structured incubation program. For innovative research across disciplinary boundaries, IIT Jodhpur has set up 7 area-specific interdisciplinary research platforms. With the support of DST, IIT Jodhpur is setting up a technology innovation hub on computer vision, augmented reality, and virtual reality, an ambitious national program under the National Mission on Cyber Physical Systems. Facilities have been developed for innovative work on artificial intelligence of things in a variety of application domains. With the significant growth in infrastructure and faculty base, IIT Jodhpur has started attracting many industries for collaborative research projects. Several industries have come forward and set up labs in specialized areas, for example, surgical robotics and virtual reality. The library, which is located in the iconic Clock Tower building, serves as an integral partner with all its users. This knowledge center facilitates in creating and building new knowledge systems and innovative scholarship. IIT Jodhpur boasts of a vibrant student community where students have an opportunity to explore infinite avenues to engage with peers. A number of student clubs and a wide range of sports facilities catering to the diverse interests of students actively support and encourage the co-curricular and extracurricular needs of the student community. Several cultural, sports, and technical festivals provide a chance for cultural diversity. An inclusive atmosphere allows students to participate in an array of events which play a significant role in the emotional well-being and holistic development of a student. Spacious and comfortable on-campus housing accommodation is provided to faculty and staff members, while students enjoy individual air-conditioned rooms that ensure both safety and comfort at all times. It's not just food for thought in IIT Jodhpur. A 3-storied air-conditioned mess facility spanning 2 floors caters to more than 1,000 students at once, besides a food court that serves both a set menu and an a la carte dining service. The infrastructure at IIT Jodhpur campus caters for all the essential requirements of the residents. It has an ISO certified primary health center, a community center with shopping services, and residential parks with open gyms. Wildlife encounters can be both fun and exciting at IIT Jodhpur. The campus is home to several species of native flora and fauna, including a spectrum of birds, deer, jackals, snakes, monitor lizards, and the invaluable cagery trees. We at IIT Jodhpur are dedicated to impart quality education, create qualified, competent, and responsible human resources to meet the emerging technological challenges of the country. We believe in engaging intensely and with sensitivity to create an equitable learning platform that is positive, accessible, and effective, shining like a pearl in the shifting sand dunes of time.
Hello, everyone. I hope I'm audible. Can somebody confirm?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I'm really honored to once again welcome the PG batch of 2021 to this amazing community of IIT Jodhpur. IIT Jodhpur for years has been attracting the most brilliant minds from the country, and we are always looking forward to make this community more inclusive, more creative, and more diverse. I would like to congratulate you all once again to step into this thriving ecosystem for learning and development. We are delighted to have you all on board and enthused to broaden your educational experience as well as strengthen your employability prospects. So now we have with us Chairman of PG Admissions, Professor Gaurav Bhatnagar. So Professor Gaurav Bhatnagar is an associate professor in the Department of Mathematics at IIT Jodhpur. He's been associated with IIT Jodhpur since March 2020. He was an assistant professor in the same department from September 2013 to March 2020. Prior to joining IIT Jodhpur, Dr. Bhatnagar spent 4 years as a postdoctoral research associate in the Department of Electrical Computer Engineering at University of Windsor, Canada, from September 2003 to August 2013. Dr. Bhatnagar received his PhD in interdisciplinary area of applied mathematics and computer science and an MSc in applied mathematics from IIT Roorkee in 2010 and 2005 respectively. His research interests lie in the broad area of wavelet and fractional transform theory with applications in multimedia security, digital watermarking, and techniques. So now may I please request you, Professor Gaurav, to congratulate the incoming batch. Over to you, Professor Gaurav.
Thank you, Akansha. So first of all, respected Professor Chaudhary, Director IIT Jodhpur, Head of the Department, School and Centers, academic and administrative staff, colleagues, parents, guardians, and more important, our new students, a very good morning to all of you. You are finally here. We have been waiting early and preparing for your arrival. It's a moment of great privilege and honor for me to extend a hearty welcome to you, our new students, and to the parents and guardians today at this special occasion of the IIT Jodhpur. I will start with congratulating you for the excellent choice that you have made, and you are now a part of the institution that strive for excellence in all areas of research and teaching. An institution that has been at the forefront of research activity of our nation since its establishment. You have now become a part of us. Uh, if I recall, then today you are starting an important phase of your life, and your actions here will significantly influence your future. Here at IIT Jodhpur, we maintain an environment where every student is encouraged to reach his or her full potential. At this point of time, a very famous quote by Oscar Wilde is popping up in my mind, and I quote, "Success is a science. If you have the conditions, you get the result." And I'm very proud to say that IIT Jodhpur has created the conditions inculcated in the environment with the help of faculty members, administrative colleagues, and academic colleagues, and it is our job to do the rest. For the later part, different bodies have been constituted within the institute to facilitate the communication between the student and the administration of the institute to solve the problem related to the student for a better academic, social, and campus life. You will interact with these bodies as this program will go on. So you will see or you will witness the presentation of each and every body which I was just mentioned, so that they will tell you that how easy it is to communicate with the administration here at IIT Jodhpur, and you will be able to resolve all the pertaining issues which you might have during your stay at IIT Jodhpur. So I will not take much time of yours, and I again congratulate you on your success, and I'm certain that you would find your stay at IIT Jodhpur the most inspiring phase of your life. And once again, welcome to IIT Jodhpur family. And I hope to see you soon on campus, because due to this ongoing pandemic, we are conducting this activity in an online manner. So I hope that this pandemic will neutralize soon, and then you will be able to join us on campus. Till then, do take care of you and your loved ones. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Professor Gaurav. So now we have with us Professor Santanu Chaudhary, Honorable Director of IIT Jodhpur. Professor Santanu Chaudhary, he's professor from Electrical Engineering Department of IIT Delhi and has assumed the charge of Director IIT Jodhpur on December 10, 2018. He's a professor holds BTech in Electronics and Electrical Communication Engineering and PhD Computer Science and Engineering degree from IIT Kharagpur. He is joined as a faculty member in the Department of Electrical Engineering at IIT Delhi in 1992. He was Dean UG Studies at IIT Delhi. He has served as Director of CSI Seri Pilani during 2016 to 2018. Professor Chaudhary is a recipient of Distinguished Alumnus Award of IIT Kharagpur. Professor Chaudhary is a fellow of Indian National Academy of Engineers and National Academy of Sciences. He is also a fellow of International Association Pattern Recognition. He was awarded the Indian National Science Academy Medal for Young Scientists in 1993. He's a keen researcher and a thorough academic. Professor Chaudhary has about 300 publications in peer-reviewed journals and conference proceedings, 15 patents, and 4 author-edited books to his credit. So I could go on and on, if I was to just talk about his achievements and accomplishments, but I won't take any further time now. I'll please request Professor Chaudhary to come forward and give the inaugural address to the incoming batch. Over to you, Professor.
Thank you. Let me formally welcome all the postgraduate students to IIT Jodhpur. And I would like to again congratulate them for achieving this feat. I think it's a unique experience that you will have at IIT Jodhpur. And I would just talk about the academic ecosystem and the environment of IIT Jodhpur with the help of few slides. Just wait as I share my slides. I hope you can see my slides.
Yes, we can see.
Okay, so come to Jodhpur. Welcome to the city of sun, the blue city. In fact, this photograph that I was showing you is a breathtaking view of Jodhpur. And it's a unique city. Once you are here, you will fall in love with Jodhpur. So consider yourself really lucky that you have chosen to be at IIT Jodhpur and in the city of Jodhpur. It's a pity that because of pandemic, we are all away and we are not physically together in the campus. But we hope the pandemic will go away and we shall cross this challenge and we'll be again physically together in this beautiful campus. This campus that we have is of 850 acres, and I'm just showing a map of the campus. It is divided into two parts. One is plot B, another is plot A. The plot A is where the academic campus is located, and all your academic activities will be happening in part A of the campus. So if I just give you a kind of a tour of the campus, you will enter through this entrance, which is on the main highway, and will enter into the campus area through this path. And there is a roundabout at this point. And what you see here is a unique feature of IIT campus is berms, which actually were constructed to protect the campus from sandstorms. And then these are the area actually where the different academic departments are located. So for example, here we are showing computer, chemistry, and other blocks. And this is where the mechanical and electrical will be there. And the more interesting part is, beyond this, I think in these areas, it's actually a forested area. And we have deers, chinkara. We have other wild animals in terms of, say, jackals and a few other species. And you can sight them. In fact, deers can be sighted anywhere in the campus. And if you are a bird watcher, there are beautiful birds which are now in the campus. With the greenery and flowers and the terrain, which is a very typical desert touch, it's a beautiful place to be in. So I'm giving you a very attractive picture. When you come here, you also find that it is really attractive and unique compared to many other campuses. What is our vision? Our vision is to have a future-driven institute for nurturing excellence of thought, generating preserving and imparting knowledge, and using transformational technologies or interventions with multidisciplinary approach for responding to societal challenges and aspirations. So let me just explain this to you, because we would like all of us students who will graduate from this institute should actually embody this vision. They should really work with their perspectives aligned with the vision of the institute. A future-driven institute means that the institute is looking towards the future. It has designed its academic curriculum not just to respond to present demand of industry and an S&T ecosystem out in the outside world, but also is oriented towards the future and meeting the future needs. And at every point of time, we're also looking at the future. We're scanning the possibilities which are emerging on the horizon for the future and preparing ourselves to respond that emerging future in technology, in, in, in other industrial applications, as well as even management and entrepreneurship. So we would like to excel and engage ourselves in generating, preserving, and imparting knowledge. And that's one of the key tasks for us. That is the entire academic ecosystem to be built around these activities. Because until and unless we are effective in delivering knowledge, we cannot work with our students to create knowledge. And this is something very, very important. An academic institution is not just a one-way traffic. It's not just a faculty delivers lecture, and by delivering lecture or by pointing students to relevant literature, we deliver knowledge. But also, the students become generator of knowledge in collaboration with faculty. So they also contribute to the ecosystem of the institute and also global intellectual ecosystem by contributing new knowledge. This partnership distinguishes an IIT from others. It is not just for you to come to the class and take notes, prepare for the exams, and go back home. You have to engage yourself intellectually in what is happening in the class. Each one in our classes, we actually give you problems, give you projects, give you exercises, through which you'll exercise your creativity and come up with things which are new. And this is a pattern which may be very different from what happens in typical engineering colleges and universities. So what we say, it's not the analytical skills, but the skill for synthesizing new knowledge is what is stressed upon in an academic system of an IIT and of IIT Jodhpur. So you must be prepared for that. Getting prepared for these transition is something very, very important and critical. And understanding this process of transition is what we would like to offer through this introduction period. I think some of you are doing some of these compulsory courses, compulsory audit courses in few of the departments. And there will be orientations for each of the departments. And there you can ask questions and try to understand what is this analysis and synthesis, and how our curriculum and courses, the way you will be doing the courses will be different. And therefore, you would also learn how to use the technology for critical interventions. Because these critical interventions that you can do using your technology distinguishes your capability to create things, to synthesize things, to take up and excel in the possibility of innovations. You know, across the IITs, in fact, in India, IITs are actually IIT ex-IITians have been the promoters of maximum number of unicorns which has come out of this country. And they have also contributed to the global innovation ecosystems and startups in a very major way. So why they have been able to do that? Because they picked up the capability to imagine, to be creative, to use their knowledge to do something new in the campus itself. And that is something very, very important. So don't complain about pressure in the class. It's not just what is being taught to be known. You have to know things beyond what is being taught. Without knowing those things, you cannot venture into the space of creativity. We want all of you to venture in the space of creativity, inventions, and innovations. So we have got this mission defined to realize this vision, and that's what I actually described. And what is very, very important aspect of all this exercise to foster humanitarian values, not just technology, not just scientific rigor, but also to develop sensitivity towards the society, sensitivity towards your fellow beings, and sensitivity to all who are not privileged in some way or other. So that's why we have identified a critical mission to actually have responsible faculty, students, and future leaders who can actually committed to create self-reliant India, addressing problems of India, because problems of India are also the global problems. And if you look at today, the scale that India offers to solve any problem at that scale can be a groundbreaking solution for the world. Across the world, whatever scientific innovations have been done focused around, say, US and European problems and European ecosystems, which operates with limited size and limited scale. The moment you expand those scenarios to that of India, China, Asia, or Africa, the scale becomes completely different. And that scaling actually poses a different kind of a challenge. And that challenge we should be sensitive to, and we should be able to generate, we should have the capability to generate technologies and generate solutions which can work at a scale. So therefore, with this background, what are we doing at IIT Jodhpur? What is happening at IIT Jodhpur? In fact, we have shifted this new campus in 2017. As we have shifted to this new campus in 2017, we have actually embarked on the path of growth. So we have now a vibrant community of faculty, students, and staff. We have UG, PG, and PhD program running. And also we have created some unique research programs with our interdisciplinary nature. We have got an incubator on campus for the startups. We have got a very, in fact, a vibrant outreach program in terms of workshops and conferences which were happening before in a physical mode, but now it is it's happening through webinars and through these online mode, and there are quite a few webinar series which are happening from IIT Jodhpur. In fact, just to name two, one is different departments are having these webinar series. Also, there is a sustainability webinar series, and there is another webinar series called Third Talks, AI and Beyond. So these are all webinar series happening regularly, and I would request the students to log in and attend these talks. That will broaden your horizon in a big way. We also have a global connect with what we say friends of IIT Jodhpur, who maybe are alumni, are also alumni of any IIT, any of the other IITs. And we have MOUs with global universities, and we also have created some provisions of mobility with the universities abroad. So therefore, this is in very short what is happening at IIT Jodhpur. Currently, we have about 200 faculty members. and 2564 faculty members before you join. Right now it will be crossing 3000, and UG and PG ratio is almost 1.1:1. And infrastructure setting up of IIT Infra, which was the initial infra planned, which is almost completed. And phase 3 is being initiated, and we are moving towards a goal of 5,000 students on campus. UG Academics, we designed a new curriculum with a very unique feature of where a student would have facility to design their own program. I'm just talking about it because as PG students, you also know what kind of undergraduate programs we run here. We have BTech programs in computer science, electrical engineering, bioengineering, mechanical engineering, AI and data science, materials engineering, chemical engineering, civil and infrastructure engineering. The last 4 programs, we admitted the first batch of students in the in last year's the 2020 admission. And these are key aspects of BTech curriculum. New broad-based curriculum, flexible program with hands-on experience, provide opportunities for experiential learning, meet engineering demands of industry, and focus on developing technical capability in interdisciplinary areas. In fact, why I'm showing this to you? Because our PG programs also reflect the same philosophy and ideas. And so you'll find when you look into your curriculum, all these features will become very apparent to you. Postgraduate programs, therefore, based on that philosophy, in postgraduate programs, we are actually targeting towards preparing students for discovery, invention, and innovation. Therefore, these 3 things are critically enmeshed with each other, and I shall explain that a bit more as we move forward in our talk and when I come to R&D. So Master of Science, if you see the objective of Master of Science is, that is who are the MSc students who are joining and MSc MTech students, the target is to build a strong foundation of knowledge and enable you to pursue excellence in academics and enhance creativity in an intellectually stimulating environment. Scientific reasoning and development of analytical problem-solving skills for future breakthroughs in new frontiers, provide academic rigor and innovation, not extreme specialization, rather flexibility and comprehensive knowledge with micro-specializations. So if you see, these things are actually continuity of the same philosophy of undergrad education, okay? Because that is our educational philosophy. And we are creating an academic ecosystem with a philosophy of multidisciplinarity, and not because today any technology initiative is multidisciplinary and not just focusing on one discipline. But what we would like to put thrust on is fundamentals. Without fundamentals, you cannot pursue excellence. And you have to get into a habit of creativity, habit of synthesis. Because, see, one part of the creativity is inherent, in build, but also creativity requires exercises to come up with new ideas. This is a point we are stressing upon repeatedly because the India as a nation has to move up the innovation ladder. And that can only happen if we can instill the spirit of creativity, innovation, imagination, thinking in a new way in this IIT ecosystem. And that is a key factor and key element of the way the programs have been designed and the way the opportunities have been created. So these are the different programs that we run. This is then Master of Technology program. What are their objectives? Building advanced knowledge base with relevant industry focus. Again, multidisciplinary perspective for integrated technology development and training in systems engineering and IP management. In fact, last point is absolutely unique for IIT Jodhpur. No other IIT explicitly provides this component as a mandatory component of postgraduate education at MTech and PhD level. These are PhD programs we run in both MTech PhD dual degree as well as PhD. MTech PhD dual degree is after BTech, you can join this program, and many of you are joining this program, and you will be doing MTech and PhD, and you'll be getting both the degrees together. And if you look at in terms of the whole dynamics of the program, you can actually get a PhD degree in a much faster way. A typical life cycle is that after BTech, you will be doing an MTech for 2 years. After MTech, you'll be doing a PhD, which is 4 to 5 years. So the whole time required for PhD post BTech is about 7 years. But the way we have designed this MTech PhD program, that you join for MTech, PhD, you do 1 year of coursework, and the second year you do some amount of start doing some amount of work, which will be counted towards your PhD also. So effectively, you can get your PhD in 4.5 years post BTech, 4.5 to 5 years post BTech, and definitely not 7 years. So that way, it's an accelerated program, and it's really gives you an opportunity to do lots of things with your fresh mind. We have PhD programs in core and interdisciplinary areas. And as I told you, that here also we provide patent landscaping and systems engineering. And one thing is very, very important is here, those who are joining PhD, when you make your PhD proposal, you just not do a literature survey, but here it's a mandatory requirement to do patent landscaping. Because patents granted and patents applied for also indicates how the technology is moving. In fact, the papers published are reflection of the work which has been done in an academic community and work which has been done. But patents actually indicate where the industry, in most of the cases, the industrial movement, industrial interest, and in particular patents filed actually shows the intent of the industries, how they are trying to protect their IPs. That means they feel those IPs are very critical and important. And therefore, a PhD student should be exposed to those dynamics of the field. Because understanding dynamics of the field is also extremely critical. Your specializations, if you're working in say, communications area in electrical engineering, then you need to understand what is the latest dynamics, where the field is moving, both in industry as well as in academia. Today, it's not the academia who has the leadership in many of the aspects of the industry, of the technology. The leadership is also with the industry. So until and unless you have a comprehensive perspective built on the basis of the literature, traditional literature and that of the patents, you cannot embark on your research career. We understand this requirement and we have modified our requirements in that way. We have also allowed entrepreneur opportunities to you. Even in your PhD, you can switch to part-time and get into a startup mode. You can also do a technology development and you'll be supported for that. The translational research required for your basic research to move into the path of innovation can be also accounted for in your PhD thesis. So we would like to have a PhD program source of what you say the deep tech innovators. It's not that the innovation requires a very easy technology manipulation. They require lots of time, energy, and effort, and we respect that. And we created opportunity through your PhD programs so that you can move into this innovation space and deep tech innovations where you have a patient financial support to move into a product space through discovery, invention, innovation life cycle. So these are different PhD programs. I'm not going into the details of that. We have started the School of Management and Entrepreneurship and School of AI and Data Sciences and PhD program in them, as well as we have a PhD program. We have masters as well as a master's PhD dual and PhD program in medical technology jointly with AIIMS Jodhpur. And this is an unique program. Possibly no other program and formal academic program in the country exists where IIT and AIIMS have come together and is offering a program. So interdisciplinary research programs have been created to meet modern day technological challenges, scientific boost in impactful research in the campus, and selected research domains of common thrust areas to explore opportunities. And this would create an ecosystem for competitive and cutting edge research. So this is a specific thrust for us, and we are pursuing this agenda very vigorously. And these are the areas: digital humanities, cognitive science, smart healthcare, space science and technology, IoT and applications, autonomous unmanned vehicles. This is robotics and mobility now, and quantum information and computation. So we have got the management and entrepreneurship school, and we have started an MTech MBA program. This is the second year running, and also we have management and entrepreneurship education and UG degrees as well. We have created the School of AI and Data Science with certain very specific objectives, and we have created centers of excellence in brain science and applications, mathematical and computational economics. And this is the first batch of PhD students who will be joining School of AI and Data Science. A special welcome to them. We have new centers. One is Center of Technology Foresight and Policy. This is basically looking for foresight construction and build up the capacity in the institute to design and identify the foresight. And it will also help other organizations to grow their own foresight capacity and plan for the future. We have a Center for Emerging Technologies for Sustainable Development. And this is where we are actually developing technologies for meeting SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals of UN. And in particular, currently we are active in water technologies, we're active in energy technologies, we're active in sustainability in terms of livelihood. And there are a number of initiatives we are taking up with corporates to move forward to sustainability and put forward the agenda of sustainability and addressing the problems of ensuring a sustainable ecosystem for humanity. In fact, this is a multidisciplinary center with faculty from different departments participating, and water, waste management, carbon footprint management, all of these are part of the exercises of this center. And as I told you, AIIMS and Jodhpur IIT Jodhpur together have started this PhD program, and it's a unique program in medical technology where innovation is a key point here, and the students through immersion in IPD and OPD of AIIMS should identify the gaps in medical care delivery, and on the basis of the gaps, they're expected to develop technologies which would lead to products and marketable products. That's very, very important. So this is a very unique program in its scope and perspective. There are we also offer courses, and diploma courses can be offered and being planned to be offered. And there will be provisions. I think there will be also a new set of PG students who will be part of our academic ecosystem doing diplomas and certificates who come from professional background. See, many of you are fresh BTech going for postgraduate education, but postgraduate education also gets enriched when you have professionals from industry coming back and joining these PG programs together with fresh graduates and create a different kind of an ecosystem. So certificate courses and diploma courses, which will be also similar, which will have courses where you will be also joining and doing together with professionals, it would give a different perspective altogether. Student life, I think I'm just touching here. I think there will be a detailed talk later on. This is hostels. Hostels look nice, but much better than what they were during my undergrad days at IIT Kharagpur. And also lots of student activities and opportunities for that. In fact, we have got a fantastic indoor sports stadium, which is just coming up. It's finished. We shall just inaugurate it. And our sports complex was inaugurated by earlier Education Minister, Honorable Pokhriyal ji. And it's a fantastic setup that we have created for sports. In campus COVID management, I think I wanted to touch upon that because we are very conscious about the challenges of COVID. For the people who will be coming to the campus, we expect to get some of you in the campus in a staggered fashion. We are doing random testing thrice a week. And this is free, absolutely free random testing twice a week. Even separate test arrangement for daily testing of symptomatic cases. And we believe in detection, isolation, treatment, and vaccination. We have created isolation blocks for COVID cases of students. And we are doing we have done online monitoring of the students, okay, by our medical officer. And on the campus, we have a primary healthcare center through that. In the primary healthcare center, we have created 5 oxygenated beds with oxygen in case of for any emergency. And we have arrangement with hospitals, including AIIMS Jodhpur. And we gratefully acknowledge support of AIIMS Jodhpur for testing and management of critical cases. But we are strict about compliance of COVID appropriate behavior. Where has been people who have not followed, we have fined, we have taken actions. And so on the campus, if you are here, you should be strictly following COVID compliant behavior. If not, if you're detected, you'll be definitely punished. And your friends who find that some of your colleagues are not following COVID compliant behavior, please advise them. Because that's the only way we can prevent the pandemic to get into an outburst mode, okay? Because a pandemic is there for a while. We cannot wish it away. And always we have to take precautions to remain safe and make sure that regular activities go ahead. Because it's very important that our academics have definitely suffered when you have moved into completely online mode, and particularly engineering, because without the lab, you cannot really have true exposure to engineering systems. Courses can happen online. There can be innovations in pedagogy for online teaching. But there can be some also lab exercises in virtual mode, in virtual lab usage of virtual labs. But actual physical systems and working with physical systems hands-on is a different experience altogether. And particularly for PG students, it's absolutely critical. If you have not used those equipments, if you have not used the lab, your education is definitely incomplete. And that's why we plan to have the students coming onto the campus in a staggered fashion. Please be on the campus, but be very, very careful. And we have also done extensive vaccination. In fact, that is for first phase of vaccination. We have made sure now whoever in the campus are vaccinated, including the people who are around this campus. That means all the people who are working, local people working here and their family, everyone has been now vaccinated in the campus. And we expect any student joining the campus to have at least 1 vaccination dose. And we shall definitely take an initiative. We are starting on the initiative for the 2nd dose of vaccination on the campus. And our target is to have 100% vaccinated campus. And this is our objective, to make sure that we create a safe place for serious academics. Research and development, I said briefly, I shall touch upon. There are different areas. And here, this is exactly the discovery, invention, and innovation what I wanted to explain. Because the research is curiosity driven. This is the diagram, curiosity driven research, and then there is an application driven research. When you are joining for a PhD program, primarily you will be hovering or moving around in top 2 squares: fundamental long-term research and directed basic research. Example of fundamental long-term research may be scientist is a board is an example. Directed basic research, PASSUR is an example. The vaccination is an example. And when you work in the innovation or taking your technology to the startup, move around this application-driven path where we have application-oriented research and industrial problem solving. Primarily, MTech projects or master's project will be located in this box of application-oriented research, and they may be working on. It's not that only these MTech students, but even PhD students, based on their work, fundamental directed basic research, they can work on actual industrial problem solving. And when we talk in terms of a product development or innovation, this is what exactly happens, that where there is an industry gap, can our application-oriented research move in, or a fundamental long-term research can be transformed through application-oriented research, which we also call translational research to an industrial product. So therefore, these four squares are very critical for a research ecosystem of an institute. And all PhD students who are joining here are actually welcome to work on these. And these are not partitioned strictly the way it is we have shown. There's a continuum, and they're expected to work in this continuum. The same thing is true for the MTechs also in terms of their project work and internship. And in these cases, industry is a partner for many of our projects. So look for that and work accordingly. And orient itself, because I'm stressing upon repeatedly that PhD program and MTech programs are expected to be the driver of the research agenda of the institute. So therefore, the key pathway that you will traverse is that of discovery, invention, and innovation. And you keep this as a kind of key spirit to be immersed in while you are in the campus. So these are different areas where work is happening. There's just a sample. There are many more areas in which work is going on. So research initiatives, if you see some of the, first one is a rare disease, and we are actually setting up a research center for that. Space robotics, solar thermal energy, dependable artificial intelligence, because dependability is very critical component for AI to be practically usable. Clean drinking water, sensors and artificial intelligence of things, cyber physical systems, smart infrastructures, AI and IoTs in chemical process management. In fact, chemical engineering department is working with the industry on this, and also material science work on variety of functional materials and other new materials that they are exploring. So innovation and incubation, again, I'm reporting we have a pre-incubation for the Students Innovation Center. We have TISC, which is the incubator, which is now MEITI, MSME, as well as BIRAC supported. We have a technology park with some of the industries resident over there. And we have got a technology innovation hub on computer vision and augmented reality and virtual reality funded by DST at the tune of about 115 crores. And this is iHub Drishti. So MTech students and PhD students are welcome to join this hub for their thesis work and project work. And we also have Jodhpur City Knowledge and Innovation Foundation, through which actually the entire academic ecosystem of Jodhpur is coming together to conduct programs. In one of the programs that we are in is medical technology as an initiative under this. Then we are also working on water problems related to water. We are also working on problems related to rejuvenation of crafts of Jodhpur using through intervention of digital technologies, interventions of these entrepreneurships into that micro entrepreneurship being brought into, so that these craftsmen and they can really grow financially. That's also very important. So it's not, so this why I'm bringing in this example is technology is not just to support big industries. Technology or any technology intervention is also to support common man, ensuring their livelihood. So therefore, the sensitivity, the humanitarian values are expected from each and every product of IIT Jodhpur. And that is something very, very key element. And that's why we are involved into variety of tasks in AR/VR with industry. formal industry and formal technological problems on the other side. I've given examples where we are also working on livelihood innovations. So this brings us to the last part. And if you look at canvas of IIT Jodhpur, a space which can be painted in new colors, and it's an opportunities for all of you for innovative compositions and rendering. The stakeholder ecosystem and deep connect with the ecosystem is a key input for us to grow. And it's a destination for all of you to flourish and grow and become distinguished in your life. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for extending such a warm welcome to the incoming PG batch of 2021. Thank you, sir, for giving your valuable time and share your insights with us. I'm sure your insights will go a long way in encouraging the incoming batch students in achieving their academic and professional goals. So now we have next with us Professor Somnath Ghosh. He's Associate Dean Postgraduate Programs at IIT Jodhpur. He's a faculty in the Department of Physics at IIT Jodhpur. He has done his Masters in Physics from IIT Kharagpur and PhD in Physics from IIT Delhi. He has been a senior project scientist for a sponsored project by US Naval Research Laboratory in Washington, D.C., United States. He was a postdoctoral research fellow at NTU Singapore in 2014. He's been exploring light dynamics through structured and unstructured and time dynamic optical systems. His research interests include disordered optical system, exceptional points, mid-infrared photonics, specialty optical fibers and structures. Now, may I please request you, Professor Ghosh, to come forward and welcome the incoming batch of 2021. Thank you. Over to you, Professor.
Yeah, thank you. So let me formally welcome you all the PG students who have just joined. So the number is really for us it is really impressive. We got more than 125 PhD students joined this time, and the total number is more than 360. And we are expecting few more PG students to join the institute. So as you already had the overall presentation and the insights, as well as all the scopes and opportunities which are available at IIT Jodhpur, our director Professor Chaudhary has already elaborated each and every aspect of academics, R&D, and all other opportunities that is we have created over the last 10 years at the institute. Now for this presentation, what I'll do is I'll briefly give you the overview of our PG programs and their credit structures and the regulations we need to follow for each of the programs. And moreover, what are the new programs we will be starting and what are the scopes for each of the PG students in context of their individual programs. Those things will be highlighted. So as Masters of Science program, and we have 2 years duration of such programs, and we have MSc in Physics, Chemistry, and Mathematics, and we have into 2020 we have started a new interdisciplinary MSc program in Digital Humanities, and currently we have 2 integrated MSc MTech programs. One is in Physics and Material Science, and one is with dual degree in Data and Computational Science in the Department of Mathematics. So there are in all these programs we have enrolled student this academic year, and these master's programs has a different philosophy, and Professor Chaudhary has already mentioned that part, that what are the key features and what are the expectations we have from the students, and what are the graduate attributes of these kind of programs, 2 years and also the dual degree 4 years program. And as we know that at IIT we follow the credit structure, and for MSc, MTech, and PhD, the definition of credits are different, and the requirements are also different. So just to give you the definition of credit here for MSc students, one credit, what do we mean by that? So what if we have 1 hour lecture? Suppose in the classroom lecture, we typically have 50 minutes lecture. If you consider that as 1 hour, then if you spend 1 hour inside classroom, then you should actually spend, 2 hours corresponding to this 1 hour classroom teaching. So total 3 hours. And if you divide this 3 by 3, that would be 1. So this factor 3 is for this MSc programs, and the definition of credit comes from this total hour engagement divided by the this factor 3. So this is 1 credit. Similarly, for the tutorials, seminars, and projects, we have different definitions. For typically for lab 1 hour, if you spend in the lab, you need to spend half an hour for the preparation and other associated homeworks, etc. So the definition is 0.5 credit for total 1.5 hours. Similarly, for the projects, we have defined 1 credit for 3 hours total engagement. For MSc, we have total requirement of around 78 credits, and there is the minimum requirement. You can actually earn more credit than this minimum requirement. And for each semester, it's typically 19.5 credits for each of the batches or for all MSc program. But as I mentioned, these are all minimum credits for the fulfillment of the degree of that program. Otherwise, you can actually add on more credits and earn that based on your interest. And we have actually uniform distribution of these components like lectures, laboratory, and hands-on. And also we have seminars and projects part of this curriculum for the MSc. And for this for the MSc and as well as for the MTech programs, we have different category of courses being offered. One is called compulsory courses, that is called Masters Compulsory, MC, and then we have program elective, Masters elective, and then Masters open elective, project work, and non-graded courses. So these are the varieties of courses that would be part of your curriculum, and you have to actually earn minimum number of credit for each of these components to fulfill your graduation requirement at IIT Jodhpur. For MTech, we have 2 years duration MTech programs, and we are running currently 12 such programs in all the department and various departments, and some of the departments are actually offering more than 1 or 2 MTech programs with specializations. And the credit requirement for the MTech programs are 56 credit for the over the 4 semesters, and we have a minimum credit requirement per semester, and that we mention in the that will mention in the next slides. But on an average, 16 to 17 credit is the requirement for MTech student for per semester, and the total 4 semester you need to earn at least 56 credit. And in this table, what I have actually shown here is the core courses, means that there is the mandatory courses of 17 credit, then you have program elective of 17 credit, and also you have open elective of 6 credit that you can take from any other department, and project credits of 16 credit. So you can see the project is of 1/3 weightage of the total credit requirement of the program. As I mentioned, the credit definition is different for MSc, MTech, and PhD. For MSc, we had 1 credit earned for 4-hour engagement divided by a factor, 3-hour engagement divided by a factor 3. But for MTech, if you spend 1 hour inside a classroom, for that you need to spend at least 3 hours to do the assignments and other homeworks and to learn the subject. And so the 1 credit is defined here is 4 hours divided by a factor 4. So this factor 4 is now different from the factor 3 which we had for MSc. Similarly, we have a definition of tutorial, laboratory, and projects and seminars. And all these components are part of this credit requirements of MTech. So these are the detailed program structure. Each of the semesters we have 14 credits and total 56 credits as I mentioned. And there is a uniform distribution, as you can see, for different courses. But typically the semester 3 and semester 4, we have mainly project work, and maybe 1 or 2 courses, program elective and open electives are scheduled. We have 14 MTech PhD dual degree programs from all these departments, and where some of the departments are offering more than 2 MTech PhD dual degree program. And already our director mentioned that what is the what is the attractive feature of such dual degree program. As you can see that after BTech, if you join this MTech PhD program, you can finish up within 4.5 hours in a minimum time, where you need to spend 7 hours if you go for MTech and PhD later. And so these dual degree programs are essentially PhD programs, and you'll get your fellowship from the day one, just like a PhD student. And the PG registration, these are the credit limits for different students. What are the maximum credit you can earn in a semester, and what is the minimum credit you can earn for a semester, that is given here, and depends on whether you're full-time, part-time, or external or executive. So the requirements are different. You can refer to this table, which are already available online. And also the MSc student can register for a maximum of 24 credits per semester, but minimum of 10 credits. For MTech PhD, the maximum and minimum credit should be just like MTech programs, and that an equivalence can be drawn from the requirement. Then we have Doctor of Philosophy program, and presently, as of today, the total PhD student in campus or enroll in various programs is 580. So this number is really huge compared to our student strength. So you can see the we are taking the agenda of research, innovation, and development in campus in a big way, and we are focusing on getting more PhD students to be part of the institute. So we are offering PhD in all these different areas offered by the schools, departments, and this year we have started a PhD program in AIDE offered by School of AI and DE. This part already discussed that we have a division of interdisciplinary research. So this is a unique platform where we focus on bringing different departments together, and we offer interdisciplinary programs, and we have PhD programs, as well as we have 2 master's programs. One is Masters in Digital Humanities, and also we have Masters and Masters PhD and PhD program in Medical Technologies, which are part of this interdisciplinary research. And there are 7 such platforms or interdisciplinary platforms where we focus currently, and in future we may grow. So based on their performance, as of now, we are actually offering very interesting topics and areas for the PhD students in all these domains. And also the School of Management and Entrepreneurship started in last year, and they completed 1 year now. And typically the intake for their MBA program is around 80, and we have got I think 84 students have joined this time in this program. And they're also offering minors program for UG students, and also there are various other offering like dual degree program for the MBA students, part of the schools, being part of the programs of the schools. And then we have School of AID, and the school is actually hosting various center of excellence, and there are 37 faculty members now associated as primary or secondary members of the schools. And the school is offering currently 2 different programs. One is Bachelor of Technology and Doctor of Philosophy, so in data science, in AI and DE. And also they're planning to offer certificate, diploma, and modular courses in association with different industries and other agencies. So School of AI and Data Science, the motivation is, and the prime goal and focus is education and manpower training, doing the fundamental as well as technology relevant research, technology development, and social impact through AI and DE. So these are the prominent 2 center of excellence being hosted by AIDE. One is Brain Science and Applications, and another one is Mathematical and Computational Economics. And this Mathematical and Computational Economics is an area where they are offering minor program in Mathematical and Computational Economics, and that is truly research driven program. And those who are interested, for them, that will be good opportunity to explore. And now we, in this slide, what we mention is academic credit requirements of PhD students. So it shows that depending on your background, you need to actually fulfill a minimum credit requirement of coursework. For MTech students who are joining PhD in engineering department, they need to qualify or get at least 12 credit coursework and 48 credit of thesis work for their PhD. Similarly, for if your MSc background student join MTech, then you need to complete a coursework of 30 credits. And for science departments, if you are having a background of MSc, you need to qualify or a coursework of 12 credits and 48 credit of thesis work. So these are the minimum requirements for your thesis and coursework. You can actually earn more credit on top of this. For PhD students, this is the credit limit, but depends on if you need to earn only 12 credits, that the maximum credit limit is 12 and minimum is 6. But if you need to earn 30 credits, there's some exception can be given per semester. As you already heard that IIT Jodhpur is actually uniquely offering 3 non-graded courses for its MTech and PhD and MTech programs, and these are called the life skill courses, and also it has a focus on our IP and patent landscaping point of view. We need that our MTech, PhD and PhD programs students should have exposure to all the development which are happening in terms of technology development, and so the patent search and IP is the most important part of your or integral part of your learning during your coursework as well as your program. So these 4 non-graded courses: technical communication, ethics and professional life, system engineering and project management, and innovation and IP management. These are called non-graded course, means the credit of each of these courses are not counted in your program requirement or graduation requirement, but these are mandatory and you need to get satisfactory grade for each of these courses. And so all of together you need to earn 4 non-graded credits for each of your program, but these are not for MSc students. So this is one interesting slides and very important slide for all PG students, that we have requirement in terms of performance. You need to fulfill these requirements to continue in your program, as well as those who will be drawing fellowship or assistantship. For them, this second criteria for continuation in assistantship need to be fulfilled. And also for the graduations, we have a separate guideline or requirement for CGPA. If you don't fulfill this graduation requirement, you will not be awarded the degree. So for PhD, for continuation in program, is the SGPA, means semester graded point, is 6.5, and for continuation of fellowship is 6.5. But for the graduation after completion of the coursework, your CGPA should be 7.5. And for MTech PhD, similarly 6.5, 6.5 and 7. And for MTech, it is 5.0, 6.0 and CGPA of 5. So these are the requirements for our performance requirement for continuation in the program or fellowship or graduation requirement. So this is the revised version and this is the latest requirement, and this is available online. Please refer to this document because you need to fulfill all these requirements, otherwise you'll not either you will not continue the program or you'll not get the degree even after completion of the credit requirements if you don't fulfill the requirement of CGPA. Then you have financial assistance. As you know that we have GATE fellowship available for MTech students and other MTech PhD and PhD students. And for MSc MTech program, 12 degree program, if the CGPA is more than 8, you will be qualified for the GATE fellowship after second year, after the completion of 2 years. For MSc, we have only MCM fellowship. We don't have MSc fellowship for MSc. Minimum duration of the program for MSc is 8 registered semester, and so this registered semester is important, that it is not like total duration. You may take academic leave or register the semester drop based on very specific cases and requirements. So registered semester means you are actually continuing the program as a registered student for at least for 8 semester for MSc, 12 semester for MTech, and 14 semester for PhD. So after this duration, your registration will be terminated and you will not be part of the program anymore. Similarly, for minimum residential requirement, for each of the programs, we have minimum residential requirement. For MSc, it is 4 semester, and similarly for other programs. So you can refer to your individual programs and you can check what is the minimum residential requirement, means what is the minimum duration you need to spend at campus of IIT Jodhpur. These are the later grades which we award for after each of the assessment of the of individual courses. And you can see we have later grades starting from A to E. These are the regular grades, and F is the fail grade, and I, S, X in U, and W are the special grades which we offer. And we also created a provision for A star grade, and this is exceptional. Even though grade point is 10, if the class has a strength of more than 50, then we can award this letter grade A star if the instructor found the student one or two students exceptionally good performance in the subject area or the course. So he can be, or he or she can be awarded A star grade. Attendance requirement. So we are pretty relaxed in this requirement, but the minimum. So we expect that all the students should actually attend all the courses. But as per requirements, you need to score at least a C grade in a particular course. If you are not maintaining the attendance requirement, then otherwise, if you are not scoring C grade, then and your attendance is not as per requirement, you will be awarded F grade. So you need to maintain C grade at least if you want any relaxation in the requirement of attendance. And then the financial support, the institute is presently supporting 25,000 for all the students, all the PG students who are presenting any paper and in a conference or workshop. And this is only for paper presentation, not for any other purpose. This is not a contingency grant. This is only for a special grant created by the institute to present paper in conferences and workshops. And those who will be getting the assistantship, they need to spend at least 8 hours per day, per week. So for all the MTech and PhD students, this is mandatory. And without doing this TA degree, you will not be eligible for fellowship at IIT Jodhpur. This is just a sample course course code, which will be now in the maybe tomorrow we'll actually get such codes while doing the academic registrations. So typically the course code starts with a departmental code, like ME is the mechanical and L is the lecture or the type of the courses, and whether it is a lab course, lecture course, or any seminar course. And then we have level of the course. It starts from 1 and goes to up to 8. And then we have unique code for the course given, that XX, that is specific to a code, to a course. And the first, the last digit signifies whether the course is a total credit of 3 or 2, or this is a fractalized course. Fractalized course means you can actually, if there is a course of 3 credit, that means 42 lectures has to be completed by the in a particular semester. And when you say fractal means 14 credit minimum, and we consider that 1 credit course. And so we can fractalize a 3 credit course into 3 components, and based on that you can actually register for each of the components of the regular course. If the last digit is 0, that means a regular course with a maximum 2 or 3 credits or 4 credits. But if the last digit of a course number is 1, that actually is the fractal of fractal 1, and then we have fractal 2 and so on. So these are the typical course code. Suppose for engineering mechanics it is MEL1XX0. So this is a total, this is a full credit course, not the fractal course. Similarly, you can see MEL7XX1. So mechanical engineering lecture course, 7 level course, and this XX number is unique for this course, and the 1 is the fractal, the first fractal of the entire course. This is the way we actually designate the course codes for each of the courses offered by IIT Jodhpur. These are the different definition of levels. It can be lecture course, practical course, discussion course, or non-graded course, thesis course, and depending on that, the course code will be decided. These are the levels of different courses. If you start just after 10+2, that the first course is called 1 level or 100 level, and it can go up to maximum of 800 level, that is a PhD level course. And to earn or to opt for or register for a course of particular level, you need to earn a minimum credit requirement credits, and these are given in the last column here. So suppose you want to register for a credit for a course of 800 level, then you need to earn at least 14 credit in MTech, or 0 credit means any PhD student can actually register for this 800 level course. Similarly, we have 500, 600, and 700 level courses. Level of the courses and category. So these are the different abbreviations of different departments. So the course will have these codes at the starting that are offered by the department or IDRB, the interdisciplinary research platforms, or any schools. Credit limit, this is the maximum and minimum credit you can actually register in a particular semester. So suppose for regular MTech program, you minimum credit you need to register is 10, and maximum you can register for 17 credit in a semester as overload and etc. So if you need to finish the program quickly in not the program, the credit requirements, you can earn more credit per semester, so that in the second year you can focus more on projects, but there is a limit, you cannot go beyond that. Also in summer term, you can earn some credits based on your nature of the program. You can register for courses up to 6 or 9 depending on which course, which program you are registered in. And for the PhD, for the full-time PhD, the maximum credit is 12 they can earn in a particular semester, and minimum is 6. And for part-time, the minimum credit requirement for a PhD is 3 credit per semester, and they need to register for that. Change of registration. If you have registered for MTech program but now planning to switch to MTech PhD program, then the CGPA should be 8 or more after end of the second semester, and then then you can apply through the department that you want to convert from MTech to MTech PhD program. Part-time MTech to part-time PhD, you can also convert that, and depending on the CGPA requirement, this 8 and more. And also for full-time to part-time PhD program, we can convert from full-time to part-time depending on that you need a job full-time offer from any of the employer, and also you need to furnish this NOC and etc. So this conversion from full-time to part-time PhD is possible. Depending on that, you should complete your candidacy requirement. I'll define what is candidacy requirement in the next slides. Semester withdrawals. This is possible, but applicable in unforeseen circumstances or medical reasons. You can apply for semester withdrawal. Academic leave, you can go for any library work or any field work or experimental work, and you can apply for academic leave for that purpose. And also collaborative work, as for suppose you have a supervisor in some other institute, you can go for collaborative research work in that institute. You can apply for academic leave. Also, we have MOU with different foreign universities, and there are various exchange programs where some of our master students can spend time in the foreign university. So as part of this exchange, you can apply for academic leave. Grades and transcripts. So grades are issued to students after each of the end of the semester, and you will get the grade card issued, but the transcript will be issued only after at the end of the program. And IIT Jodhpur grade card and transcript will indicate the courses, credits, and grades completed at IIT Jodhpur and the total credits. If you are earning any credits outside IIT Jodhpur as part of MOU and etc., depending on the nature of MOU and conditions, the credit requirements and reflection of the grades will on our transcript that will be decided. Rules and regulations for MTech and MSc projects. You please refer these rules in our regulation booklet. So usually we allocate your supervisor based on your interest and a supervisor interest, and supervisor and area and identification completed within the first semester, and unless the supervisor is allocated, the program coordinator will be actually coordinating and supervising you. A regular full-time student must register for MTech project 1 in summer semester. So after completion of the first year, in the next summer onwards, you have to register for the MTech student. You have to register for the MTech project, and you have to start working on that. And for the internship, we have it explicitly actually drafted internship policy that you can refer, and I am not mentioning here. For all our MTech, MSc students, there is a internship policy now, but for PhD, we don't encourage any internship as of now as part of earning credit, etc. Rules and regulations for PhD and MTech PhD degree. So your thesis supervisor will be decided within first semester of joining. You need to interact with all possible faculty members Based on your mutual interest, your supervisor will be decided. In extreme, under very various exceptional circumstances, change of research supervisor is possible, but there is a well-defined process. You need to follow that. There is something called student research committee. For each of the PhD students, there is a committee, and the composition of the committee is well defined. They will be actually evaluating you and mentoring your progress throughout your PhD duration. Once it is formed after the first semester until the day you submit your thesis. And there will be annual progress monitoring meeting when you qualify for the, after 2 years, when you qualify for the candidature, and there will be one, every year there will be annual progress monitoring meeting scheduled on a specific day as per academic calendar. For PhD, qualifier requirement means you need to follow, actually complete your coursework within the stipulated time. You need to follow, you need to complete your comprehensive work and comprehensive papers. You need to actually qualify. There are 3 papers required to complete this comprehensive requirement. Then you have SOTA presentation, and then we have research proposal presentation. So you need to complete all these components to qualify for the PhD candidature. And then once this candidacy is actually met, all these conditions, then you will be converted to a JRF to SRF position, and after completion of the minimum duration of 4 semesters, and for others, for MTech PhD is 5 semesters. Here he can complete the qualified requirement for the degree. Once you have made the qualifier, you can actually register for the thesis only after the qualified requirements, and then you can submit your synopsis and thesis in due course of time. I have a couple of more slides. Just to mention that we are also offering in a process of offering joint PhD with foreign universities as well as other universities in India. We are already offering a unique program with AIIMS Jodhpur, the medical technology programs, that is master's technology and PhD program. We are also now in a process of offering certificate courses, diploma courses, and modular courses programs for by different schools and departments in different areas. And so this slide is just to let you know that this is the Office of Academics, where any issues related to your day-to-day academics can be resolved and reported. And Shakti Ranjan Patra is the assistant registrar. He is the in charge of the office. For PhD, all the issues would be handled by Mrs. Lakshmi Dhyani. So she will be taking care of all PhD related issues. Ramnivas Dayal is looking into all the issues related to MTech. MBA and MSc DH will be looked after by Sunil Kumar. And Mr. Dhirendra is looking after all the automation issues. And Maheshji and Mahendra and Dhiraj, they'll actually looking after all the UG related issues. So as I mentioned that PhD, MTech and MSc students, you can actually have the nodal officer, nodal point of Office of Academics to contact, as I already mentioned. And if any other issues which are not being resolved or pertaining, please write to me directly so that I can also get it resolved. With this, I thank you again and welcome you all to the campus, and we'll hope to see you soon in the campus. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ghosh, for giving an overview about the postgraduate programs at IIT Jodhpur. Now I'll hand over the dais to our student coordinators. Sonal, are you there? So we have planned few breakout sessions for you so that we can have we can resolve your concerns and queries if you have any. So you will be asked to join the breakout room. Student coordinators should be sharing the link for the breakout room in the chat box. Sonal, are you there? Can you hear me? Am I audible? Can somebody confirm?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So Yeah, so just stay connected with us. You should be receiving the links for the breakout room. It's in the chat box. So you have the link for the breakout rooms in the chat box. So we have created separate breakout rooms for parents as well as for the students. So you may join them, and you'll get the opportunity to interact with a few of the students, few of the existing students of IIT Jodhpur, and you can get some of your candid questions or queries resolved there. Thank you.
Hello.
Sir. Hello, sir.
Yeah, hello. How are you?
I am fine, sir.
So are we on track or?
Dr. Deshpande?
Yes.
Good morning. This is Dr. Devanjan.
I am getting an echo.
We're feeling. Is it okay now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes,
You
sir.
see me clearly?
It's perfect.
Are you able to see me as well?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Nice and clear.
So, welcome to IIT Jodhpur. We're right on track. We'll be starting the next session at 11:15.
Yeah, no problem. I thought I'd just join a few minutes early.
Yeah, sure.
Let me just take one call and come back, okay?
Sure, no problem.
Hi, Anand. Morning. You're muted. I'm not getting your voice.
Yeah, sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Hi.
Hey, good to see you and good to hear you.
Yeah. After a long time. I'm also meeting you after a long time.
I know.
We met just in during COVID. I think we PJN had a meeting. And
Yeah, mostly video.
yeah. Physical meeting, though now I've forgotten almost.
Are you in Jodhpur though?
Yeah, in Jodhpur now.
So I'm the chair of the BOG for IIT Patna right now,
Yeah.
but we are waiting for a director.
Hmm. Pushpak was an earlier director.
Yeah, I know, but he absconded.
Hi, this is Mitali here. I've moved to IIT recently.
Hi.
Mitali Mukherjee from IGIB.
Yeah. Good to see you, Mitali. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm fine. I just thought I'd
Yes,
say
but
hello to.
she has joined IIT Jodhpur.
Very good. Good to see you, Mitali.
I,
We've been trying to do some work with the other Shantanu Chaudhary.
yeah, I heard that cancer genomics. Yeah, started.
He's got some money also now.
So Bitali here, something you can even think of doing at Jodhpur.
Yeah,
Yeah, sure. We would love to. That's why I want to explore, but should do something.
yeah. We are trying to see whether we can connect the data science AI with precision medicine, genomics and Ayurveda. So I'm trying to form a transdisciplinary initiative in that AID school. So it would be great to have
Actually,
you.
I want to introduce you if you are interested in this area. I want to also introduce you to Ramesh Jain. I don't know if you have been
I know
talking
him.
to Shantanu, do you?
And yeah, I
Write
know
to
him.
him. He's in Irvine now. I've been talking to him. He has just retired, so he's trying to figure out his next thing. So this may be a good time to talk to him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So he's from Strand, isn't it?
No.
No.
Ramesh
Okay.
Sen is a professor at IIT. Sorry, he is a professor at UC Irvine. He's a very senior guy in vision and all of that stuff. Whether in
Okay.
Michigan, San Diego, and other places.
I
He's
missed the
72
name.
years old. Ramesh Jain.
Oh,
Jain.
Ramesh Jain.
I
Ramesh
heard
Jain.
Ramesh Hariharan. So
No,
I
no, no, no.
thought that you're talking about
And
Ramesh
he's an
Hariharan.
IIT Kharagpur PhD
Yeah,
actually from the
yeah,
early
yeah. Ramesh
times.
Jain, I know him pretty well personally. Also, I know him. So he's planning to come back to India.
No, he will not come back. But he's
Yeah.
very interested in working and he's doing some very interesting work right now. And he has set up something called the Institute of Future Health.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's the director of that. And he's
Yeah.
looking at a whole bunch of things, including personal health and personal tracking. I have one project I'm trying to work on, right?
So we could do something together.
Yeah.
That'd be interesting.
So one project I'm working on is with RSSDI,
Okay.
okay, which is a research society for study of diabetes in India.
Madras based.
No, it's a All India society. The president is in Ahmedabad right now,
Okay.
Bansi Sabu, and the secretary is in Pune. And there are a lot of people across the world. So we are trying to see how to, help create data for diabetes related cases.
Mm.
So how to
Okay.
build standards and all that and do a bunch of
Okay.
things in that context. That's another area where I can definitely use some help. But
So
it's a
it's
fairly large project. We are just starting out, and we have a team
this
though.
desert ecoregion is a very interesting way to study the this axis getting perturbed because the aridity in the native.
Idali, we lost your voice. Yeah.
So we might have interesting connects. We can talk later, Anand.
Yeah, let's do that. We are starting with type 1 diabetes right now to start with because it's a slightly better bounded problem than the type 2 diabetes. So that's the real, that's where we are starting out. But yeah,
Maybe we can have a chat separately
yes.
and set up a time with Anand and discuss.
Can I share my slide deck here?
Yeah, yeah,
Should I get on it? Let's
yeah. It's a share. Yeah, it has come up.
see it.
Yeah. So Mitali might not know that Anand is my batchmate. IIT Kharagpur.
I didn't know that. I didn't
Mm.
know that.
Yeah, we know each other for too long.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he first showed up in Kharagpur in 79.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just waiting for I think the faculty coordinator.
No worries.
What happened? There's something.
Yeah, hello.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, so we're taking care of a few technical things and we'll be starting in a minute.
Fine.
Good morning all, and welcome to Samavesh, the second session of PG Orientation 2021. I am Dr. Devanjan Gohara, and on behalf of IIT Jodhpur, I would like to thank all the parents, students, faculty members, and guests for gracing this occasion. I would like to take this opportunity to extend a warm welcome to our chief guest, Dr. Anand Deshpande, our Dean Research and Development, Professor Surajit Ghosh, Associate Dean International Relations and Outreach, Professor Kaushal Desai, and Associate Dean Student Affairs, Professor Samarnita Pal. This session aims at providing insights into the flourishing ecosystem for learning and growth at IIT Jodhpur. We will take a deep dive into IIT Jodhpur and its offerings related to research activities, career development, and student activities. Our first speaker of the session is the chief guest, Dr. Deshpande, who will deliver the orientation guest talk. Dr. Anand Deshpande is the founder, chairman, and managing director of Persistent Systems since its inception. He is also the chairman board of governors, IIT Patna. Dr. Deshpande holds a BTech in Computer Science and Engineering from IIT Kharagpur and a MS and a PhD in Computer Science from Indiana University, Bloomington, USA. He has been recognized by his alma mater, IIT Kharagpur, as a distinguished alumnus in 2012 and by the School of Informatics of Indiana University with Career Achievement Award in 2007. Dr. Deshpande has also served numerous positions at various professional and non-profit organizations such as NASSCOM's Executive Council, Association for Computing Machinery India, Computer Society of India, Computer History Museum, Dean's Advisory Council in the School of Informatics, Computing and Engineering of Indiana University. He is also the founding member of Indian Software Product Industry Roundtable, which is India's first product think tank started with the vision of creating a vibrant entrepreneurial ecosystem in India. I request Dr. Deshpande to deliver his talk.
Hey, thanks a lot for inviting me here. It's a real pleasure to be at IIT Jodhpur. And Shantanu is a dear friend for many years. As we were just discussing, we were in Kharagpur together. So it's an honor to be here where Shantanu is the director. Before I get started, I thought I'd just check. So how many parents do we have in this one? Meaning, am I talking to parents or am I talking to the students?
Students, I think mostly students because it's a PG orientation. This is.
Okay, good. And how many students are there on the call? Would you know?
I think 250 plus.
All right. So let's see how questions can be taken. It'll be hard for me to watch the chat windows and all that, but if you have a question, somebody from the faculty team could monitor the chat window and interrupt me, please, when you find something that people have asked. So I know this talk, okay, it's a little bit different in the sense that I'm going to share with you my experience of how to navigate your career, and I'll tell you where this has come from. So as part of Persistent, I get to meet a lot of people in the mid to senior level, especially during the recruitment times. So these are people in their mid 40s that I meet a lot. And I find that all these people in their mid 40s, they feel like their career has stuck somewhere. They are not able to extend it and they are able to they feel very frustrated at to where they have themselves find themselves in a very odd spot. And I was trying to think through this and said, okay, what should they have done earlier on so that they would not be stuck in this situation in their mid 40s? So this is sort of the genesis of some of that work. And what I'm going to share with you is some simple guidelines on how you could think about your career. I know you are very early in your game. You're just starting out in your MTech program. You'll have to do this for 2 years. After that, you'll graduate, you'll start looking at your professional career, and then you might see where it goes. So perhaps your parents might find this more interesting in the short term. But that aside, maybe it's a good idea for you to have this at the back of your mind as you plan your career. So that is the motivation of how I'm going to sort of view this particular session. Um, a lot of this stuff I would be happy to be interrupted, and this is a short CV, but anyway, a lot of it has been already discussed. But most of what I'm going to share with you is from my experience of being part of Persistent, where I meet a lot of people, and especially people and their careers is an important part of what I've been thinking about for the last many years. So I must say that, your career is actually a marathon in some sense. And I want to say that you guys are very fortunate to be at an IIT and at IIT Jodhpur. That is going to give you a head start, which like no other career can provide. So I would like to welcome you to IIT Jodhpur and suggest that you've made a good choice by being where you are. And this is going to be a good starting point for you, which will launch your long-term career. But when you look at your career, you can't just look at your first job as your career. You have to look at the marathon that you're part of, and what you're going to get into is the starting point of this marathon. So really think about it that way. The other point I want to make is that let's say you graduate, you come in now as an MTech, perhaps you're in your early 20s. You would have done let's say you do a 2-year course, you'll be in your mid 20s, so say 25 or so. My prediction is that you're going to have to work for at least 50 years. And the reason is there are lots of people, and I'll come to that in a minute. So if you're looking at a career where you're going to be working till another 50 years, or at least till 2075. So if you have to think about it, how do you think about your career when you're going to be thinking about what happens to you in the 50 years that start when you are 25 all the way till you get to 75? And that's why I'm going to ask you to think through this a little bit carefully, be sure about the choices you make. And I'm going to give you a guide map on how you should make these choices. So as this context, as I was saying, is that yes, most of you in this room are in your early 20s. Most of you will live past 80. Many of you will live past 100. Just the demographics, all the science that we have is going to make this happen. The other thing that is worth noting is that there are lots of people like you in this world, especially in India. If you look at just pure demographics, we have at least 25 million people at every age in India, at least below the age of 35. So lots of people are there, and if you don't do your thing, somebody else is waiting to take your seat anyway. So it is going to remain a competitive world all through your life. And as I said, you are in this as a long distance run, a marathon, or something that you're going to be at it for a long time, and it's not just a sprint. So your professional career, in my opinion, will extend well beyond 2075. Okay. And that's about 50 years, and you are not retiring till you are 75. And this is also related to the demographics as well, right? So if we have so many people, I don't believe the pension system or anything can afford to retire people at 60. And by the time you get to that point, we will have more older people than younger people. And that also means that you will not be retiring at 60 in your career. So you should think about your career to last till you are 75. You will be fit and fine, and you'll be working till you are 75. So this is really something to think about. The second point I want to make is that, a lot of you think that, oh, I'll just join a job and the job will take care of me. We have all grown up in a world where we are used to playing in a certain set of guide rails, in the sense that if you go to fourth, you know exactly what you need to do to get to the fifth, you get to 10th, 12th, you're into college, everyone knows, okay, you do GATE, you'll be in an MTech batch. So it's all, we have lived in a world where we have guide rails. And when I find that a lot of young people who come to Persistent early companies, they expect that companies are going to give them clear guide rails and tell them exactly how things are going to happen. Unfortunate reality is that the rate of change is not just constant, it is exponential, which means that if you just look back at the last 10 years or last 15 years or last 20 years, you will realize that, let's say, the cell phone and Zoom and all these other things, while they've been around, you can see the difference in tech and other technology changes that have happened in the last 10, 15 years. So if you extrapolate those changes, you look at the next 20, 25, 75 years, it's going to be very tricky to imagine what you might be getting into as you get along. The other point I want to make is that life of companies is getting shorter. So don't expect the companies to provide you lifetime employment or even care to get into this situation that we are employing you for life. The other important point to note is to think about the changing work environment. So this Uber effect of you work for, you're self-employed, so to say, and you work for a few hours driving a taxi, and other few hours you might be doing something else. This is going to be a reality, and it's going to happen in every form of the world. So one example that I have here is, I'm sure you are very familiar with Chris Gayle. So what cricket team does he play for? Well, he plays for many cricket teams at the same time. So in one IPL season, he'll be here, and then he'll go play the Caribbean League, then he'll play the Pakistan League, play the Australian Big Bash, he'll play the West Indies. Now, would you say his loyalty is a problem? No, not really. When he's playing for a particular team, he's fully loyal to it. So this kind of a world is going to happen in the tech stuff. And I want you to think about this particular idea that this particular book talks about called the Me Enterprise. So the idea of the Me Enterprise is that you are your own enterprise. You are responsible for your own life. And when you work for a company, your company is your customer and you are your own enterprise. So that's really what this is. And I seriously believe that we are heading into a gig economy world where we are going to have many jobs at the same time. All of you would be working many jobs in parallel. These jobs may or may not be related to each other, but you might be doing many things at the same time. And you will get hired for a particular project or an activity. Think about how movies are made, okay, as an example of gig economy. So if someone wants to make a movie, the producer hires a camera and camera team, there's an editing team, and all of these guys, they come together for the movie. And at the end of the movie, the entire team is disbanded. And then they go find the next gig in a sense, right? So this is really how I believe the world is going to move. And we are going to see situations where all of us will end up hiring people for a project rather than for a job for a company. And this has gotten exasperated, especially during COVID. So if I look at it in the following sense, people are working from home during COVID. I can never be sure if they are working for the company or they're working for 5 other things at the same time. So I'm going to say, hey, if that is the case, let me just accept that and pay you for the work you do for me and not worry about you and your career. Right? So this is really where we are for them. So the consequence of this is that, we are looking at a world where you are responsible for your own career. You can't expect a company to worry about you. You are going to be in a gig economy. You are going to have to deal with your own thing. Everyone is going to be an entrepreneur because you don't have a choice. Everyone is going to kind of do their own thing and they're going to do this on an ongoing basis. All right, let me move further and say that, life is getting very intertwined, and this is all even more visible when you look at it in the context of the COVID related activities, right? So you have me, my family, you have my work, and you have my company and other things, and you have my community. So all people have some of these things that they're doing, saying that, beyond my work, I have a bicycling community that I'm part of, or I'm part of the running community, or I like music and I have my own music friends. They're not work, they're not family, but they are very important for my success. So when we are looking at life, you have to balance all of these 4 aspects of your life and not isolate one from the other. Traditionally, in the past, when say our parents' generation or my parents' generation, when they worked, they would sort of go to work for a certain period of time, and at the end of it, come home, and then work was not something they brought along home all the time. Today, we are working all the time, especially in the tech industry. We are online all the time and 24/7. But when we want to take a break, we go through the calendar and we block times for saying, okay, now next 3 hours I'm at home and I should not be disturbed. So essentially, we are balancing our times in very different ways, and this is going to get, hyper exciting as you look ahead in the future. All right. So as I said this several times, you are really responsible for your own career and nobody else. So when you are at IIT Jodhpur, while you should do what you need to do, you need to think about your career and it's your responsibility, and don't blame anyone else for your challenges or whatever else you go through in your career. So the earlier you take responsibility of your career, the better off you would be. Now, if you say you're responsible for your career, you really need to have a purpose. So you need to define a purpose of why you are doing what you're doing. You need to have a vision and you should be biased towards action. And one example of this I find is you should think like Arjun. Arjun had a purpose. He was one of those who had good value systems and he was biased towards action. So that is really what you should be thinking about. And it is never too early to think about this. So at this stage of your life, while you are in college and you are trying to decide what you want to do, I think it's worthwhile thinking about what are your value systems? What values do you want to retain? Which ones could you not compromise? What is the purpose of where you are headed? And how are you going to act on it? And one book I will recommend here is this book called Designing Your Life. Okay, so this is a very nice book where the authors have taken design thinking principles and applied them to life. Highly recommend it. Take a look at it. It should be easily available. Both on Kindle and paperbacks are available in India. So I strongly recommend reading that book and putting some of those ideas to your own life. Now, I'm going to give you a real easy way of thinking of how you should map your career. So what I would say is that you'd come out and graduate in the early 20s of your life. And then what I'm saying is that in your first 10 years of your career, you should focus on learning and networking. In the second 10 years, you should establish an identity. In the third 10 years, you need to focus on getting to your corner office. And in the fourth 10 years, you need to focus on how do you manage your corner office and then how do you get to the post-retirement and the final run and things like that. So that's really my sort of roadmap. This is fairly unique work. I have not seen this being shared like this by other people. Everyone talks about saying chase your passion and all that. But I think that is all actually bullshit. You don't get anywhere by just chasing your passion. You have to figure out what your passion is, yes, but you need to do it in the context of your purpose, values, and your plan. And look at what your passion is. What is good passion going to deliver for you, and what is it that you need to deliver from your plan? Okay. So let me just say the following. Okay. So what I have now in the next few slides, and I'd be happy to take this. These are all ideas that I think you should implement in your life. And I'd be quite happy to take a pause after each one of them or take any questions that you might have now or as we go through some of this stuff. So let me take a short pause and ask any of you have any questions or anybody else have a comment on what it means to be responsible for your own career. I don't know many people at IIT Jodhpur, so I don't know who to call out, but Shantanu, do you want to comment anything? Mitali, do you want to say anything? I think Devanjan is sitting there as well. He's been going through his own career. Any thoughts?
I might be sounding naive, but what is a corner office?
Corner office is your ultimate career goal, meaning where will you end up at that is the end of your career situation. Typically, CEOs have the corner office, but I like to call that the corner office. So you decide that my ultimate goal in my career is going to take me to be the general of the Indian Army. Okay, great. So that's your corner office.
Okay.
But do you relate with this thing that you are responsible for your own career?
Yeah, absolutely.
It is about.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Dr. Deshpande?
Yeah.
Devanjan, you are making some
about,
comments?
Yeah, sir, please go ahead.
No, I'm asking you to go ahead, please. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So, Dr. Deshpande, you said that most of the students are looking at a career which will be spanning like more than 30 years from their graduation.
No, 50 years, 50 years.
So that means that many present technologies will get obsolete by then and new ones would appear. So this is a great uncertainty. So how do they prepare themselves for this?
Yeah, it's not uncertainty. You have to That is a certainty. It's not uncertainty. The fact that technology is going to change and you'll see different things is certainty. It's not at all an uncertainty. You have to figure out how to navigate in this certainly changing world. And that's what I'm going to tell you. But you're absolutely right, meaning you have to work for 50 years. Whatever you are teaching in IIT Jodhpur is not going to be valid for 50 years. So, you know, that's the reality. And this is certainty as well. There's no uncertainty on this topic. So, Chandran, you want to add anything before I get to this?
Yes, you have shown that that in your previous slide till about 72 years, till 62 years. I think that's
that is part of the professional career today, and that will get extended. But meaning I'll explain that part as well in a minute. Okay, so the way it's going to happen is, okay, this is a little different. The corner office, which is where you will be at the peak of your career or zenith of your career, unfortunately will not go up by much. So most people in their early 50s, right, will be sort of expected to reach the zenith of their career. So what will happen is post 60, 65, because of our population and demographics, you'll be expected to work, but you will not be expected to be leaders in the organization. Because the professional decline that you, so to say, will happen in the 50s. So that is sort of why I sort of keep it at that. And then the last part, which is the fifth one, which I've not put on here, is what do you do after retirement? And that retirement period is going to be longer and longer for most of the people who are attending this session today, which means you're going to be still working and not getting paid as much. All right. So that's the context, Shantanu.
That also, just that also is a question of future productivity. In fact, if there are so many population and they are working and not getting what they would have got, then there would be an impact on the economy. Maybe we can discuss that later on, but also there will be
absolutely that. Let's come back to that issue. But let me just give you a little bit of the mind map or the map that I'm sharing with the younger kids right now, and then I'll accelerate through this when we go to the second and third, fourth, because most of you here are kind of in your early 10 years or soon will graduate to start your early 10 years. So the first thing I tell everyone is that, you have to learn, okay? And that is the key skill that you need to do. And you need to, in your first 10 years, you should be focused on learning all the time. And does that mean that you don't learn after your first 10 years? No. It just means that if you don't learn how to learn in your first 10 years, it will become that much harder for you to learn in the future. So in your first 10 years, you should not be focusing on too many random things, but you should be focusing on learning as many different things as you can. And you should learn as many different things as well, not just one thing. So meaning as I said, you could be spending all your time doing digital circuits, but we might go to quantum computing and digital circuits may be irrelevant, right? So we don't know where this is going. So your ability to learn different things and pick up new things is the most important skill that you need to acquire. And you need to learn different kinds of things and be open-minded in terms of how you think about these things. Because if you don't do that early in your career, you tend to become a very cynical old man kind of a situation very early in your life. And I've seen so many people in this context who just sort of single focus, single track, don't understand the broad picture. And then they just get frustrated when their small, narrow picture just kind of blocks out. So it's very important to think about multi-skilled. And I'll give you another example. So let's say you want to go scuba diving, or you want to run, you want to go climb the Everest or whatever else, right? You can't do this at 50. You have to do it early on in your career. You want to learn music, this is the time to do it. So the first 10 years, you should not hesitate in learning anything as long as you're learning. If any job or any work or any activity is not allowing you to learn, you should leave and do something where you are allowed to learn all the time. So that's the first thing. The second thing, we have in India this whole concept that, this networking is a bad thing, and it's like kissing ass and all that kind of stuff. And, it's not a good thing. But let me tell you for a fact that, life is all about the network, the connections and the network and people you know. And as young professionals, you need to learn how to network. And unless you are able to network well, you will not succeed in your career. So let me say this very emphatically. and all this stuff that people talk about. Oh, he knows someone, who connection used to. So that is why connections are there. They are there so that they can be leveraged and they can be operated. And I must say this very clearly that one of the best values, if I look back at my IIT career, and Shantanu and I were batchmates and classmates, so he was more studious in some sense. But anyway, if I have to look back at my 50 career from my IIT days and say, what did I really do well out there? What was the benefit I got from my IIT career? So I must say my network of friends that I got to know well during these IIT careers have all done well. Today I got invited here to speak because the director is a batchmate of mine. So I got to know him, that network got built. We were all at IIT. So all the IIT guys by and large did very well. So if you look at the difference that it makes for someone who goes to a small college in a small town versus going to the IIT, the main difference is not the content. The content is the same. You can go online and study any course you want. But the difference is who else is in your classroom. Where do the guys who sit next to you end up? If they end up in a good place, and you'll find this. I've been for the last 30 years been a salesman or persistent. Every time I go, I meet somebody, I look up their LinkedIn and I find, oh, IIT, WO network. I exploit that like hell. And that is really what has helped me in my life. And I suggest that all of you should take your time to network with friends. I'm going to give you another thought experiment, which the older people in the room will get it. Some of the faculty and other people will not like my giving you this example, but let me share this anyway. So if you do a thought experiment with the people, people like me who've been out of college 30, 35, 40 years, when I look back and say, who are my best friends from college days? Who are the people I remember the most from my college? Okay, I can say this very emphatically that the people I remember really well are those with whom I wasted the most time. Okay, so what I'm trying to point out is that for many things, such as the value that I got from my college, was in the white space that I had in the college. Unfortunately, college administrators love to fill in the calendar with ye bhi kar lo, ek aur course, 5 course, 6 course, ye assignment, wo assignment. And then you just kind of don't get the chance to do the faltu giri that you end up doing in college, which in my opinion is super important when you look back 30, 40, 50 years in advance. One of the examples that I've seen is that I've been attending many of the, not just ours, but people who do these 30-year meetings, 40-year reunions. And during all these reunions, nobody ever talks about some class that they did that they really loved. Everyone talks about everything else that they did outside of college or while they were in college. So the network is really the value that you bring in. And one thing I must say is that you need to network not just with people who are in your batch and your friends, but think broader and wider in terms of how you would network. So this is something I've been thinking a lot about as to how do we help students who are in college build a much richer network as they graduate. And this is what makes a difference between Silicon Valley and say Bangalore, or doing some startup in Jodhpur versus being in Bangalore or being in say Silicon Valley. It's the network that helps. Okay, so that is really what makes a difference. I just want to say the last thing here is that you get better when you're introspect. So you should look at the mirror and be honest with yourselves. If you are not able to help yourselves and see it, you will never get better at it. So this is very important, and you need to do this early on and not assume that, I'm the greatest. Okay, meaning you are the greatest, but you'll get better if you look at yourselves and say, okay, I have these strengths, I have some things I don't know, maybe I should learn that. Take a short pause here. I made some kind of very broad, crazy statement. So any questions?
Students, I think some students should speak out.
Yes,
Yeah,
I
post
have a
something in
question.
there because they haven't seen it. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so one student has asked that what is the meaning of being open-minded? How one can be open-minded? If you can elaborate that part.
Oh yeah, sure. Being open-minded, meaning not being closed-minded. Who is closed-minded? Closed-minded people are those who can only think in one track. So I don't know if you watch WhatsApp chats. Okay, these guys who are on WhatsApp or either continuously bitching or doing only one-way thinking, they are all closed-minded people. You should be open to other people's ideas. Okay, good stuff happens when you listen to people and you listen to all kinds of ideas. You're open to them. You're open to experimenting with things. You're open to take, good ideas and change your ideas in case you have something you learn new. So if data changes, you should be able to respond to changes like that. So don't get stuck on something that you have learned so let's say you grew up in a certain town, you had certain kinds of beliefs and, whatever you learned from the local community. As you go around and look at the rest of the world, you broaden your thinking, look at diversity, look at different kinds of things that happen. That is really what makes you open-minded. And I can say this, that having traveled through the world, I find that different people in different parts of the world think very differently. And I think if you want to be successful, you need to be open, learn from everyone and assimilate those in your own way and get better at things. So that's really what I mean by that. And here is what I'm trying to say in that is that, learn to accept diversity, pursue hobbies and dreams at this time. Best to do this in the early days. And, you're probably between 25 and 35 in your first 10 years. So think about getting married, having relationships, all of those things. Those are things you can't do later on. So don't get stuck on this sort of thing that, oh, I have this job, I have to do this, so I can't get married because I don't have time and all. So anyway, so these are all ideas that you should be pursuing in your first 10 years of career. Any other comments?
Yes. We'll have one more. Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. So we have one interesting question. Someone is asking, is it better to be jack of all trades or is it better to be being a master of one?
Okay. So my opinion is in the first 10 years of your career, it's better to be a jack of all trades. But in the second 10 years, you should become a master at something. Okay. My point is that when you're like a 25-year-old, 28-year-old, you just got out of college, you have no clue what you want to be a master of. So you just pick up something just because you're there. You have not looked at the broader picture. Your mastery will be very shallow and you'll not be able to get the depth because you get better when you get a big picture view of things. So my recommendation is in the first 10 years, you should not worry about becoming a master at one thing. Become a jack at or a good jack at a lot of things. This is what I would say.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Yes, we have one more question. Is that what advice would you like to give to any research scholar who aspires to be in the field of academia?
So I think this is true for even academics. I don't think this is anything different here. Even if you are an academic, you want to be a research scholar. Yeah, I mean, there is a requirement to do a PhD, so you need to have a little bit of a focus on trying to get your degree out. But, you'll become a far better researcher if you have a broader view of things rather than just being isolated into various small buckets. I must go further and say that I believe that next generation research or best quality next generation research is going to happen at the confluence of multiple disciplines. So if you combine biology, where Mithali works with engineering and science and data science and software, that's where new action is going to happen. If you look at trying to solve the climate change problem, it's not going to get solved by one single discipline trying to figure out the physics of climate change. It's going to be a multidisciplinary problem, which includes economics, business, to various other things of science. So unless you have a belief and understanding of the broad picture, you will have great difficulty in doing research. And so my recommendation to the research scholars is this is the best time in your life. Don't just get isolated. Think broad. Go attend all the lectures that you have around. Go listen to different topics. Nothing should be said, no, this is not my area. Everything can get related to something else. So the broader you have an understanding of what's happening, the better off you are. Okay, this is my opinion. Okay, this may not be your advisor's opinion. So I'll give you one last advice for people who are with advisors. Please understand that your PhD degree is just a degree. Okay. So get your degree as fast as you can and get out of your degree situation so you can do real research. Don't try to make your PhD thesis your Nobel Prize work. So get your degree as fast as you can. If your prof wants you to do something, just do it, get it done. Get out as fast as you can. There is no value in being a PhD student for 10 years. Zero value. You get paid poorly and it's a bad situation. You are better off completing your thesis, getting out, and then making money, doing other things, getting broader in your life as well. So when you are doing a PhD, your job should be to get your degree as fast as you can. That's my opinion. I know faculty will not like this because faculty would like you to be there for a long time, so they get free labor for a long time. But it's not economically very beneficial to be a student for too long.
No. So actually, we also strongly believe that they should finish PhD as soon as possible.
Good.
And they should work in a kind of a transdisciplinary situation, because today definitely no innovation can happen in a single discipline. Everything is involved.
We agree.
Cut across.
Absolutely. So what I'm suggesting here, especially for those who are in the first 10 years of your career, which is sort of where I believe most of your PhD students are likely to be today. Though I would think that PhD is a very interesting degree, and we have not done this well. And perhaps our, Vedas are responsible for this, because we've had this idea that you study for 25 years, you work for 25 years. Unfortunately, the reality is you work for your life and you study for all your life. So that's really where we need to move. So this whole transition from, the brahmacharya state to the grihasthashram is not anymore as rigid as it would have been maybe thousands of years back. So I think we have to think a little differently on this. So you can do a PhD at any time. You may be willing to do a PhD at the age of 50 while you're working on something else. So PhD is a very different kind of a degree, is what I would leave it at this moment. All right, let me move to the next part. And this becomes a little bit more interesting for some of you, but most of you probably are still, this might seem like it's a little bit far away. So in your second 10 years, what do you need to do? So second 10 years, you need to become an expert at something. And unfortunately, most mortals, most human beings, including myself and others, we cannot become an expert at many things because it's just too hard to do that. So it is valuable to become an expert at something and let the world know that you are an expert at it. Okay. So the fact that, I'm like the best at something else, who decides the scope of which you are the best? So if you say I'm the best in Jodhpur, then that's your scope. If you say I'm best in India, I'm best in Rajasthan, I'm the best in this area globally or internationally. So that defines your reputation in some sense. And in this world today, you have to establish your own reputation. Unless you invest in creating a reputation, you will not be successful. So in the first 10 years, I talked about it as networking. That network that you build in the first 10 years is going to help you build your own reputation. So what I'm suggesting in the second 10 years is that you have to become an expert at something. And there are only few things that you can become an expert at the same time, because you can't do many things. And most of us are not capable of becoming an expert at 5 different things. So pick the area you want to become an expert at and be really good at it, to the extent that, you need to build a reputation, and you should be able to, the world should say that you are good at that area. And then finally, to make this happen, you need to invest in yourself. And as I said, you are responsible for your own career. So you should invest in yourself. It's your responsibility. And I'm going to put this in the corporate context in the following sense. So I meet a lot of people who say, oh, I have 20 years of experience in working in this company, that company, whatever. And I'm trying to tell them that, hey, boy, if you want to come and work with me, I'm not interested in your experience. I'm interested in knowing what has that experience done to you. So because of your 20 years of experience of working these 10 companies, what are you an expert at? What are you really good at? Tell me that. I'm not interested in the fact that you have clock time in these many companies. It's kind of useless to have people who say, oh, I worked for this company for 7 years, another company for 10 years. Yeah, I have 20 years of experience and I have done all this stuff. That's all useless, actually. The point is, what will you do for me? And that depends on what skills you have created and how do I verify that you are really an expert at something, right? So this is really what you need to do in your second 10 years. And I contrast this from the first 10 years to the second 10 years, saying in the first 10 years, it doesn't matter if you make a mistake, if you do something different, as long as you're learning, whatever you learn, it will never be a waste. So as long as you have learned new things. So when you look at trying to become an expert at something and assimilating the broad picture, to get the broad picture, you need to be all looking at different things. So if you said, okay, I spent 2 years studying mathematics, and then somebody said, no, I want to do something different. And I spent 2 years doing economics, and then I did 2 years of political science, or whatever it is. It doesn't really matter in the long-term picture as long as you have learned something. And then when you look at becoming an expert, your ability to connect the dots and then create this view of saying, I'm an expert at this, And this is why the world should take note, and this is my reputation. That is really what creates the real value that you might get. And the other thing that I mentioned beyond professional career is one is, this is the time to look at the financial security. And I did not mention this in the first 10 years deliberately. That is not when you should be looking at financial security. That is when you should be looking at investing in yourselves and learning as much as you can. So if you have to choose between a job that pays you a lot more, but does not give you opportunities to learn versus something that is going to give you an opportunity to learn, I would choose the opportunity to learn job rather than the one which gives you financial returns. Now, one important thing that I want to tell you regarding financial security is that financial security is about understanding what is your cost of operations, meaning at what price point are you operating your own life, and making sure you're earning more than that. So one easy, or I wouldn't say easy, but more effective way of making this financial security work is to reduce your cost base. So think through that as well, meaning you have to build your cost base to adjust to the, the needs that you have, and both of them need to be in sync. So if you find that, in the chosen career, market has gone crazy or whatever, your earnings are not going to be all that great, then one way to adjust is to make sure you are able to operate at a lower cost. And few examples of things you can do, and especially post-COVID, is you can actually work from anywhere. So instead of working in Bangalore, you could be working in Jodhpur, right? So you can work anywhere. Cost of living in Jodhpur would be significantly lower than your cost of living in Bangalore. So if you can do that and you can work from anywhere, then you would be able to set up your own cost base at a significantly lower price point as compared to the, whatever you need to earn. So once you are in a position where you are not earning for your livelihood, but you're earning that is taken care of, then your flexibility and your ability to make decisions improves significantly. So there is enough material available, and you can look at your own cost spreadsheets and say, okay, fine, this is what I need every month to live, in this sort of minimalistic way or whatever way that I want to live at. These are the various other things I need, and if I'm going to live till 100, what kind of things do I need to have? Where do I make the investments? Should I be buying equities in certain companies? Should I be looking at ways saying that, how do I create some way of looking where I'm going to make enough money to pay for my life? Think about compound interest a lot, because anytime you invest something as you go along in the age, it'll start to give you returns because of compound interest. So please understand the concept of compounding, and that's really, really valuable. And think about equities and returns as well. So some of these things can help you get much better returns as you graduate. So as you get older, so should you be buying property? Should you be looking at it? So think about the financial aspects of your life when you are in your second phase and really get to where you need to get to. The last thing, which is very important that I want to share here, is that if you want to get something from the system, you have to give first. So if you want people to follow you on Twitter, you have to follow them first. Basic, simple stuff. So that's really very important. And, the community or the network that we operate in is really helping us be successful. When you say I want to have a reputation, the reputation is in the context of my other peer network. If I want to build a reputation, then I need to also contribute to this network. So I highly encourage people to, participate in these network opportunities that are there, societies. So like ACM is something that I've been personally very involved in. And I find it's a good place to go. You get to meet professionals, you get to do things. That is a form of building a reputation. So if you're part of certain associations like this, that helps in creating that reputation. And if you want to be part of those things at the right place, and you want to build a reputation in that community, you have to give to the community first before you can take from it. All right, so this is where I am now. You're 20 years into your career, and we'll take a few questions, and then I'm going to rush through the last two sets because I think very few people are thinking that far. And I get it. Meaning, if you're in your early 20s, you don't need to think about retirement right now. You just focus on what your next 10 years are. So this last two segments may be for your parents if you are still attending this, but let's see. I'll go through that really fast. So any questions that anyone has, any disagreements in terms of my philosophy of what you need to do at this time?
Yes, Dr. Deshmukh, there are quite a few questions related to networking. You have partially answered them.
Yeah.
So basically what students, they want to know is that they're from different disciplines. So how do they network? And given that in the MTech programs, they'll be spending only 2 years. So what would be your perspective on that?
No, so while okay, so I have many perspectives on this idea, but the thing is, um, networking is not something that happens by accident. Just because somebody is sitting in your class for MTech doesn't mean you'll be able to network with them. Networking requires some skill. It requires a whole lot of activity that you need to do to say, okay, why should I network with someone? Why should they participate in my network? So there's a lot of work that needs to happen when you do networking. And this is a skill that needs to be acquired. And I recommend that when you are in your early stages of your career, you should think about networking and really get to network. How do you do this? Where do you meet people to network? So of course, your class is one thing. When you're meeting people on the Gymkhana or if you're doing sports together, you'll meet some people there. You'll meet certain people in professional settings. You'll meet some people in these societies or groups that you might do. So if you are a young student and you attend some of these conferences like the ACM event or whatever, you get a chance to meet other people who are there. And more people, the senior people are quite willing to listen to young students talk about their story, their projects, whatever else when you go to these kinds of events. I must say, in my career, I really benefited from this. I've been attending these conferences sort of when I was still an early graduate student. And some of the friends that I made out there, which were very senior people, by the way, has really helped me in all my career all through the last 35, 40 years. So nothing like networking in it. One concept that I've been trying to push in terms of universities and colleges is this is something you can try out at IIT Jodhpur as well, especially since people can come from anywhere online today. My recommendation would be that you should run these courses that you do for your MTech students, but open it for professionals who are already working somewhere or the other. So if you can do a class where you're teaching about, let's say, biomedical engineering and some surgeons or other people who are working in that, some lawyers and other people who are not part of the campus are allowed to attend those classes. And they want to attend those classes because all of us need to learn all through our life. So we have to go learn all these things. I could go to a Coursera, but if I could go instead to IIT Jodhpur and register for a biomedical class, then what does it do? It creates many different opportunities. One is that I get to meet students, which I love because you get to learn new things, new ideas come from younger people. And students will benefit because they will now have a network of professionals with whom they have done some class or the other. So
it's now
that is the reason why.
Is actually this is Shantanu. So just
Yes,
to add to
Shantanu.
it, we have this provision with us, so there can be casual students from any institute, anywhere, joining for some of these courses and attending with regular
Correct.
students. So we are professionals. So we have created these opportunities available
Exactly.
to the students for networking.
That's very nice for pointing it out, Shantanu, and that's great. What will happen is that, and another example that you will hear a lot in these sort of graduation events, like people say, oh, my summer job was very valuable. It helped me get my first job. Great. Why did it come there? Because you networked with people during the summer job, you met some professionals, and that was useful. If you could graduate after you to your MTech, and in each of your classes, let's say you do about 20 classes in your 2 years, if in each of your class you had like 4 or 5, 10, 15, 20 people who were from outside your class, who were professionals, by the time you graduate, you have 200 professionals who are part of your network. How will you leverage a network through them? Very valuable network that can be leveraged. So think about these kinds of opportunities. Any opportunity you can get to create a network, you need to exploit that. Sorry, longish answer, but you had some more questions, you said, Devanjan.
Yes, I have a separate question since we have already discussing the networking. So I'd like to expand that domain. I'd like to know that since many of our PhD students and PG students will go into industry and try to be probably a leader like you, so what are the non-technical skills they should develop apart from the networking to be successful?
So I said, you need to have all kinds of skills. So a few things that I tell people right now is one of the things that you need to know is to know how to. So students should, and this is something I don't know if you have enough of it already at IIT Jodhpur, but you may want to help people get better at communicating. So that's an important skill in both written, oral, whatever. Communication is a very important skill to have. I think we need to tell students a little bit more about money management and how to manage money, what does cash flows mean, and all of that stuff. What happens to savings, and what should you be thinking about as you look at it? What returns mean to you? So I think people are rather kind of naive about their understanding of money matters, and I think that's something that I would encourage, especially the techies, to invest some time in. The other area that I think is kind of relevant, of course, is the broad things. So, like for example, today, if you are trying to do some work, let's say in cryptocurrency, blockchain, any of those kinds of things, all the sort of hot stuff, your understanding of economics, monetary systems, money matters, all of those kinds of things become very relevant in addition to the computer science stuff. You might be interested in doing a lot of cryptography in that and crypto stuff, then you need to know maths better. So there is nothing that I would say I would put out of the table. And if nothing else, part of networking is also your ability to communicate various different kinds of things. So I would say that if you got an opportunity to get to learn wine making or golf or whatever else, I wouldn't worry too much. I think it's a good thing to learn as many skills as you can. So I think people are looking for well-rounded individuals, and those are the ones who get more successful. So I would put nothing out of what can be considered good skills to acquire.
Thank you for putting this new mental framework that students can follow to get this well-rounded personality. So I have a few questions more, but I think I will ask you after you finish the next two stages of our this planning your career.
Okay.
That would be appropriate.
Okay, done. So let's go to the pursuit of the corner office. So one of the things that you do now, you're in your early 40s. So the reality is that the senior most positions have a timeout on them. So even if you want to be a director at IIT, you have to be below 55 and things like that. So if you want to be a CEO in a company, if there are candidates that people are looking for CEO jobs, they tend to look for somebody who's in their early 50s or late 40s rather than look for someone who is already 60, right? So the point is, when you reach this point in the early 40s, you better have a good sense of where your corner office is and where you want to be. And the reality is you don't have more than 3 steps to get to that point. So if you have reached a particular point where you need to go, the reason why I say this is the time to think about this is also, this is the time you need to match your expectations with reality. People get unhappy when they are not able to meet their expectations. So what happens, and I find this a lot in the career, is that everyone is thinking 3 saal ke baad promotion, another 3 saal look out promotion. So you keep tracking this kind of stuff and up to a point, and then you get to the point in the company's pyramid when the pyramid starts to taper out, and you're not ready to sort of figure out what you need to do, and you have no idea what needs to happen, and then they come and are very unhappy. So my theory is that people in their mid 40s tend to be the most dukkhi people in the world, because at that point they realize that whatever they thought they should be doing is not going to happen. They realize that. By the time you get past 50, you sort of realize and you sort of reset yourself and you're happier in it. So there is this trough that happens in the mid 40s. And my suggestion to you is to avoid that, is to be realistic about what your corner office is. So if you know what your corner office is, you can define it, then you can plan how to get to that. And my suggestion is, if you have a plan that requires multiple steps, think of a plan that you can make it in 3 steps. If you can't make it in 3 steps, then it's not going to work out. So one example of something that I can say, which is kind of a little bit crazy, but think about it like this. So if you are an engineer, you work where you are, you go join some public sector, work for 20 years, and they say, oh, I want to be a general in the army. I'm sorry, if you didn't go through NDA and you did not be a second lieutenant, you're not going to become a general in the army. So many of these things you'll never be able to kind of make it, because you have reached a certain point and you have to be realistic about where you want to go. The way I like to do this is that, I use this all the time, and I would highly recommend you that when you're making a decision, right, you are usually making a decision which is best available under the options that you have. So what I recommend is that you should enumerate your possible options, and then when you stare at them, you'll find that some of these options are not plausible. You eliminate them and you'll be left with a small number of decisions, and then you can be much better off trying to make a decision that you want to make. So like, for example, when you get into, say, oh, I want to do computer science or mechanical or this or that, it all depends on what your rank is also. Right? What are my options? If I have an option, then I choose amongst the best possible option. That's how most decisions get made. you make decisions on the basis of what is available and what knowledge you have. And what are the options? You say, okay, I could make this decision, or there's some finite number of decisions that you can make, and you make choices. So that's really what it is. So what I find is that if you're able to enumerate your choices in advance and then stare at them and look at them, you're a lot better off because you have thought through these options, and then you can pick the most sensible of these options. So that's one trick that I find very useful. So here again, you figure out what your corner offices are, look at what you're doing, what you're not like, what you don't like doing, and then make a call. And then once you have a call, then you plan it. I don't want to spend too much time on this one, but if somebody is hiring for a director role, say at an IIT, they'll look for someone who's already there in the system, a deputy director, and he becomes a director. Another case may be that someone who says, no, he's already a full professor somewhere. He's not become a director in that IIT, but he can be hired here, be a promotion for him, they might come in. So a lot of these models, you have to think about what your corner office and see how do they hire someone to be in that job. And then you'll know how to set this all up. Since I'm talking to very young people, I'm going to skip through most of this stuff. And when I talk to people in their mid 40s, I spend most of my time on these kinds of topics and strategies to get. So now what I'm trying to say is that, yeah, you'll continue to contribute to your corner office. There's a very nice article that I recommend to people. It's too early for many of you, but there is a beautiful article by a guy called Arthur Brooks. And he has written this article that says your professional decline may be earlier than you think. So what happens is that the kinds of things that people in their 50s can do, right, are different from the activities that people in their 30s can do. So you cannot just have these false pretensions that, I can do everything. So you have to adjust your lifestyle and the kinds of things you're good at so that you focus on those where you can be meaningful to everyone else. And you have to pay forward as well. So people have helped you through the network. You have to find a way to mentor other people in your pipeline. And as I said, you are going to work till you are 75, right? So even if you retire at 60, 62, 65, you still have 10, 15 years to work. So unless you set yourselves up to do things beyond retirement, you will be a very unhappy retired person. So it's very important that while you are in your last working stage of your career, you are spending enough time trying to think about what you would do post-retirement and making sure you have enough things going on to make that so that you can build your legacy, you can support the extended, you contribute to the society or whatever else that you might think you need to do. I'll kind of go short here. I'll take this as my last slide here and I have 2 slides beyond this, which are, okay, so all this is great. So what should I do now? Right? So that's the question that most of you will have. But before I get that, let me take a pause here and answer any questions that anybody else might have. Or, again, we have many people, including parents here, who have probably gone through their own careers. And maybe they have a perspective that we would be happy to share.
Yes, so we have a question here. I think this question I'll ask you, Professor Chaudhary, also. The question is, what are the qualities that defines a good researcher? So since you are in industry after doing the PhD and Professor Chaudhary is in the academia, so we'll get know about the perspective.
But I'm not a researcher yet at all. I don't believe I'm a researcher at all. I'm a salesman, okay? So I believe that good researchers should also be good salesmen, because unless you sort of convince everyone what you're doing, your research, nobody will ever watch it. So I'll leave it to the researchers in this room to tell you what it means to be a good researcher. But one thing I would say as the extra skill that everyone should pick up is the selling skill. We tend to think that a salesman hai, but really the salesman is the most important skill that you can get. And I highly recommend that if you don't have a course on selling in IIT Jodhpur, you might want to consider it.
So would it be right to say at the end of the day, we are all storytellers and salespersons?
That's an important aspect of our life, yes. I wouldn't say it's only that. We do many things.
Okay.
I'll let Shantanu and other people answer this. You're a researcher too. Maybe you have a perspective on this.
Yes, just to add what Anand said, that it's very important for all of us to publish papers, means we have to communicate. If we cannot communicate ourselves well, there is no value to our research. So that's why selling or communicating is something very, very fundamental. Obviously, researcher is, Anand himself is telling that this whole kind of looking into things at confluence of different disciplines, imagination, and thinking in a new way. All these are components of research. And in fact, Anand is telling salesman, but he has actually distinguished himself as a researcher in terms of the way he has thought through this whole process. And that itself is an innovation.
So, can I add something?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so one of the things which I would like to mention is that if people are coming from BTech and MTech, they have been used to giving exams and clearing and always passing with flying colors. But to be a good researcher, the first thing I think you need to know is that you have to fail. And failure is very, very important in your growth as a scientific temper. And that is the first thing I tell my PhD students, that every experiment, if it is just the experiment which you did and it worked, then you really don't learn anything. So that, I think, one of the things which I tell my students, whosoever I've guided, that everybody is a topper because you come through competition, and then you come here and everybody cannot be at the top, and everybody might have a different trajectory now onwards. And their failure, learning to deal with failure is the most important thing in research. So, and
Yes.
Anand, I
I'll
had
give
a
a
question for
corollary to
you.
that, Mithali. Yeah, I'll give you one corollary for that. The corollary for failure is persistence. So
Yeah.
it is so how do you deal with failure is through persistence. So the fact is, if you're persistent and you come back the next day and you still get back at it, we have too many people who give up when they fail. So the point is, when you fail, it is telling you, okay, fine, this didn't work out, but you'll only be successful not because you failed, but because you came back. So the persistence part, which is the corollary of that failure, is sort of the very important part of what you need to be thinking
Absolutely.
about. And that is true for anything you might do in life, not just research, but anywhere else. You cannot expect to yeah, you may have been a topper all your life so far, but expecting that you will remain a topper for everything you do in the rest of your life is a very, very probabilistically improbable thing, or whatever you might want to call it. So, Mithali, you had a question for me. Let me
Yeah, I had a
take
question
your
for
question.
you. Yes.
Go
So
for it.
you've been very successful and you took time to become successful. Most of us take time to be successful. Now, this generation is bombarded with a lot of uh, exposures, right? By way of hearing other people's success or whatever it is. Do you think that there is a shortcut to success, or you still need to go through an experience to be successful? Given that we are living in a very different world now, where we have a lot of kind of exposure to many different kinds of success stories.
So I think I'm going to go to the definition. Why does something, what is success really? And that's a very tricky question, actually. And I think a lot of what people think is success is because of other people believing that, oh, this thing is successful or this person is successful, right? And it's in your mind, actually. Um, so that's one part of it. And I think what is happening today and what will happen will depend on the field that you are in and where successful people might be and at what age you might be successful. So if you are an Olympic swimmer, if you have not made it till you are 22, probably you'll never make it. So depending on the field that you are in, your peak is at a different time in your life. And at the time when you have to peak, if you are at the right place, you have done the right set of things, you have a better chance of being successful. So if you look at business and professional life, it takes 20 years to sort of get to a point where you can claim expertise or get the reputation that you need to get to be very successful in certain kinds of fields like business or research or the fields that we are talking about. However, if you are, as I said, if you're a tennis player or if you are a cricket player or if you are a certain kind of things, it might be very different. And if you're a musician, maybe you need 35 years to get to where you need to. So a lot of this stuff depends a lot on your, what success means and what field you are in. But irrespective of however you might look at it, there are no shortcuts in this world, and you have to keep at it. We do see some individuals who at very young age have achieved a lot of stuff, which is great, and we should applaud them. But I think I wouldn't think too much about that. I would worry about you and yourself. And if you're already successful, then what are you going to do for the next 35, 40, 50 years? You still have to create new goals and keep pushing on it. So, from an individual point of view, I think you have to look at your life as your life and not anybody else's. You define your own success criteria. And as you get near achieving that success criteria, it's much more exciting to push that bar that much higher, because then you have something to do after that. If you declare the bar to be very low and at 35 you have achieved it and you have nothing else to do, you'll be a very frustrated person for the next 45, 50 years. So that doesn't help anyone.
Thank you for that. Since we're now discussing the success as well as failure, so I'll ask the question that I have been saving for this time, is that looking back on your career, what are the lessons you have learned from your mistakes?
No. So see, what I like to say is that more often than not, we make lots of mistakes. Most of the times we make small mistakes all the time. And what happens is, when you make these small mistakes, if you don't reflect on them and you don't think about what these mistakes are and how could I have done it differently, you tend to sort of get trapped into bigger problems. So I think my suggestion to you, and what I find very useful, is that I find introspection to be very valuable. If something didn't do well, I don't necessarily see that as a failure. I say that, okay, fine, this didn't work out. What could I have done differently? Where did I fail? Why did I fail? And then can I go about trying to do something different and then move on, right? And one thing I must say is that I find writing down things is very valuable to me. So I tend to write things down as to what am I doing, what are my next few years plans, what are my things next year, this year, whatever. And when I have things written down and thought through it, then I tend to find that when the opportunities show up, I am ready to grab them. Okay. So learning from your failures is really what you need to do from your failures. And of course, we make lots of mistakes all the time. So I don't think there is anything to be ashamed about when you fail at something.
Okay, great. So would you suggest that journaling is one good way to clear our thoughts and chart out our future?
Yeah, I think writing things down is a good way. Whether you call it a journal, you write every day or you write once a week, I don't particularly worry about. And it's not, you can write whatever format you like, but yeah, journaling is a very good skill. It's useful. I would also say, having thinking about gratitude is also very valuable. I think if you have a gratitude page on your journal, so at least once in a few days you're thinking about what you're grateful for, helps put things in the right perspective.
Great to know about it. So since we have reached this third or fourth stages of personal career, you are mentioning that, explaining, we have a question from a student who wants to know how to maintain the work-life balance, or what you think about it.
So my suggestion on that work-life balance is, you have to take work-life balance in the context of what you want to achieve. And then once you take that into the factor, then you say that, if I want to push in a certain area, you have to put the time to devote to make it happen. And if you don't dedicate your time to it, but you do many things and say, no, I don't want to do it, then you're compromising your achievements to some extent. So work-life balance, the way I look at work-life balance is, you have to look at work-life balance at different stages of your career to mean very different kinds of things. And no work and everything else will not take you where you want to go. So unless you put in the work and put in the hard work, if you want to achieve something, you're not going to get there. So the way is to get life to be part of your work and sort of build this balance, and then take a call depending on the situation that you are in. So let me put it this way. Let's say you are in your mid 40s and you have a sick parent at home, and then you say, well, I need to take a little back step at work. I want to spend time, with my parent because I need to take care of them or whatever it is. That's a fair call you make for the period of 2 years, 3 years, whatever. You might choose to do that. You're willing to make a compromise on your career path because of that, but it's a joint decision that you make. Okay. And one should not feel very guilty about these kinds of choices by doing this. I'll give you another example. So let's say I am a younger guy who is say 35, 40, and I'm very ambitious and I want to be the CEO of the company. And you say, well, I feel really guilty that I'm working very hard and I keep feeling sorry for myself and sorry for everyone else. That's not going to go anywhere, right? You might as well have a discussion with the family and say, hey, if I want to be this corner office guy, I want to be the CEO of this company, I have a shot at doing it. I have to devote 70 hours a week to work on it. Would you all support me in doing that or not? So, these are all calls that you have to make as part of it. But I can say one thing for sure. Unless you put in the effort and hard work, you're not going to achieve anything useful, right? So it's a question of, where you are in your life and what kind of trade-offs you're willing to make. So if you put very little time and work, then it will have consequences.
Thank you. So these are the all questions we have now. Maybe we can take few more questions after your next segment of your presentation.
No, I just have this last thing that I want to mention is that while you are at IIT, build a network of connections, learn to communicate with some style, build a personal brand. And this last thing I want to mention is that, if you want to be on your own, I'm a big supporter of entrepreneurship. And I like to suggest that if any of you want to be on your own, I think the best people should not be sucking jobs out of the system, but should be creating new jobs. So since all of you are the privileged ones who are at IIT Jodhpur, I would highly encourage you to go create jobs, be an entrepreneur, rather than just look for an employment or a job offer at the end of your curriculum or career or whatever. So that's all where it comes to. And, when it comes to ethics, there is no compromises is what I want to leave you with. All right, that's the end of what I wanted to say. I think we had till 12:30, so I'm pretty much on time. And if you have any questions, we can take them.
Yes. So we have 2-3 more questions. One question is that what are the challenges one must prepare for if they're planning to make a career shift from one domain to another, or maybe from one job to entrepreneurship?
See, career shifts are going to happen all the time. Most people who are right now in college will end up doing 10, 15 different careers in their lifetime. Not just that, you will run many concurrent careers at the same time. So that's what I see. And I think learning to learn, being adaptable, being open to ideas, networking, taking help of mentors are things that you can do to be successful at doing some of these things. And that's what I'm trying to emphasize again, is to build a network and have the ability to go to mentors. If you have a problem, you should be able to go to someone and they should be able to help you out with whatever you may be looking for. So yeah, I mean, you'll have challenges, but the way to navigate through them is to, ask other people who have gone through them, talk to other people, get help. Not every problem needs to be solved on your own, alone.
Okay. So I have a question for you since you talked about the mentor. How do one find mentor? Who should we call mentor?
You're opening a big can of worms here because I can do a 40-minute session just on mentorship and how to find mentors. Okay. And what kind of mentors you have and all of that stuff. So I don't want to sort of get into that right now. But all I say is that, see, we are all working in a world where it is pretty difficult. We all need help from each other. Now, if you need help, you should have the ability to go to someone and ask for help. How do you know? How do you get there? And how do they give you help? Unless you have a relationship, you are in touch with them, they know your context, they cannot give you good advice. So having something like this is very valuable. You're kind of tempting me to give you my story around this one, but let me just give you one concept. So the way I look at mentorship, I see 4 kinds of mentors, right? And I'm going to use our Hindu mythology kind of story to tell you what these 4 kinds of mentors are. So first kind of mentor is so normally, if you look at our puja room, we have a set of gods in the puja room. So there'll be one Vishnu, one Lakshmi, one Shiva, one bunch of things like that, Kali, Durga, whatever. So that's our regular thing. So we should have a few people like that who can ask us questions, push us. So it can't be just one person and like half a dozen people who you can chat with. And some of these can be your friends. Some of these can be, for me, my kids are one of my best mentors. They are the ones who ask me the hardest questions. So yeah, meaning putting that as one kind of mentorship. There are two kinds of other mentors. One is that I look at this as the Dronacharya Eklavya relationship. So there are people I like to say are my mentors, but they don't know I'm their mentee. If I like to read about someone, I read online, whatever. So I track them. So they are like my mentors for me. I track them on Twitter, I track them on wherever. But hey, can you give me a minute? Somebody is at the door. Unfortunately, I need to open it. Just give me 1 second. Helen, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So then you have this Dronacharya Eklavya relationship type. And there are two others I want to mention. So there are certain times when you need some crazy thing that needs to be done that needs a very specialized person. In this case, I sort of use the Narsimha Hiranyakashipu Prahlad story. So Narsimha had a very special characteristics. He showed up at a certain time. He had claws. He had a head of a lion, and very specialized. You cannot have Narsimha hanging out with you all the time. When you need him, you should be able to call him. So you need the Vishnu and other people to help you bring that Narsimha in the game when you need him. And then the last thing I would mention is the having someone like a Krishna. If you are in the Dharma Yuddha situation, then you need the Krishna to give you the advice, right? So you need different kinds of mentors at different times in your life. And you have to cultivate this network. Otherwise, you will not be able to call a Krishna when you need the Krishna. You'll not be able to get the Narsimha when you want him there. And that's why you need to build all this stuff. And people need to have some context before they can give you guidance and advice. Sorry, long answer, but
Yep. Thank you for sharing this opinion with us. We hope that very soon we can have another entire session dedicated to the mentorship, and we can hear from you. This is particularly interesting to people like me who are very early in their career, particularly in faculty job. So it is very important to know how we should build the environment so that we can properly mentor the students, and students also get to know how to find a good mentor for a longer career and a
correct.
fruitful career. So
No, and I go even further than that. All of us need mentors at all times. So you need a mentor too for your career. I need a mentor. I still look at mentorship as a very important thing. And, it's not unidirectional in some sense. It's a bidirectional relationship.
yes, thank you for being so long with us and being so candid and sharing this insightful information and opinion with us. So thank you for the guest speaker. Professor Chaudhary, would you like to add something here? Okay, so we'd like to move to the next part of our session. So in the next part, our deans and associate deans will join, and they will share insights on our institute and how they would help our students. So first, I'd like to invite Professor Surajit Ghosh, who is our Dean Research and Development. Professor Ghosh is associated with the Department of Biosciences and Bioengineering, and he is involved in synthesizing molecules, peptides against the Alzheimer's disease and cancer. Professor Ghosh, over to you.
Yeah, thank you for your introduction. So, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, so let me share slides.
We've lost you now, Surajit.
Am I audible?
Yep.
Yes, you are audible, sir.
Slides are visible?
Yes.
Yes, sir, they are visible.
the full screen? Is okay, full screen?
Yes.
Yes, please continue,
Okay.
sir.
Yeah, so thank you, and good afternoon to all students and also parents who joined, and also my colleagues and guests. So I think after hearing this wonderful talk, so my talk will be, or my presentation will be boring, and I am here to just show, give you details about this R&D activity at IIT Jodhpur. So now, before going into that, I think all of you have already explored that IIT Jodhpur website. However, I would like to give you a few glimpses of the institute or campus view that you may actually like this. So this is the left image is actually top view of the institute. I think you have seen in the net also. And the right side is the one of the images captured by my student in the campus. So I hope when you come to the campus, so you'll enjoy this beautiful campus. Now this is again left one is the one of our ground. So you can see that green ground in the desert. How IIT Jodhpur actually converted this land to a beautiful green land. And the middle picture is our entrance of the institute. And the right side again the overview of the multiple grounds in the playground area. Now you can see the rainy season. So the left image, the campus is again full green, and some of the places and you can see also water, and also you can see some of the trees. And in the background of the trees in the right side image, if you see that these are the barn which is basically made specially to protect the campus residents from the sandstorm. And when you come to the campus, you will see that these are the barns has been converted to the many facilities. And these are some of the pictures of the peacock. So I think you have seen also in some other campuses. Now let me start with this R&D. So research and development, we have a team. So I myself serve as the Dean R&D, and my colleagues, Professor Sri Prakash Tiwari as an Associate Dean R&D, and also Mr. Naresh Joshi as a Deputy Registrar who looks at the R&D accounts, and Mr. Vaikunthanath Sahu, who is an Assistant Registrar who looks on the all administration part. And then Mr. Ashish Kashyap, who also looks on the accounts part, and Mr. Lalit Mohan, Junior Assistant, who looks on the daily activities, and also Narayan Dodij. Mr. Narayan Dodij also checked the accounts part. There are also other staffs who supports these officials like Mr. Amit Sharma, Mr. Srinivas Dwivedi, Mr. Ramesh, and Mr. Gaurav Pichi and Mr. Mukul. So there are our R&D websites is there, so you can find more details about their phone number and contacts. So if you have any kind of query, so either you can reach us over phone and also over email. We'll try our best to support you. Now the major activities at the Office of R&D like project administration, project accounts, project purchase, and project establishment, and also IPR related activities. So our office, right side image, this is the R&D office, which is, you can find it East Wing, second floor, administrative building. And also there is below is a link of institute website. So you can also go through institute website, also our R&D, or you can go also directly R&D website. Now the important part for the students. So there are student related activities at R&D, like part-time basis during the semester. So one can do these projects, and also the full-time basis during the vacations. which is called as senior project student assistant, and also project student assistant, or you can call it the junior project student assistant. So the amount payable to each of them shall not exceed that mentioned. I will show you the table in the next slides. And there are also terms and conditions that one student has to fulfill for this eligibility of SPSA, PSA, and JPSA. Like few of them are like you have to have at least 6.5 CGPA, and also any engagement of a student in the project, like either part of time or full time, shall not affect the academic activity of the student, and the students shall be certified by the faculty. So in case of bachelor's students, and by the thesis supervisor in case of master and doctoral students. Next is that it does not change the administrative status of the students. A student engaged on a project will be governed by the student status for the purpose of leave, accommodation, house rent, etc. Further, during the said project, the engagement, the student will continue to get any assistantship or scholarship that may be admissible otherwise. So such appointment of a student shall be proposed by the PI in the prescribed format. There is a form in the office of R&D, and that should be endorsed or recommended by head or professor in charge of the department. And then that application should be go through a route, and then you will get that approval, and then followed by you can avail that. So these are the kind of students assistantship or fellowship in amount. So like for example, PhD student full-time appointment is 40 hours per week, 5,000. PhD student part-time appointment 20 hours per week to 2,500. MTech student full-time appointment 40 hours per week 4,000, and MTech student part-time appointment 20 hours per week 2,000, and BTech student full-time appointment 40 hours so per week 3,000, and BTech student part-time appointment 20 hours per week is 1,500. Now in IIT Jodhpur, if you see the whole IIT ecosystem, we have first time started one of the promotional scheme for the assistant professor and his or her PhD students. So this scheme is called International Research Mobility Grant, primarily with the objective to promote the young assistant professors and his or her team to connect with the international groups or to expose the cutting edge research in the abroad. And in this scheme, basically, institute will support 10 lakhs to support their travel and also substance allowance and contingency expenses to the assistant professor and the group students. So basically, only in special case, this scheme also can be extended for another year. So and also in this scheme, the grant can also be utilized for hosting foreign collaborators, like when this assistant professor and his or her students can visit, as well as in IIT Jodhpur also, those foreign collaborators can come here, and also the professor and his or her team can host those faculty. So there are some rules and guidelines. So that is as per standard Department of Science and Technology rules and guidelines will be applicable for this. Next is that student-related activity, project-based internship at IIT Jodhpur. So I am not going into all the details, but the few things is that like the internship opportunity throughout the year will be available to the external candidates who are currently enrolled in any of the institutions with NIRF ranking below 100. Below 100 means is the better one. No, not consider the below 100 means 101, 102, 103, but it should be 99, 98 in that direction. So this can include semester-long internship project for UG, PG, and PhD as a part of the curriculum requirement of the candidate in the institution where he is registered. So here also again there is a process. If someone wants, so they can get the details process, like it should be initiated from the PI of the project from IIT Jodhpur, and through the proper channel it should be approved, and then one can avail this. The second one is if a candidates and a group of students from any other institution in India are interested in applying for project-based internship at IIT Jodhpur, the same can be initiated by the candidate or institute. So such applications with a covered like proper procedure, it should come through the head of the department and also with the recommendation of the faculty member, and then it should be approved by the office of the R&D. Next is the student support from sponsored project and consultancy. So there are multiple schemes like project can support MTech, PhD or PhD students who can be admitted anytime in the year through a departmental selection committee appointed by DRC. Thesis works of the candidate has to be aligned with the project objective, and supervisors has to be from the project team. So a project can support a PhD student if its duration is at least 3 years. So IIT Jodhpur may start 3-year MTech program for full-time students who will be financially supported from the projects. So in this program, students will be permitted to register for a maximum of 12 credits per semester, and simultaneously they will work on the sponsored project. Students' MTech project work will be aligned in the area of sponsored project or consultancy. And flexible academic mechanisms is needed to be in the place so that students of these programs can also have an option to continue PhD in MTech or PhD or degree more. So detailed rules and regulations also is available. So you can, so funding of student can be switched from one project to another, that is also available. And during the gap period also, like transition in support from one project to another, so maximum 1 year, or in the 5th year of PhD program, a student can get funding from the institute budget on approval from director. So these are the few important things. So IIT Jodhpur supports. Now I will move to showing you the few glimpses of the research activities of various departments and also schools at IIT Jodhpur. So now institute is growing. So we have already distinct departments like bioscience, bioengineering, chemical engineering, chemistry, civil and infrastructure engineering, computer science and engineering, electrical engineering, humanities and social sciences, mathematics, mechanical engineering, metallurgical and materials engineering, physics. And there are schools also and centers also. So two of the recently already last year, 2 years started, like two schools like School of Management and Entrepreneurship and School of Artificial Intelligence and Data Sciences. In the bioscience and bioengineering, so you can see the main objective is to provide affordable and smart healthcare and also clean environment and sustainable and affordable energy. Now, in the Department of Bioscience and Bioengineering, there is academic programs, BTech Bioengineering, MTech PhD, dual degree, and also PhD in Bioengineering. Now, there are salient features of this Department of Bioscience and Bioengineering. Some of the thrust areas like omics, bioimaging, biosensor, AI and ML, artificial intelligence and machine learning, 3D printing, drug discovery, computational biology, nanotechnology, bioenergy and environment, biomaterials and tissue engineering. Now, these are the glimpses of the laboratories in the bioscience and bioengineering. So we have fully equipped laboratories, both undergraduate, PG and PhD. And these are the active research areas in our department, like chemical biology, neuroscience and neuroengineering, molecular motors and cell motility, computational biology and bioinformatics, cell and molecular physiology, environmental biotechnology, structural biology, molecular biology, and microbial genomics, and biomaterials and tissue engineering. The Department of Chemical Engineering also in the research section, you can see that we have a program like BTech and also BTech plus MTech and 1 year engineering innovation opportunity. Now, if you see that key area in the chemical engineering like molecular engineering, complex fluids and interfacial engineering, process engineering and intelligence, then sustainability, biochemical engineering and chemical engineering design. So the programs, compulsory courses and program electives, so you can find more detail in the department website. but we have a program like MTech PhD, dual degree, and also of course the BTech. Now, if you see the chemical engineering the program structure, like fundamental areas, basically traditional chemical engineering, electrochemical engineering, biochemical engineering, and polymers engineering, which is kind of traditional chemical engineering department covers. So we also have that. Along with that, we have also like emerging areas like artificial intelligence in process engineering, data analytics, chemometrics, molecular engineering, and nanotechnology. Then demand-driven areas also we have. So Industry 4.0, petroleum and petrochemicals, energy, water and environment, sustainable technologies, and food engineering. So I would like to emphasize here, like IIT Jodhpur gone beyond with that and also meet this kind of future needs. So we are also committed to prepare our students, not only the traditional chemical engineering, and also based on the emerging areas and demand-driven areas. Now we have an active chemistry research groups with the fully equipped instrumentational facilities like high-end NMR machines, then all these characterization facilities, and also the state-of-the-art laboratories, both UG and also PG level. So there are thrust research areas like natural product and drugs, organic synthesis and catalysis, then magnetic resonance spectroscopy, quantum computing and information, fluorescence correlation spectroscopy, and computational physical chemistry. Materials for energy harvesting and storage, sensor and healthcare devices, biofuels and catalysis, asymmetric organic synthesis, main group chemistry and organometallic catalysis, and water treatment and environmental remediation. So these are the laboratories. So you can see we have already state-of-the-art laboratories in all levels, UG, PG, and also PhD. Now, civil and infrastructure engineering. So civil and infrastructure engineering is relatively new, but still we have made a considerable kind of stage of development of this, and now is active groups are there. Like civil and engineering also focusing the research like energy and environment, building sciences, safety and services, applications of artificial intelligence, IoT, and cyber physical systems in civil and infrastructure engineering, smart and integrated infrastructure, urban architecture and planning, construction technology and management, and transportation engineering, structural engineering, geotechnical engineering, water resource engineering, and engineering geology. If you see the focused area, basically all are kind of projected to serve for the problems of our country, and also to create a human resource who can actually take up the challenges in the future. Now, in the program, you see we have UG programs like BTech in civil and infrastructure engineering, and BTech with specialization like in environmental engineering and also in smart infrastructure. And graduate programs, you can see MTech PhD dual degree, which is in energy and environmental engineering, and also PhD. Now, if you see the research activities, so like rock mechanics and engineering geology, transportation engineering, environmental engineering, and structural engineering, and geotechnical engineering. Now, computer science and engineering research. So how much time do I have?
I think it is scheduled till 12:50. We can spend few more minutes on it.
Okay, 2 more minutes. Okay, I'll go quickly. So in computer science and engineering research, also we have like undergraduate program, postgraduate program, and also doctoral programs. So again, in computer science, we have BTech and BTech in data science, and MTech in artificial intelligence, MTech in PhD dual degree, MTech PhD dual degree in artificial intelligence, and MTech executive MTech in artificial intelligence for working professionals. And in PhD, MTech PhD dual degree, MTech PhD dual degree in AI, and also PhD in regular PhD program. Here also research, you see key research areas: artificial intelligence and machine learning, vision and AR, VR, systems and software, and also theoretical computer science. And these are the facility, like we have NVIDIA DGX 100, this system, and also recently CSE department developed a software innovation lab in collaboration with AIIMS Jodhpur, created this daily stethoscope. And this is also Samsung created a laboratory, AR/VR Innovation Lab, which is inaugurated by Sri Ajay Kumar Sane, Secretary MIT, Government of India, and Ms. Mukta Sinha recently, last year, 20th November 2020. And these are the areas you can see here. Now, electrical engineering, also one of our strongest department in the institute. And this also similarly covers various UG, PG, and PhD programs. And here also, if you see undergraduate program, postgraduate programs, we have many attractive programs in BTech electrical engineering, regular with specialization, with minor, and BTech MTech dual degree, and BTech MBA. Postgraduate MTech in cyber physical system and sensor and IoT, and also dual degree MTech PhD communications and signal processing, sensor and Internet of Things, and cyber physical system, and PhD also in engineering. Now the core research areas: communication engineering, RF microwaves and photonics, microelectronics and VLSI, power engineering and control systems, signal processing, and computing systems. And these are the few glimpses of the electrical engineering research and also the laboratories. You can go and visit details also in the websites. And these are the some of the laboratories pictures you can see here. Now, humanities and social sciences, so research areas covers literary and cultural studies, philosophy and psychology, and sociology. And these are the some of the important, like the nature of the self. What am I understanding the nature of the self in the light of 4D cognitive science? So we are also this humanities also starting a new area on cognitive sciences and emphasizing on in depth in this area. And also evolution of digital healthcare, and also we have actually actively involved in digital health. Now I am skipping this because of the time. Now in mathematics, so you can see in mathematics also in the research area, pure mathematics is there, applied mathematics, statistics, and data science and computational science. So these are the glimpses of the research in the mathematics area. So you can see multimedia security, so hashing and encryption and watermarking, wavelet and functional transform theory. So these are the major areas, and also there are other areas we're working, like stable oblique incidence of response. So you can go, one can see also in the radar area, and also numerical functional analysis. So you can see more details on various information theory, reliability theory, and applied probability. So these are a glimpse of the research of the mathematics division department. Now, mechanical engineering, also another active department, and the research on smart manufacturing and Industry 4.0, multi-scale manufacturing, processing of novel materials, fluid thermal system design, sustainable technologies, and also solid mechanics and design, vibration and acoustics, robotics and mobility systems, and modeling and control and aerodynamics. So these are the first area of research. And these are the some glimpses of the mechanical engineering department and their research activities. So you can see this flexible sensor, and also that plants which is created by for design, and from design to develop and then testing. A compact heat exchanger, air cool condenser, liquid cool condenser, and direct steam generator. So these are cutting force model for end milling operations. It's another area of research in mechanical engineering. Now metallurgical and materials engineering research. So you can see the main objective is that materials designing and processing, advanced structural and functional materials, computational materials engineering, extractive and process metallurgy, materials testing and characterization. So these are the few glimpses of the facilities. Sorry, of the materials and metallurgical engineering. And as I mentioned already, the focus area of research there. So, and these are the programs of the materials and mechanical engineering. So we have similar BTech, MTech, and also MTech, PhD, dual degree, and also PhD. Now this is the also glimpse of their research, and these are the laboratories for materials and material engineering. So I'm skipping this. Now physics. So physics also we have active research groups like high energy physics and astrophysics, quantum physics, condensed matter and plasma physics, and optics and photonics. So these are the key facilities in the physics. So you can see here, and these are the research outputs from the physics department. And also you can see there are some more glimpses of the research. And this also multi-scale modeling of soft matter physics. Now coming to just 2 slides I have, like we have 2 schools, like School of Management and Entrepreneurship. And this group are focusing on marketing, human capital and organization dynamics, innovation and entrepreneurship, and also strategy and public policy, finance and accounts, and digital and transformation and business intelligence, economics and operating and digital science. And another school we have, School of Artificial Intelligence and Data Science. So they just already they are started and now inactive, this school. So now I have given just information, and some places I have given a very brief. So if you want more details, you can contact in this email through recruitment. Various email ID are there, and also Office of R&D. So you can go to Office of R&D website and get more details of the contact. And finally, I wish you all the best and stay safe. Thank you. So if you have any, if time permits, so if you have questions, so we can try to answer. Otherwise, you can contact us over email.
Thank you, Professor Ghosh. Next, I would like to invite Professor Kaushal Desai. He is the Associate Dean, International Relations and Outreach. Professor Desai is associated with the Department of Mechanical Engineering, and he is the head of the Automated Manufacturing Lab. Professor Desai, over to you.
Thank you, Debanjan, for the invitation, and I hope my screen is visible and I am audible. Can you confirm this? So, thank you to the organizing committee for inviting us as the office bearers of international relations and outreach activities at IIT Jodhpur. I am Kaushal Desai, and we primarily look at not much of the academic activities, but these are more of co-curricular activities to strengthen your outputs. On top of it, we also look at, once you are about to graduate, we also look at your placements. And then once you graduate, you are into an industry and you are like Anand Deshpande's Edge. And if you want to contribute back to the institute, we also look at connections with you. So in terms of major functions, my office looks at a career development cell. So we have not called it like training and placement cell because we do not believe in the philosophy of a placement as an institute. We consider your growth as the growth towards development of a career. And as Professor Chaudhary has mentioned in the today morning's talk, that IIT Jodhpur as an institute is, aligned to the overall growth and development of a student. So every student who comes to us has a different aspirations. Somebody want to get employed in industry, somebody want to pursue state-of-art research, somebody want to be an entrepreneur, somebody want to be a jack of all, what was discussed in the talk of Anand Deshpande. So we as a career development cell look at an overall development of you. We are having a typical career development committee, which is being led by Dr. Shobna Singh, and she's a faculty in mechanical engineering, works with me specifically to a career development cell role. And we have a placement committee, which is constituted of faculty members from the departments. and then student representatives from various departments. What we have seen over years is the participation of a postgraduate student in the career development cell is relatively low. What I request you from this forum is, as Dr. Deshpande has mentioned, networking is one of the very important activity, and somebody was raising a question during the talk, what is a place where I can do the networking? So career development cell is a place where you can network with people not only within the institute, with the outside institute also. So you, if you are a part of a student representative team, you are responsible for talking to the companies. Whenever the company representatives are visiting us, you shall be the one who would be dealing with them if you are the representative and the company is coming in your department. We also look at every year the placement norm formulation. We also prepare placement brochures which go to the industries outside, and our office is primarily responsible for arrangement of the campus placement and campus interviews of the students. As I said, another important function is the alumni relations. So when you graduate, you always want to come back to your institute. And all IITs have a very strong alumni base, because of which the IITs are standing where they are today. And this is a very distinct feature of an IIT compared to the other state government institutes or other institutes as such in terms of a culture. So you can visit alumni website of ours, which is rightly a clickable link. You can just click on a video and you can see. In terms of the events, we do alumni town halls. So whenever a notable alumni of IIT Jodhpur or any IIT comes, we invite them to come to campus, and they would be given a free hand to interact with our students. And these are the typical 1 or 2 sessions which we do every year. There are a lot of career counseling talks by our own alumnus. So our own alumnus are now into different dominating roles, and they come here and they help you in choosing an appropriate career. In fact, Alumni Day is a flagship event of the institute. Every year we host. We allow our alumni to come back on that day to the institute. With the onset of COVID, it has become much more easier for us, because now this Alumni Day happens online. And then there are many more activities. You will come to know about these activities in a special session which was planned tomorrow evening from 6:30 to 9:30, where Dr. Shankar Manoharan and his team would give you a glimpse and idea of what are the activities that we do. Please do participate in the same, although you have to give some time out of your busy schedule in evening. Plus, please do give some time. We have invited our notable alumni from the postgraduate group who are employed across top industries in the world or top industries in India, starting from Maruti Suzuki for mechanical engineers to Mercedes-Benz, or even there are bioengineering alumnus, and there are many other alumnus who are invited and would interact with you in that event. The third function primarily which my office looks at is setting up international relations of the institute, which primarily is being led by me, and we are primarily responsible for you, which are more important activities as a student of IIT Jodhpur. So we deal with student exchange, we deal with faculty exchange, and we also look at joint project supports, and then we facilitate all the activities and events related to internationalization of the institute activities in terms of academic and research and overall development of a student. Well, I shall be talking about 2 points. Alumni relations, I'm not touching to a greater detail. The reason being, Professor Manoharan is going to have a session dedicated to alumni activities and alumni relations in this calendar. So I shall be talking about 2 functions. Let's start with the career development cell. So in terms of the institute, as we said, we overall, in terms of the placements, we are very well placed. In terms of COVID also, our numbers have not changed much. We are currently at the same number. In terms of salary, in fact, the highest salary that is offered, we have improved. And in terms of a lowest salary, we still are standing almost at the similar place where we used to be every year. Some of the major recruiters which might be of interest to you, you can see majority of the top recruiters. These are the sample recruiters presented on the screen, but there are many more. Most of the people visit IIT Jodhpur as a place of their choice of recruitment. Please do participate actively. In fact, career development cell looks at your overall growth in terms of being able to be recruited by this. And please use the facilities available on campus. Please use the platforms available on the campus to shape yourself, to nurture talent within you, to make sure that you are not rejected by a company. There are enough opportunities. We create enough opportunities, but at a student level, it is important for you to shape yourself into an appropriate employee for the recruiter that is visiting us. Institute also has an MOU. This is a little older list. We have a big list of MOU with the companies with which we have signed the agreements. This list is growing each day. And we encourage internships, we encourage joint project activities in your academic curriculum as well as your research projects with these industries. Please do participate in the same. You can see the photos of some of the MOUs which were signed with top industries, starting from NVIDIA to NSYS to Oil India. I have tried to capture the photos such that we are covering all the disciplines. All the photos are not shown here. And we are covering all the disciplines, and we are covering from top private companies to the PSUs and the government organizations. This is a very important and a flagship event of our institute. Well, this was done 2 years ago. Last year, it happened in an online mode. So every year, to deepen the engagements of institute with the industries, we do an annual event, which is called as an industry day. So on this industry day, the top industrialists from identified themes visit the institute, interact with our students. You can see one of the photographs in a corner where we allow our students to showcase their work in terms of posters. So you can interact with these people who are visiting the institute first in place and showcase your work. You will get a wonderful and nice feedback about your work from the industry experts and people. In fact, the students who do a considerably good amount of work, the best research nominated by an industry, is also given an award each year. So please do participate in the same during your stay at IIT Jodhpur. I thought of taking a pause here, but I'm not taking due to paucity of time. So I'm directly jumping to the second discussion that we are going to have, that is international relations at IIT Jodhpur. So, some of you who are currently sitting into an audience, I'm expecting that we have also admitted some international students in this batch. We already have some international students studying on campus, although the population is relatively smaller compared to a domestic student. We are building on it, and we are expecting a sizable chunk of our student population on our campus through an international route. So these are the major routes through which anyone who wants to study at IIT Jodhpur can come. First 4 are the regular programs, while 5th one is a short-term engagement, maybe for a semester or maybe for a few months. A student can also come to IIT Jodhpur. What is of more interest to you is if you want to collaborate in some research which is happening at international forum, what are the ways the institute has created? So if you look at, there are common opportunities through certain central government agencies. IIT Jodhpur is a part of that. There are exclusive opportunities that are created by our office through support of the institute. There is also a possibility of connecting through a faculty members, as Dr. Ghosh has mentioned in his presentation, that certain faculty has a research collaboration in a specific area and you want to be a part of that. So you can also connect through that means. And then there are always independent connections. You wrote to some professor and that professor is inviting you to the lab. Then there is a mechanism and an opportunity to explore through that particular route. So the first route, as I said, is a common opportunity. This is available to any student admitted across an IIT ecosystem. So this is the place where not only IIT Jodhpur, but all IITs and NITs are the members. They also compete with you. These are highly competitive fellowships and internship opportunities. If you are interested in doing an internship or research with agencies or the universities across United States, IUSSTF is a forum. We are a member and we send a regular communication to our students whenever the opportunity opens up. This is another forum at a national level where many, not only IITs, but NITs and state government colleges also are a member. And then through this, you can be a part of a Canadian ecosystem for a short period. Well, these are not the regular joint degree programs. These, you can have a short visit and you can get a fund and opportunity through this particular route. This is again with Canada, MyTech's Global Internship Program. There is a big thrust towards a French connections also at IIT Jodhpur, and not only and then there is a fellowship available through CEPIFRA and Embassy of France. And obviously with German, there is a common agency called as DAAD and DLR. They also offer fellowships for studying into Germany. We send, whenever there is an opening, my office sends you an invitation to participate. You can register, you can compete, take the help of a faculty member and our office to participate in that. You have enough opportunities to explore. These are just few more. There are many more, but I have listed few notable ones that I would like to mention. On top of it, the institute also has a couple of exclusive opportunities with universities across Australia and France and United States. I'm not talking about those in a greater detail due to paucity of time. Well, with this, I would like to conclude my talk because we are running out of time and you should not be delayed for the lunch because you have a next session coming up. So if we have a time, Debanjan, we can have one or two couple of quick questions.
Thank you, Professor Desai. We'll be monitoring the chat box. If you have any question, we'll come back to you.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. So our last speaker of the session is Professor Samannita Pal. She is the Associate Dean Student Affairs. Professor Pal is associated with the Department of Chemistry and is working on the application of NMR spectroscopy in material science, renewable energy resources, biomaterials. Professor Pal, over to you.
Please confirm I'm
Professor Pal, are you there?
Hello, I'm audible? Yes, Debanjan, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible, but the voice is not clear.
Okay, just give me a second. I'll just with my network connection. I'll start the presentation. So please give me a second. Okay, Debanjan, am I audible now?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. So once again, welcome all of you. And on behalf of the PG Orientation Organizing Committee, I extend a warm welcome on campus. Although you are right now not able to come to the campus because of the current pandemic, but I'm sure soon we will be hosting you on campus itself. Before I start, I would like to acknowledge a few student members, faculty members, and staff members who are working behind the scene. And for example, the complete orientation organizers, Office of Student members, faculty members who are coordinating the program, along with a student volunteer team, they have made sure that today's program goes smoothly. And I'm very happy that they're managing it very well. So thank you to the group, and also I take this opportunity to thank you, Dr. Anand Deshpande, for accepting our invitation and also delivering such a motivating talk in the morning. So I am Dr. Samanvita. I am the current Associate Dean of Students and looking after student activities and student affairs on campus. So first, before I give you the details or glimpses of how student life is on campus, I would just give you a brief about what exactly Office of Student is and what role they play. So Office of Student is basically managing a lot of activities of students and also a lot of administrative activities. For example, disbursement of fellowship certificates, verification of documents, all these things happen through Office of Student. And for PG students, it becomes very important that they contact or they process their documents through Office of Student. Other than that, all the student activities, for example, all the extracurricular activities through Student Activity Council happens with the help of Office of Student. So Office of Student plays a major role in terms of processing the documents, bills, and finalizing how these events will be organized and all along with the students. the other two things which happens, Debanjan, please remain on the same slide. I'll ask you to change my slide. Yeah, thank you. So the other two things that happens is courses which are undergraduate courses. These are two non-graded undergraduate courses that is also coordinated by Office of Student. So who are there in Office of Student? We have Joint Registrar Mr. Ashok Khanduri, Senior Superintendent Mr. Gaurav Nigam. We have two Junior Superintendent Mr. Ganesh Kumavat and Mrs. Trilottama, and then 4 office staff. And it may happen that you need to interact with them often, either over email or over phone, or when you are on campus in person. So these are some of the key persons who are handling the Office of Students activity. Okay, please go to the next slide, Debanjan. Thank you. So as I was talking about these two non-graded courses, which is part of the academic curriculum of undergraduate students. So these two courses, Social Connect and Performing Arts or Sports, this is why I'm talking about this, because we need a lot of help and assistance from the PG students, especially the PhD and MTech PhD students who are receiving their fellowship against teaching assistants. So they become the teaching assistant. They actually assist us in coordinating these activities. So I have just put up some of the pictures where we have organized workshops, brainstorming sessions, and different interaction workshops with professors from outside IIT Jodhpur as well as from IIT Jodhpur. And we have come up with these two very novel courses for undergraduate students. And also in during the course that happens over online platform or in physical mode before the pandemic, we have our PG students, especially PhD students and MTech PhD students as TA for such courses. So they coordinate this. Next slide. Yes. So as a part of these courses, what we do is like we introduce the heritage and culture of the state to undergrad students. So we have organized a lot of heritage walk. We have introduced the folk culture of Rajasthan to our student, and you can understand that as PG student, you are more responsible. So we need your help in managing these undergraduate students. So we request our PG students, not request, this is like their responsibility. They have been given this responsibility from Office of Student and from Office of Academics, that they coordinate such activities along with the faculty members and along with the staff members. Next slide. Yes, thank you. So some of our teachers who come from outside IIT Jodhpur for performing arts and sports classes. So you can see the glimpses of different performing arts session. For example, Bharatnatyam session, Ravan Hatta, which is a Rajasthani folk instrument, tabla, dance, drama, these kind of sessions happens where we invite teachers from outside IIT Jodhpur. They're from different other institutes, either from Jodhpur or from different other parts of Rajasthan. So we need student coordinators to host these teachers. We need to welcome them on campus. We need to make sure that their stay or their visit in the campus is as smooth as possible. And again, in all these work, we need the PG students to take the responsibility. So that's the reason I'm sharing this with all of you, so that you know that where we need MTech PhD and PhD student to coordinate with Office of Student and manage these courses. Next slide. What are the other activities Office of Student manages? There are a lot of outreach activities that Office of Student manage. Now, Office of Student actually only facilitate all these processes. So all these activities are mainly by student members. So students, organizers, and student execute as well. So for example, one of our major outreach activity is EBSB and Rotaract. So you will get to know about these activities in much more detail during the informal session in the evening, or during in the evening we also have a session with the General Secretary Student Senate. So what is EBSB? EBSB is Ek Bharat Shrestha Bharat. Many of you might be knowing this already. This is a Indian government policy under which IIT Jodhpur has been paired up with IIT Guwahati. And because of this particular activity, we already have hosted a group of IIT Guwahati students. Our students from IIT Jodhpur has also visited IIT Guwahati. So during all these activities, actually PG students play a lot of important roles. And also I would like to mention this whole PG orientation is handled by a group of PG volunteers. So when you enter our campus, when you become part of the campus, you would also see, apart from all your academic curriculum, we have already talked about so many important details we have known throughout the morning session about the academic curricular, but you can understand that there are a lot of scope to participate in extracurricular activities and co-curricular activities. So the Rotary Club of IIT Jodhpur, Parivartan IIT Jodhpur, Spikmake IIT Jodhpur, these are some of those kind of activities which gives you ample opportunity to be socially active, to be interactive with others, and to pursue your inclination other than your academics. Next slide. Debanjan, please move to, yes. Thank you so much. Please go back to the previous slide. Please go back to the previous slide. Thank you. So now I would like to give you a glimpse of our campus as well as the various student activities. I must also thank the photography club students. I have used their photographs without any hesitation as my slide background. So the current photograph that you are seeing as the background of my slide is our campus photograph. So you can see the campus is amazing. It's very beautiful. So other than 2 months in summer, this campus gives you some very nice glimpse of nature. So if you are inclined to photography, you will find it as an heaven. So I'll give you some of the glimpses of our student activities on campus through lenses. That means there will be a lot of photographs, and all these photographs are actually captured by our own students. Next slide. Okay, so now since I'm talking about so much of student activities and extracurricular activities other than your academic program, academic curriculum, I must also say why I am saying this. So once Mahatma Gandhi said that by education I mean an all-round drawing of the best in child and man in body, mind, and spirit. So when you talk about body, mind, and spirit, this wholesome development can only happen when you participate in extracurricular activity and co-curricular activity besides your academic curriculum. So it is not just your academic program, not just your bookish knowledge, but it's all these after school involvement in different societies, in different after school programs that develops you as a complete human being. It gives you the confidence, it makes you the leader of the future. So not just academic programs, but all kinds of activities like physical activities or social activities will actually give you the strength to be physically strong and also mentally strong. And that is what we need for future leaders. Next slide. So these are the different student co-curricular and extracurricular activities that you can expect when you come on campus, or even when you are associated with the institute through this online platform. So we have cultural and literary activities, we have design, arts, we have sports, we have science and technology, innovation, entrepreneurship, sports and games, and many more. Next slide. Okay, so we have recently we have reframed our student constitution. This student constitution will be shared with all of you as the new entrant. You can go through the constitution. This is completely done by students themselves. So we had a group of students who came up with this constitution, obviously with me as well as our faculty team who have constantly guided them. What we have is we have three student bodies: Student Senate, Student Activity Council, and Academic and Co-Curricular Activity Council. So these two councils takes care of the planning, execution of different student activities, and also looks after the different student facilities that are there on campus. The Academic and Co-Curricular Activity Council makes sure that innovation, entrepreneurship, or career development, alumni relations, this becomes integral part of student development. Similarly, Student Activity Council or SAC makes sure that all the different student festivals are organized properly, or they come up with the different extracurricular events that are organized by students. Then on top of it, we have another parallel body, which is Student Senate. And Student Senate is one of the most important student body on campus. It's a complete student body. We have General Secretary, Student Senate, and the different vice presidents of different boards. These boards are under the councils, and the boards actually maintains the different student activities. You will be coming to know about all these in more details and in a more informal way when a General Secretary Student Senate addresses the new students in the evening session. Also during the informal session and breakout session, you can talk about this with your seniors and with your institute mates. Next slide. Okay, so when I talk about boards and societies, what are the different boards? I have just given some of them. I have not listed all of them. There are several because there's a time constraint. So we should make sure that we are on time and you have your lunch on time. So we have sports and games, art and culture, literary affairs, innovation and entrepreneurship, academic interaction. So I'll just talk about the academic interaction. This is a board where the students have ample opportunity to talk and give their suggestions, their feedback on the different academic programs. So when the institute introduces a new academic program or there are some modifications in course curriculums or additions of new courses, we also give the students a chance to hear them. What is their suggestion or their feedback? That happens through the board of academic interaction. Next slide. Okay, so I would actually, Debanjan, you can move these slides little fast. So we have Sports and Game Society, where we have IIT Sports Meet as one of the major event. Next. We have Cultural and Literary Society. You can see all these figures through which I'm trying to show you that what are the different festivals that we organize, what are the different societies we have. So IGNAS is one of our festivals. Design and arts, we have animation, fine arts, frame, photography, all that. Next. Science, technology, and innovation. So this is something important. This is co-curricular activities that you will be having through the Academic and Co-Curricular Activity Council. You have aero modeling, astronomy, electronics, robotics, programming, science club. These are the different societies and clubs where you have ample opportunity to pursue your co-curricular activities. Next slide. Okay, so as I said already, we also have these academic interaction and entrepreneurship, innovation and entrepreneurship. So you will see there are societies or boards that will help you to develop your communication skill, personality development, career planning and development, entrepreneurship. Next. Yes, so I'm almost reaching the end of the session. So I'll just give you some of the glimpses, like what are the different festivals that we have. We have IGNAS, which is our annual cultural festival. We have Virasat, which is a Spikmakke annual festival. I am sure that many of you know about Spikmakke, and in the evening we have a specific Spikmakke session. So please attend this session. In August, we are going to have Virasat. We are hosting Virasat for 2 or 3 days. So be part of it. Actually, we need a lot of help from PG students. We need PG volunteers for organizing, executing these events. Then we have AFTA, which is our literary festival, which is a intra IIT festival, whereas IGNAS is inter college festival, where you actually host a lot of students from outside IIT Jodhpur also. Spandan Framed Promethew is our tech fest, which is a technical festival. Nimble is also a technical festival, but it is once again within the institute. Then we have Virtus, which is our sports festival. So these are various festivals that we have. To end, I must say I welcome all of you on behalf of Office of Students, on behalf of the organizing committee of PG Orientation, on behalf of the institute, and on my personal behalf, a very warm welcome with open hand, with open arms. We welcome you. And if you have any queries or question, you can drop in the chat box. I'll be happy to answer. Also, in the breakout session, you can ask questions or clarify your doubts. And in informal sessions, you will have a chance to talk to your seniors and your student members of IIT. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Pal. So we have one question from the chat box. If the new PhD students are allowed to return to campus?
Okay, so right now, considering the pandemic situation, we are maintaining a limited number of students on campus. So right now we have kind of come up with a policy that will only have 50% students on campus. So we have started our slots. In slots, a handful of students are coming back on campus. So right now, being a new PG student, you will get the chance, but may not be in this semester, maybe in the coming semester. So we'll make sure that in coming semester you will be able to join the campus so that you can visit our campus also. So may not be in this semester, but next semester for sure.
Thank you. I would like to request all the students to join the breakout session after this current session, and you can actually interact with the faculty members as well as students and get your doubts clarified there. Thank you. So with this, we have reached the end of this session. Hopefully we have delivered what we promised at the beginning, and you have all gotten useful insights about IIT Jodhpur. I thank all the speakers and the audience again for joining today. I request all the students and parents to come back and join the next session, Samanvay, at 2:30 p.m. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We'll wait for a few minutes more so that more people can join us, and then start the third session of the day.
All right, let's get started. So, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Nirmal Lo. I'm assistant professor in the Department of Chemical Engineering. So today I'll be hosting the third session, which is called Samanvay, in this PG orientation program. So first of all, welcome all of you for the second half of the PG orientation program. So this session, Samanvay, is essentially aims to help the student to coordinate with the institute and the society at large. So we will basically have an overview. So let me share the program curriculum with you. So we will be sharing virtual campus tour with you, and in these we will show the campus via a video which is made by our team, students team here. And after that we will have Dr. Ramesh Matre, who is chairman of student hostel Warden County. He will be telling you about the hostels and the student facilities in IIT Jodhpur. After that, we have our Deputy Librarian Dr. Kashima Prakash, and she'll be talking about the library facilities in IIT Jodhpur. And the last, at the end of this program, this session, we will have Dr. Rajlakshmi Chauhan from the Department of Electrical Engineering. And she'll be talking about the online education and the teaching and learning methods in IIT Jodhpur at present. So first we will go ahead and show you a virtual tour, which is basically a video. And that video is made by a student team from the Ek Bharat Swachh Bharat team. And I will allow Sonal, who is also a co-host in this, and she will start the video, and please enjoy. Sonal, over to you.
Thank you, sir. Please confirm if the video is visible.
Not yet. I'm only seeing a blank screen. Hold on.
Is it not yet visible?
No, not yet. I'm seeing a black screen.
I'll try to reshare it once.
Sonal, I'm just seeing a black screen with the audio on. I mean, is it just me or everybody else can see it?
Black.
Sorry,
Yes, you
black
are right,
also.
sir.
Okay.
It's not visible.
I mean, at least not to
It's
me.
visible, sir.
Okay.
Okay, if
Just give
it's
me a
visible to everybody, then please go ahead.
No, it is not
Sorry,
visible.
it's
In fact,
not
even at
visible to
the
everyone.
Okay.
Okay, okay. Just give me a second. Is the video visible now?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so
So I hope you guys enjoyed the video. That's a glimpse of the campus that you have seen. I mean, this is a little old video. We have actually a well furnished health center now, as well as many of the new department has come up. So you will get to know it better once you are on the campus. And without further ado, I then go to the next part of the program. So in this part, we will invite Dr. Ramesh Maitre, who is a assistant professor in chemistry department and is the chairman of Student Hostel Warden Committee. And he will enlighten you about the hostel and student facilities on campus. Over to you, Dr. Maitre.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Nirmalan. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are. Perfect.
Yeah, okay. So let me just share the screen. Yeah, I hope my screen is visible to all.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so good afternoon to everyone. And first of all, many congratulations to you for securing this your admission to postgraduate programs at IIT Jodhpur. Myself Ramesh Maitre, Chairman Student Hostel Wardens Committee. And in this session, I'll briefly talk about hostels and student facilities available at the institute. Right, so just now you had this nice virtual tour of the campus, right? So I'm just going to focus on a few more points. So as you all know that the IIT Jodhpur campus is a fully residential campus and there are 12 hostels which has a student accommodation capacity of almost 2,500 students with separate girls hostel facility. Right, then the hostel building is again a state-of-art insulated building, and hence it provides this comforting environment throughout the year. Then there is a single occupancy, air-cooled rooms will be provided to each student, and then again each room will have basic furniture like table, chair, bed, and almirah. Again, every hostel room is again fully connected via LAN as well as Wi-Fi internet connections. Then there are various facilities available such as housekeeping, laundry services, as well as any issues with the maintenance, those are also being taken care of. There are common rooms which are available for indoor recreational activities, as well as there are various sports grounds which are available for outdoor activities, which includes your cricket, football, and badminton, etc. And then, of course, each hostel is also surrounded by nice lush green area where students can have their group discussions and other activities as well. Particularly for PG students, if they are married, so they may still avail this married accommodation, but of course then this is again subject to availability on the campus. So these facilities are basically created keeping in view with the holistic development of a student, right? Considering starting from your dietary as well as nutritional as well as your sports requirement. So these facilities are created basically for overall students development. So these are the hostel buildings, right from the bottom you can see this hostel facade, and these are the entrance basically of the each hostel. Now what you are seeing is, with these entrance help desk are basically again coated with different colors. So again it has to something to do with different themes of hostels. And then each entrance hostel is also having the space for visitors if any student they do intend to meet visitors in the area. Right, so each hostel is again equipped with this different common rooms again for various purpose. So first one can call it as a TV room, or if you look at these walls which are having also these notice boards. So these are basically essentially these are multi-purpose room where students can enjoy watching movies or matches, and also maybe indulge in some kind of a group discussion activity, right? Then we also have this, each hostel is again equipped with this reading room. Again, these reading rooms are state-of-the-art reading rooms where you have all these amenities. Then each hostel is also equipped with these gymnasiums. This gymnasium, again, as you can see in this picture, these are again a state-of-the-art gymnasium where it is well equipped with your basic facilities, and student can avail this facility to stay healthy and maintain his or her physique. Yeah, so this is a dining hall. So this dining services is available on the campus, and then dining hall will provide good quality food, of course regularly monitored by these wardens committee for these hygienes and nutritional values, and again it will be provided at very reasonable cost. You can also see some of the pictures of this kitchen area, right, which is again very maintained, very neat and clean. And again, the kitchen is also equipped with the state-of-the-art equipments. Yeah, these are some few more pictures of this dining hall showing this adequate refrigeration facilities available, right? So there are facilities which are again available for storage of these particularly separate non-veg as well as veg items. This food court, that is canteen facility, is also available on campus, again which serves this veg as well as non-veg food, and it does provide this fresh juices as well as various other snacks till late hours in the night. Yeah, so this is about your housekeeping and security services available at the hostel. So the campus of IIT Jodhpur is secured throughout the day. The institute has round-the-clock dedicated professional security arrangement on campus, right? And also every hostel is manned with one security guard at the entry and exit of the hostel. Girls hostel has a separate entrance and is again manned by the female security guards. And again, besides this, there is also a functional women's cell which can take care of matter related to harassment and insecurity, and they can always contact to convener of the women's cell for the same. Right. So particularly this during this pandemic, this institute was functional with all the COVID protocols available. We have taken care for those COVID protocols, and I'll just take you through some of those through these slides. Right. So as we can see here, this hostel dining area, so which was again sanitized on a regular basis. Right. All those particularly those touch points, and to avoid this further crowding, the staggered entry of the student was encouraged using slot system. Then there was also this token system which was followed to avoid this crowding as well as to maintain the social distancing. Apart from this, IIT Jodhpur has also created this isolation facility. So we have two isolation facility, one for boys and the other for girls student, and there is a one hostel which is converted into super isolation facility. Right. So for particularly these isolation facilities and super isolation facilities, there is continuous housekeeping and sanitization is being carried out. That is, and this operation is happening round the clock. Yeah, thermal screenings of these all staff members as well as visitors are carried out at regular intervals. Again, this is in compliance with the COVID protocols. Yeah, so these are related to your dining hall area where multiple service counters are opened just to ensure that there is no crowding, right? And there are dedicated glass counters basically are maintained for the food service. Yeah, again, this token system is also used to ensure that there is no crowding in the dining hall at any given point. Right, so these are basically facility available for outdoor recreational activities at IIT Jodhpur. So these facilities involve synthetic track, football field, then there's a state-of-the-art hockey ground, tennis court, basketball court. There are cricket practice pitches available, right? So you must have had this during your virtual tour of the campus. So I'm just putting here these pictures for a representational purposes. And then there are various inter-college and intra-college sport activities, which happens throughout the year, which is organized by, again, student bodies of the institute. Right, so this hostel management is being looked after by student hostel warden committee. So myself, Ramesh Maitre, who is the chairman of this SSWC, and also faculty in charge of this isolation facility. Then I'm assisted by 3 more colleagues, which are namely Dr. Arpit Khandelwal, Dr. Romi Banerjee, and Dr. Durga Madhav Mishra. At the ground level, we have been assisted by these hostel office staff members, namely Chandan Singh, Ms. Apeksha Mathur, Dinesh Kumar, and Ganesh Kumawat. And at ground level operations, these facility management services are taken care by our OYO campus LLP. So in case of any issues, be it electrical, civil, or let us say even for dining hall services, so student has only, they just need to log in their complaints with the help of this OYO campus app, which will raise their tickets, and any issue related, be it maintenance or let us say dining services, which will be resolved in a time span of day or 2. Yes, but then this is something we expect from you, right? Particularly there are hostel norms, and I urge all of you to go through these hostel norms. These are also available at the institute website, right? So all these students, residents of this hostel, they are expected to follow these hostel norms. So I'm not going to read each one of these here, but then I would urge all of you to go through at least once these norms, which are available at the Office of Student webpage at the institute website. Right. Again, there are certain code of conducts, and then the students should refrain themselves, with indulgence into such activity. So particularly, they are expected to maintain this code of conduct of cleanliness, right? Mental health, they should not disturb other residents, other students, right? This can come from even, the simple playing loud noise. So students are advised not to, indulge in such activities. They should have mutual respect with fellow students, and also they should abide by all these legal activities. Right. So again, these few more code of conducts, it is expected from students that they should refrain themselves from getting into all these activities which are strictly prohibited, starting from ragging, any kind of sexual harassment, any kind of use of prohibited substance such as alcohol or any other substance, right? Again, use of motorized vehicle is only permitted for married students, for their family purpose. But again, these married students are not expected to, loan this vehicle to, let us say, other students, for any purpose. Again, campus is smoking free, so it is not advisable to indulge in such activities, right? Again, interaction with media and online activities, there is a proper channel for the same, and the student can avail if they need to involve in any of this activity related to these online and media activities. Right, so that's all for these hostels and student facilities as of now. Once again, wish you good luck and thank you all. And if you have any queries, so in remaining few times, maybe we have another 5 to 10 minutes. So if you have any queries, you can drop in those queries in the chat box. Maybe I can take up few of those queries if I can. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Maitre, for this nice presentation. So I urge the students, if you have any queries, please ask Dr. Maitre, and he is the right person to answer your queries regarding hostel facilities and this.
Yeah, I can already see some of the queries in the chat box. When will hostel open for MTech students? See, particularly MTech and PhD, apart from their first semester, basically, as of now, with the current guidelines, they are allowed to stay back on the campus, right? So first semester, it will take some time. But other than that, all those PhD and MTech students are allowed to stay back in the campus. And then we have already started bringing these students in a batch-wise manner, right? So slots have been already opened. So you will be informed accordingly. Yeah, again, second query is related to same. Can we join the hostel for this semester for MTech? Yeah, as I said, after first semester, students will be, called in the campus. Yeah, details of these newspaper and magazines available in the hostel are, there at each hostel help desk. You can get those details. Even which magazine or newspaper, even students can decide. There is a student body for each hostel, so they can always decide their own list. So there is no restriction on the same. There is a separate gym for boys and girls. Yes, each hostel is equipped with gymnasium. So girls hostel, they have their own gym. Boys hostel, they have their own gym. Yeah, international student hostel accommodation is available. Will MTech students also get a single room? Yes, all the students will be getting single room.
Can I ask something? I'm from international student from Indonesia. I want to ask about the hostel for international student. Is if I come to India, is hostel available or
Yes,
not?
yes. Hostel will be available. Hostel accommodation will be provided.
Okay, and then where should I report for arrival on campus and in hostel?
Yeah, that is for sure. This department they will take care of it. The department you are enrolled in will surely guide you for the same.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, this will be my first semester in PhD, and I want to know if I can come to campus. I think first semester, as of now, I think I'm not sure whether they will be allowed. But after first semester, because they will be primarily engaged in their coursework, right? So as of now, the institute policy, what we have received is that I think apart from first semester, I think all of the semester students are allowed.
Sir, I have one question. Hello.
Yeah, please go
Am I
ahead.
audible?
I don't know who is speaking, but please go ahead. Please go ahead, and if I can answer.
Yes. So, my name is Prince, sir. I am troubleshooting with this medical certificate because due to the pandemic, a lot of crowd in there in the hospital. So, can I submit it later?
I think this kind of decision regarding documentation, I'm not the right person to comment on it. But I think there must be these mechanisms where they will consider this. But I'm not sure whether I can answer you at this point.
And sir, another problem is regarding the character certificate. I did my master's from Tezpur Central University, and there was a lockdown there. So the character certificate I can't provide from my last institution. last educational institution.
No, I agree, but then you see, I'm not the right person to comment on this documentation part. Maybe Office of Academics, yeah, they will help you with this.
Yeah, so exactly, Prince, you should contact Office of Academics. They will exactly tell you where to get which, and it's not that you have to get the certificate of characters from your previous institution. You can get it from other places as well. So, for example, I think there are options for local, like your high school or other places where from which you can get it.
Actually, sir,
But please
last
contact
I
the.
was working in IIT Delhi, so can I take a certificate from IIT Delhi itself?
So please abide by the guidelines given by the institute, and for that, please contact the academic section, the PG academic section, and they will tell you exactly who can give you such certificates. Okay.
Okay,
So
okay.
don't worry about it. As long as you are registered, it should not be a problem. Just inform them that there are some issues. We will consider.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah, also I can see non-veg mess is also there. It is they are asking, yes, this non-veg food items are available in both dining hall as well as this food court. Water filters, yes, each hostel is equipped with this RO water filters, so students need not worry for this. Yeah, whom to contact for part-time students if they plan to come for short period. Yeah, so these kind of queries will be dealt with, dealt by this office of students. So you can contact office of students. Yeah, students with both the doses of vaccination can get any priorities during first semester. Yeah, I think this is again, as of now, we have not received any such guideline. I mean, student hostel warden committee, but I think apart from first semester, I think all other students are allowed. Yes, married student accommodation is available, as I mentioned. But yeah, sometimes whenever there is a queue, so it is subjected to availability. But yeah, in most cases it is available. So this additional dining fee, I do not know what exactly you are referring to. But see, dining fee is collected at the start of the semester, right? And at the end of the semester, it is again refunded to each student. So any excess amount, it will be refunded.
Any other questions?
Yeah, queries related to hostel facility. I mean, you can raise. There are other queries I can see which, Office of Academics and maybe Office of Student, the more precisely they will be able to answer.
Okay, so if there are no more questions, we will move ahead and go for the next session, which is the discussion on the library facilities, and that will be informed to you by our Deputy Librarian, Dr. Kashima Prakash. So I will now invite you, Dr. Kashima Prakash, to introduce yourself and talk to the students about the library facilities in IIT Jodhpur. Over to you.
Hi, am I visible?
Yes.
Hi, very good afternoon. I am Dr. Kshema Prakash, the Deputy Librarian at IIT Jodhpur. I welcome all the newly registered students to the campus and in particular to the library. As you know, these days we are almost functioning virtual. So what I'll do is I'll quickly share the library facilities with you. by way of a couple of slides, and then I'll walk you through the library website, which is a major host of all the resources. So, okay. You're able to see the screen?
Yes, ma'am, it's right here.
Yeah, it is visible.
It's visible, right? Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Right. So the library on campus of IIT Jodhpur is called the Learning Hub, and this building is just behind the admin building, the main building of the institute. And it's taking a bit of time to load. Yeah. So let's walk through what has library got to offer to you. I'll take you through the different sections. For example, I'll give you a brief introduction and then the services and facilities that are offered by the IIT Jodhpur Library and the various resources that are available through library and the resource guides that the library prepares for you students and whom can you contact for queries and technical support. So roughly speaking, these are the services and facilities that the IIT Jodhpur Library offers to the students that are member services, circulation services. Member services are basically your membership registrations. There is an online form. I'll share the link with you, and also the Office of Academics has been requested to share the link with you to create your online membership. And circulation services that take care of the check-in and check-out of books, that is the physical books, the print books. Reference and information service, for example, if you have any queries regarding finding, for example, where do you find material on a particular topic, we'll try and be helpful to you for whatever extent we can. And then there is interlibrary loans. The interlibrary loans are that service wherein, supposing if the library doesn't have a particular book on your requirement, which that kind of a book can be loaned out, loaned in rather. It can be borrowed from the libraries in our professional network from other IITs or some other universities wherever the book exists. But it's on a short term. You request us for the book and then we place the request further ahead, check who has the book and then loan it out for you for say 10 days and then you complete your work and send it back to that library. That is loan between the libraries. That's why it's called interlibrary loan. And document delivery service, wherein those research papers or technical reports that which you are not able to access through the library subscriptions, you can request a copy for it through document delivery service. There is an online form which is linked up on the library website. I'll take you through the library website in a little while. You can request for copies of those and we'll try to provide them on a similar basis by requesting the other libraries. Then course reserves and book bank are facilities. Book bank is basically for undergraduate students, not for PG students. Course reserves is something which is on campus, on physical premises of library. 2 copies of textbooks are always kept in course reserves and they are available for on-site consultation. And then there is this current awareness service. It is a service wherein we let you know through the various social media platforms of library and library online catalog that whatever new books have been acquired by the library, you'll find information about them periodically whenever we get books. And then digital library, which means a host and a range of resources linked up on the library website, which you can access on campus as well as off campus. This particular thing, the off-campus access to the library resources, is a very important thing for you, because if you are not on campus and if you are inside, I mean, if you're staying outside the campus somewhere, whether at comfort of your home or somewhere else, we will give you credentials to access the resources through a remote access ID. That is very important for you. I'll let you know the details further ahead. So to briefly let you know about the resources that the IIT Jodhpur Library presently houses or enjoys access are 13,000 plus print books, the details of which are available on online catalog. This is the link and I'll take you to the catalog actually. And we also have a growing collection of 500 plus ebooks on various topics taught in different courses. And these, once again, they are available on these platforms: EBSCO, ProQuest, and Cambridge University Press, Oxford University Press, Taylor & Francis, and Wiley InterScience, or Academic Press, etc. And then there are full text journal resources. There is a plethora of journals which are accessible to library, ranging in different disciplines like sciences, engineering, humanities and social sciences, and arts per se, and also some full text journal databases. And you also have access to research databases like Scopus, Web of Science, which are indexing and citation databases. And for chemistry students particularly, SciFinder, MathSciNet for mathematics students, and a couple of general research databases like Economic and Political Weekly Research Foundation's India Time series, India Stat, that's a statistics database, etc. And then we also facilitate the students with research support tools like, the plagiarism detection tool, that is Turnitin, which is very popular among academia, where the students are supposed to upload their coursework or assignments to check, and also the published, the published ready papers to check for your plagiarism content or similarity index. We actually enjoy access to two plagiarism detection tools. One is Turnitin and the other is Original. Earlier it was known as Shodshuddhi or Urkund. We also provide you with research writing support tools like Grammarly, and as I said, remote access. Once you fill in your library membership form and provide the details, your membership will be created automatically into the plagiarism detection tools and remote access tools. For Grammarly, you can use your institute email ID and register for Grammarly account. And then for casual reading like newspapers and some periodicals, light-hearted reading, there is Pressreader. You can check Pressreader. Okay. You can visit the library website and fill your membership registration form. I'll show you the link. Once this gets created, you will be able to access everything available online with the library. So this is the email ID of library where you can contact us, office_library. And this is the telephone number. And you can also chat with us through the chat bot on our website. Now let's go to the library website. Are you able to see the library website?
Not yet.
Not yet? Okay. I think it's taking a bit of time here. Looks like there's some problem with the WebEx.
got stuck or something. Can you reshare the whole thing once again?
Yeah. I'm trying to do that. Actually, I think it got hanged with for some reason.
Seems like there is a technical glitch. Please be patient with us.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm so sorry that somehow this got disconnected. They're able to see me, right? So I can.
Yeah,
I can.
we can see you.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll quickly take you to the. So yes, coming back to the library website, I hope this is visible.
It is visible now.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm sorry for the delay. Yeah, so library.it.in is the library website address. You can go to this and this window shows you the library online catalog. You can search for books of your interest by entering the names or names of authors or titles. I can quickly show you this. It will take you to the library catalog. So this is how the library catalog appears. I just searched for some books on CMOS, analog circuits and all. So it's giving you results here. Coming back to the library website, down below of the library OPAC window, you'll be able to see the list of resources. These are online resources, full text journals that are linked in here. This is a list of journals. What you can do is, as I said, you can go to the remote access. All of you students, since you are probably off the campus, you will receive your login ID and password for remote access. Once you log into this iitj.remoteaccess.in, the link is very much visible on the library website. You can go here, remote access portal, research support tools, remote access portal, and log into this. You will be taken to this kind of a page. After the dashboard, you can go to home. You will be getting this kind of a page. So when you go to the e-resources and click on databases, you'll be able to see a complete list of databases that are linked in here. Sorry, it logged off. All the resources of your interest, all the full text journals, these are journals. Down below journals are ebooks, and then the databases. You'll be able to find links to these databases. And once you go through this page, you'll be able to access all the subscribed resources of IIT Jodhpur library. Now, this is one part. The other part of this is those papers or resources that you are unable to access from here, that is those which are not subscribed by us, you can request for us, as I said, through interlibrary loan or request form like book borrowing request form. Those books which you want to borrow from outside, you can click here and fill the form and it comes to us. Similarly, for copies of articles, you can click here, the online form. This is the book borrowing request form and this is the article request form. It's here. Right. And then I'll also show you the library membership form. Yeah. So this is the library membership form which you're supposed to fill in and send it to us. Once you send this, we'll create your membership and let you know the credentials. Also, the research support tools that I was talking about are listed in here. You can access from here. And then we have prepared some resource guides. Like, for example, how to access these resources. What do these resources consist of? What kind of resources? For example, are they journals or they databases or the technical reports? What do they consist of? That kind of help information you'll get here. And then we have listed out some important very useful tools like academic search engines through which you can find out various resources, open access resources from where you can access the freely accessible and openly accessible content. Then there are catalogs of other IITs and ICERs which may be of interest to you. Supposing if you don't get a book here, you can check their catalogs and let us know it's available there. Can you borrow it for us? That also can be done. Off-campus access tool, remote access that I was talking about. You can read about this here, how to use this facility. Through this, what can you do, what can you get? And then plagiarism detection tool, that is Turnitin. This is very important for you because once you are into a PG program, you are supposed to learn to use these plagiarism detection tools. And often, the students get stuck while uploading their content and then they are confused in a way. So there are instructions for you, and we will also be sharing all the relevant guides through forms of PPTs or PDFs. You can look into them and come back to us for assistance. Writing support tool, that is Grammarly. We have given you the steps to create your account in it. And reference management tools which are available to us through Web of Science. You can access EndNote, you can create your account, Mendeley and Zotero. And then there are citation guides or style guides. You can access them from here. Style guides are nothing but how to cite the articles that you have referred to in your work. There are certain styles for every discipline. For example, in chemistry, ACS is the authentic style guide which is used. And in engineering, mostly they follow IEEE style. So once you actually start your coursework and the courses and program, the teaching, the classroom learning, you will be able to understand what a style guide means and how to follow a style in citation. And then the article request form that I was talking to you about. Those papers which you are unable to find here, you can ask us to get a copy for you. All right. So this is about the resources and resource guides. Yeah. And then this website gives you a lot of information about what is going on in the library, what is latest and what is it that we are doing for you, and how we are providing services during this pandemic period. If there are any new resources, that will also be written here that you'll get to know about. And this is about the regular service hours and when are we open, when are we closed. And then these are the contact information. Right? So for any queries, you can directly contact us by email, phone, or the chatbot. Whichever way you like, you can contact us. This is the chatbot. So this pink color thing, this is the chatbot. You can send your queries here. All right, I guess I'm pretty much done with whatever I wanted to let you know. Yes. There are any queries, I'll be happy to take.
Now you can ask your queries to Dr. Prakash. Either type it in the chat box or you can unmute yourself and talk.
Library access time for students. Yeah, it's for on campus access, it is from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. 9 to 8. How can the first semester students who won't get to come to college access the library books? Print books you cannot access. That is why we have given you access to the e-books. I showed you through the library website how to go about for e-books. Once you have filled your membership form, you'll get your remote access IDs, and through that you can access. For filling membership form, we need IITJ email ID. We have not received it yet. That you'll receive very soon. Very soon you'll get. Once you get it, you can fill the form. Anything else? By using interlibrary loan facility, do we have to pay certain amount of book price? No, no, no. This is interlibrary loan means we are borrowing the book for a few days. We don't have to pay the book price. It's just the speed post or whatever modus operandi we are using for getting the book, and that is not taken from the students. Will we be shared all these steps and details once we complete? Yes, sure. You will. You'll get all the details, and wherever the guides to use certain resources are, we think that mostly the Turnitin guide you should all be reading. We will send you that also, and we'll send you a link of the library website. Everything is there on the website. You just have to explore. That's all. And if you don't find anything there, always you are free to write, chat, talk, call, do anything, but we are ready to help you. Okay? Yeah. Number of books you can issue at a time. PG students can issue about 5 to 6 books at a time. And there are varying different periods for say, if it is a textbook, it is 7-day period, and if it's a general book, it is 14-day period, the time of issue and return. There is a library brochure also that is available. We will have you send it once your membership is created. Ebooks anyway, see, there is no limit for ebooks because they are all accessed over the internet. You will be reading on screen. Yes. Please tell me. Do we need to apply separately for remote access? You don't need to. Your credentials will be emailed to you once your membership is created. It is automatic. Ebooks, there is no question of issuing only. It's on-screen reading. Only chapters you can download. Therefore, there is no limit. Okay. Is there something else I can help you with?
If there are no questions, let's thank Dr. Prakash once again. Thank you for a very enlightening tour of the library.
Thank you, Dr. Nirmalya. Will physical copies of books be couriered to us if needed? No, this facility we are not giving. When you're on campus, you can borrow from here. So thank you so much, Dr. Nirmalya, for coordinating this session. I'm sorry for the technical glitch in between.
Okay.
I guess I have covered whatever is required to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
So shall I take leave? Thank you.
Sure, sure. Thank you. So our next guest is Dr. Rajlakshmi Chauhan. She will be talking to you about the online education and teaching and learning methods. Unfortunately, she is a bit delayed. We'll wait for some time for her. In fact, we are running a little early. We are kind of ahead of the schedule. So kindly wait with us. Once Dr. Chauhan joins, we can resume the session once again. Right. So we have Dr. Rajlakshmi Chauhan with us. So she is a, assistant professor in the Department of Electrical Engineering, and today she will be discussing about the online education and teaching and learning methods with you. Over to you, Dr. Chauhan.
Hi, Nirmalya. Thank you. So the session was from 4 o'clock, right?
Yeah, somehow we kind of ran a little early.
Okay, okay. So then just give me 2 minutes to set things up.
Absolutely. Sure.
All right. So thank you so much, Dr. Nirmalya Bachar, for inviting me here. Hello, everyone. My name is Rajlakshmi Chauhan. I'm as he said, I'm a faculty member in the Electrical Engineering Department, and I'm here in the capacity of a member of the Coordination Committee for Online Education. And as you all are already aware that, like right now, for most of you, this semester is going to be online, and the process of learning and attending classes online is significantly different than how it is in a physical classroom. So what we're going to discuss in this session is just, I'm going to give you a brief overview of what
I guess there is some glitch. She'll be joining soon.
first tell you about the virtual meeting classroom.
Rajlakshmi, there was in between there was some cut. So can you like restart from the slide? So
okay,
the
okay. So
audio got.
my voice is it breaking up in between?
No. So in between it got stuck somewhere. So just from the beginning of the slide, if you can resume. Some technical problem we are facing the whole day. So sorry about that. You are not audible again.
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, now you are.
Okay, I wasn't earlier, right? Okay, fine. So could you tell me, Nirmalya, till where were you able to hear?
So just at the beginning of in this session, and then it got cut. So basically.
Okay. So what I was saying was that in this session, I will give you a walkthrough. The first thing would be the virtual classroom that you would be using. The second would be the learning management system that you'd be using mostly, and then how you can prepare yourself for these classes and evaluation as well. We'll at the end also go through like a couple of 3D spaces. I'll show you one, and you're free to explore more of them. Right. So again, if you may be familiar with many of these tools already. So just bear with me at least till the end, where we will go through some 3D platforms. Okay. So I'm assuming that since most of you who are freshers, like you're right out of your bachelor's or right out of your master's, you have attended the last 1 year online already, right? So you may be familiar with this already, but let's just very quickly go through these platforms. Some of the things that you should keep in mind beforehand is to create a study workspace for yourself. If you haven't already, Make sure you keep aside one comfortable workspace for you at your home, and you should attend all classes from that one place, and you reserve that place for your classes, okay, so that you can actually emotionally separate out your workspace, your working area, as opposed to your leisure area, or where you have fun, right? So that it will just create this mental picture for you that, okay, now this is where you've got to be serious. This is where you need to listen carefully. What are you going to need here? You will need a laptop. Please make sure you attend all classes from laptop. Only in case of like some real emergency where there's no power or your laptop got shut down or something happened, you can join from phone. But most of your courses will require you to join from laptop, because there would be some programming exercises or some demonstrations or some other kind of response needed from you, which will require a laptop. Okay, a high-speed internet connection. Now, I know that this is not always possible at all times, but try as much as possible to maintain your data, right? So if you have a broadband connection, really good. If you don't, please try to get a connection which is a broadband connection, which is at least say 4G connection. Okay. You also need headphones or earphones for listening to the lectures or the discussions, especially if you are in a shared space. So obviously you are at home, and not everybody would be able to arrange for a separate space all the time, 24 hours, right? So if you have to attend classes in a shared space where your parents are around, your siblings are around, or anybody else is around, make sure you always have your headphones and earphones with you so that you can pay attention and concentrate. You need a webcam and microphone for all interactions. Normally, we would suggest webcam to be off during session so that we can save bandwidth. But if you have an excellent bandwidth, you want to keep your camera on, there's no problem at all. Please keep the microphone off so that there is no disturbance from your end to the class. And make sure you have the necessary study material. Means when the classes start and you find out from the instructor what all elements will be used, what all platforms, say some software would be used, make sure that you arrange for that. Right? So you have all those things installed in your laptop. This should be done on the first day of the class itself. Meanwhile, if you have any questions, please feel free to write on chat. Okay. I'm also keeping an eye on the chat. I'll come to it at the end. I'll come to the answers at the very end, but you're free to keep asking. What are the elements of the online classes? One is the classroom meeting platform, where you would meet your instructor in person during a live session, in a synchronous session. And that platform would be either Google Meet or WebEx. WebEx is what we are using right now. The other one, which is very commonly used in the institute, is Google Meet. Now, since the institute has a suite, Google Education Suite, Enterprise Edition, we primarily use Google products in terms of Google Classroom, Google Meet. Our email ID is also Google-based, right? So Google Meet is the other very common classroom meeting platform that we will be using. So this is like your classroom where you'll come and meet your instructor. The second one is the learning management system, and the one we'll be following is Google Classroom. If your instructor is following something else, that's also all right. So that kind of induction you can have on the first day of your class, but most commonly we will be using Google Classroom. Right? So, one second. Right. So again, many of you may already be familiar with this. With the Google Classroom version, there is a desktop version and there is an app as well. Okay. So make sure that you install both of them. You install the app on your phone and you also use the desktop version. Installing the app on your phone will be very helpful when you are uploading assignments. Okay. So how do you join a Google Classroom? What would happen is, now that I hope now all of you have got your IITJ email IDs, right, at this point. So when the classes will start and your registration is over, you've registered for a course, what will happen is the instructor can either send you an email invitation where you just have to click on a link and you will be added to that classroom, or you don't have your IITJ email IDs yet. Okay, so as soon as you have that, when Office of Academics or Office of Students has given you the IITJ email IDs, you will be either asked to join a classroom via email, via email invitation, and there'll be a link. You click on that and you directly get added to a classroom. Or on the first day of the class, the instructor will show, which will share with you some sort of class code. Okay. So for example, it'll be like some 7-digit mixed alphanumeric code, like something like this, right? And you go to classroom.google.com and then you enter this code and you will be able to join that classroom. Okay, so I have a demo for you here very quickly. We'll go there and we'll come back very quickly. Okay, so don't go there yet, but you can keep a note of this class code. You can note this down, please, 52YPU6I. I'm also going to post it on chat, 52YPU6I. Okay, this is just for demo. So I'm going to that classroom right now. One moment. So what you see right now, you will, so what you need to do in your class would be, you'll go to classroom.google.com, right? And you will enter the class code. So you go to plus over here, the plus sign over here, it says join class, right? Note that this should be done from your IITJ email ID. Means once you have got your IITJ email ID, that is when you go to classroom.google.com, click on this plus sign, click on join class, enter that class code over here, and you will be able to join the class. Okay, so I've created one test classroom. Don't go here yet. Just let me show it to you very quickly. And then when I ask you, that time you can just add this. Okay, so what you will see is this is how a student would see. So suppose Rajlakshmi Chauhan is the instructor. The instructor can post certain messages. And you notice on the left-hand side, it says there is an upcoming assignment which is due 5:30 p.m. today, right? So there is a stream which has all the discussions and messages that get posted. There is a classwork panel. In the classwork tab, you will see what all assignments are assigned to you. So suppose this is assignment 1, you can see it is due 5:30. You click on it. It says write one sentence describing yourself. Let me view the assignment. So note that this is what a student would see. Okay. So this assignment carries 5 points. It is due today evening. This is the time when it was posted. This is the description, right? And you have the option to add class comments. That means whatever you write here will be visible to all the other members of your class, your classmates. You have the option to add a private comment to this post. So this comment will go just to your instructor. The other people will not be able to see this comment, right? Now you say, for instance, you need to submit a Word document, or say you had a written problem which you solved on paper, you scanned it, and then you've uploaded it. So whatever that be, you're going to add that here, okay? Add or create. So here you can take any of these options of adding your file. Okay. Note that right now the status of this assignment is assigned. It is still assigned to you. You haven't submitted it yet, right? You haven't submitted. It is still assigned to you. Once you have uploaded the file, whatever it was, once you've uploaded the file, don't forget to click on mark as done. Okay. Mark as done is the final kind of a submit button from your side, where you say, okay, my assignment is done. So normally what would happen if you suppose try to upload a file here, right? Let me see if I have a document on my desktop. So, okay, let me just say I've taken an image file. This is, by the way, from the orientation that we have day after tomorrow for EE students. So I've uploaded some file. Now it says turn in. Okay, so this is what I meant. Do not forget to turn your assignment in. Okay, if you oftentimes what happens is students upload a file and then they forget to turn it in. It doesn't count as submitted. Okay, so once you've added your file, turn it in and confirm. Okay. So now the status of your assignment has changed to turned in. Okay. You can always, you've made a mistake and you feel like, no, you've got to resubmit it. You can always unsubmit your assignment. So it is going to come back. You can edit it and resubmit, but make sure that this unsubmitting an assignment is actually allowed by your instructor. It should not happen that you do it on your own. Please take your instructor's permission before doing this, right? So more or less, this is the primary use of Google Classroom that you'll be using. This was an assignment. You could have quizzes on Google Classroom, just like this. And those things will, of course, be updated to you by your instructor. So let me go back and continue the presentation. Right. So when it comes to Google Classroom, remember that you should install the app. Remember to hand in or turn in or mark as done. Like mark as done will come when there is nothing for you to upload as such, but you need to confirm that you have completed. Say, for example, if this was a quiz on Google Forms, right? So what happens is the quiz is happening over Google Form. So when you click submit on the Google Form, your quiz is submitted. But here you may need to mark the assignment as done. There is nothing for you to submit as such, but you may need to mark as done. So just keep a note of this, that if you upload a file, remember to turn in. If you do mark as done, you are simply saying that, yeah, I've completed the assignment, but you're not really submitting anything there. So it varies from type to type of assignment your instructor gives you. Make sure that the email notifications are on your Google Classroom so that you do get all notifications about any announcements your instructor makes, any assignments they post, any special comments they make. Okay, so please remember this as well. Feel free to participate in discussions. You must reach out to the instructor over email, or you can contact them through the private comment, or you can also request for a one-to-one meeting after the class, whatever is fine with you. In fact, if the instructor allows, you're welcome to, if they allow, okay, you're welcome to text them, call, but please make sure the instructor has permitted you to do that. The most common way and the most straightforward way to contact the instructor would be over email or via the private comment. Okay, but many a times what would happen is if the instructor has turned off notifications, then sometimes they may not get a notification when you post a comment, right? So it is better you contact over email. Also, please make sure you continuously keep preparing for continuous evaluation, because at IIT Jodhpur, the evaluation has two major components. One is the continuous evaluation, which is throughout the semester. And then there is an end-term, end-sem evaluation, which would have much lesser weightage, right? So it would be, say, for example, 60% of continuous evaluation and 40% of end-term evaluation. So that 60% could be through assignments or projects or quizzes, a lot of other things, right? So please make sure that you're clear about this on the first day of your class itself, and you keep preparing. How would evaluation and exams take place? So continuous evaluation, like I said, could be assignment, quizzes, projects, Viva, depending on your course and the instructor. At the end of the semester, there would be a video proctored end-term exam. And how that goes about that, you'll know when the time comes, right? A few things to note here. Many times, because the whole thing is happening online, we tend to not take it seriously. We are more distracted than we would have in a physical classroom. But please remember that the online class is a real class. Okay, you've got to treat it as a real class. You follow all the decorum that you would have followed in a physical class. You sit upright in a comfortable position with good illumination. If you are the kind of person who takes notes in class, make sure you're sitting upright and taking notes throughout the class, even if the camera is off. I know it's a dream come true, right? To attend a class while lying down or sleeping, or maybe just logging in and going back to sleep. The class is from 11 o'clock, you are up at 10:55, you log in and then you're fast asleep again. Trust me when I say this, it may be fun at first, but then in the long run, you will find that you have missed out on the opportunity that this online mode had given you, right? So please treat it as a serious, real class, follow all the decorum that you would have followed if the class was in person and you were here in campus. Now, while we would love to have you on campus as soon as possible, right? We can't wait to have you on campus, but this is something which is a necessary step that we all have to take together. So the efforts that go on your part and on our part, both are significant. So please make sure that you take it seriously. Also keep your terminal on mute unless you're asking a query or participating in a discussion. If by chance, by mistake, you have put yourself on unmute, and if there's noise coming from your side, it's going to unnecessarily disturb the class. Also, if by mistake you put yourself on unmute, and suppose you were doing something else or watching a movie or something else, everybody's going to find out. So just be careful about that. Use the Q&A option or the raise hand option to raise your queries. Please also, so this Q&A option and raise hand option that I'm talking about is on Google Meet. On WebEx as well, if you're not familiar already, WebEx also has these options of Q&A, of raising hand. So probably right now, if you would want to try out in WebEx itself, do you see an option of raising hand? Do you see an option of reaction on the bottom? So in the reaction, do you see an option of raising hand? You want to try it out right now? Please raise your hand just like that, just for practice. Okay. Yes. So when you raise hand, you can see that there's a raise hand icon that comes next to your name, right? And there are, yes. So Prince Kumar Singh has also showed some reaction. So in the same reaction window, you will also see thumbs up or smiling or waving or applause or those kind of thing. But before you use that, please make sure that your instructor is okay with that. Okay, my point here was essentially to bring to your notice the raise hand option. If you have a question in the middle of the class, you don't want to interrupt the instructor, just raise your hand like this or drop your question on chat. Okay. Look for a Q&A button on the bottom. Do you see, you may see 3 dots, like something like more or something, where it may give you an option of Q&A. Does it show you an option of Q&A? Check that out as well. Post a question here on WebEx. Or you don't see an option of Q&A, right? Right. So normally what would happen is, yeah, I just saw that there is an option. Okay, I am the only one who's not seeing that option, I guess.
No, there's a chat button there. The chat button.
No, the chat button. I'm talking about the Q&A option. So what would happen is that right next to the chat, you will see 3 horizontal dots, right? So normally when you click on that, there should be an option of polling or Q&A as well. So I see the option of polling right now, but I don't see the Q&A option. Okay? But that's fine. So normally you would see that Q&A option. Okay. So just at this point, what I'll do is I'll also do maybe a short demo for Google Meet as well, so that you are familiar with how to make the best use of Google Meet as well. Okay. So one moment again. So I'm going to share my screen and say this is your Google Meet interface, right? And on Google Meet interface, again, please remember that this Google Meet is another video conferencing platform that we commonly use. We have Enterprise Suite, for Google Meet. It's a part of the Google Education Suite. And instructors, only the teachers have certain additional features available, like creating breakout rooms and creating polls, all these things. So here again, I hope you can see this. Let me zoom in a little bit. You see the option of raise hand, right? So you can raise hand here. Now, suppose the class is going on, and let us assume that it's a hybrid mode kind of a class. Okay, so your instructor is in class, is in a physical class. Maybe some of the students are sitting in class and some of you are joining remotely. So let us say there is a screen also being shared. Right now, you may be already familiar with this, but suppose there are multiple screens over here, right? And you want to focus, say on the right here, there is the instructor and the camera of the instructor is on. Suppose there may be another window open where instructor has shared something else and you want to switch between them. So please use this pin option, okay? This pin. So you can pin whichever screen you want to view in full screen. You can pin that screen or you can unpin that screen. So if there are multiple such screens in this layout and you want to focus on one particular screen, you can always pin and then unpin it. Okay. So suppose this is the slide, you want to view the slide in full screen, you want to watch the instructor in full screen, you can switch between the two. There are also these layout options, right? 4 layout options. Auto, then there is a tiled view where everybody will come in a grid. Spotlight, in Spotlight only like the main speaker, and if some screen is being shared, that is the only thing you will see. You will not see the rest of the people. Sidebar is where it's just a type of layout where like the main person, the active speaker, will come on this side, and everything else, if there were more people joined in here, they would have come here. Okay. Make sure that you always join these classes through your IITJ email ID only. Okay, please do not try at all to join these classes from your personal Gmail IDs. Okay, because firstly, you will not be able to join automatically. It is going to pop up like 100 messages for the instructor to admit you into this meeting. And ideally, we will not allow any student to join a class through their personal email ID. Okay? So this is another very important thing that you should keep in mind, that you should join any meeting for that matter, or any class only from your personal IITJ email ID. Okay. One second again. Let me share that again.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, when will receiving the IITJ email ID?
So what I was under the impression was that normally before 19th was your registration, right? Normally before 19th, email ID should have been given, but we can find out perhaps from, if there's anybody from Office of Students here or Office of Academics here in the meeting, ideally it should be given to you maybe by, like, last date of fee payment is I guess 22nd. So before that it should be given to you, your IITJ email IDs. Okay, so the next thing is, we understand that online learning is something which is oftentimes, you feel very isolated, right? You find it very difficult to connect with people because you're communicating with somebody on a two-dimensional plane. You know your friends and your classmates only in the form of these thumbnails which appear on a grid. Right, you don't get that much opportunity to communicate. But so this is where an additional extra effort is needed from the student to reach out. Try your best. Don't hesitate for even a second before reaching out to your instructor. Ask a lot of questions. Try to clarify whatever doubts you have. Right, and even in a live discussion based on whatever protocol your course follows, please participate actively, give your inputs, ask questions, give answers. It's okay if your answer is wrong, it doesn't matter. Also, please don't ever be under the impression that your question is too silly to ask. There would be 20 other people who would be having the same question, and they are also worried that, okay, I cannot ask because I think this will sound stupid. So this is where, in fact, the Q&A option turns out to be very, very helpful. And in just a moment, I'll share that link with you. And we will actually, all of us will go to that Google Meet, and you will see that in the Q&A option there, not the chat option, okay, in the Q&A option of Google Meet, there is this upvoting mechanism. So you ask a question and then all your classmates can actually upvote that question so that the instructor will know that, oh, okay, like there are 10 people who have the same question. There are 15 people who have the same question. So the instructor can also then in the discussion prioritize what to answer first. And you also feel like, oh, okay, I'm not the only one who had this question. Also, another very important thing is that when your course starts, so on the first day of the class, ideally the instructor should share with you what are the elements of evaluation, meaning how many quizzes will be there, what is the weightage of the quiz, what is the weightage of assignment, what is the weightage of end term, is there a project, right? All these things, all details of evaluation should be shared with you on the first day. If it is not shared, for instance, make sure that within the first few days of your joining a course, you are clear about these things, because we don't want you to be surprised unpleasantly at the end where you're like, oh my God, tomorrow is a quiz. I didn't know that there are going to be quizzes like this. Okay, so just make sure that you understand that. I hope regulations and these things are clear to you already. If they are not, please read the regulation document available on our website very, very carefully, thoroughly, like a textbook. Read it very carefully. Okay. You should know what is the grading scheme. You should know how you can reach your instructor. So if the instructor doesn't say this in the first class, you make sure that you ask how we can reach you. Can we write an email to you? Can we text you? Can we, would you be responding to the private comments? All these things. You should also know who are the TAs of your course, right? So every course would have teaching assistants. You yourself would be teaching assistants for some courses, right? So you should be aware of how to reach these TAs. And when you are a TA, make sure that you also share these details with the students of the batch for whom you are doing the TA-ship. I'm again emphasizing, use your own IITJ email ID only for all official communication and classes. Okay, once you get that ID, that is your identification. That is how you will be joining any class. That is the email you should use to communicate with the instructor or anybody, in fact, in the institute. Okay, also, please do not share your email ID and password with anybody. That is what I meant when I said code of conduct for online classes is very strict. For no reason at all, for whatever reason, do not share your access credential with anybody, because this entire online class or evaluation is based on the trust that the person who's at the other end of this call or of this email is you yourself, right? That is the identification. Please do not share this. Be very careful about this, because there would be very strict disciplinary action if such cases come to light. I guess there was a question somewhere in the chat. Will recorded lectures be available after the class? Yes. So yes, we completely understand that attending live classes for you all the time would not be possible, right? Every single day. If you have 5 classes and if your data runs out in 3 classes, then what are you going to do in the next 2 classes? So here what we would say is you follow what your instructor says, right? You discuss this with the instructor as to what kind of mechanism they want to follow in the class. Secondly, we always advise, like the Online Education Committee has advised everybody to record all classes and make the recording available to the students after the class, so that in case you miss the lecture for some reason. By the way, if you miss a lecture, you must always inform the instructor what happened, why you missed the class. But recorded lectures should be available to you, right? But in which way they want to make it available to you, that you will have to ask the instructor. Like, would they be uploading it on YouTube? Would it be a Meet recording which will appear like in the calendar itself? Those things you can find out. Now, planning, organizing, and collaborating here. So it's very important. Like in a physical class, what would happen? You would just get up, get ready, come to class, and things will just flow on their own, right? You don't have to do that much of a planning. But in an online class, you have to do every thing yourself. You have to plan your day in advance. Also, it is very easy to actually lose important web links, important notes, all these things in an online mode, because some of you do not really take notes, right? So make sure that you organize all your notes very carefully. You keep an eye on the LMS. That's why I was saying keep the notifications on, so that if there's any assignment deadline you are coming close to, it gives you a thumbs up, it gives you a reminder. This would be a very good time to make use of the browser extensions available, say, for Google Meet and Google Classroom. In Google Meet, in fact, there is also a what you call an extension called Nod extension, NOD Nod. Okay, but only if everybody installs that extension, that is only when you will find it useful. That is again just like giving reactions, like thumbs up and applause and those kind of things. Like how it is there in WebEx, Google Meet internally does not have that feature, but installing that extension might be helpful. This would also be a very good time to make use of bookmarks on your Chrome browser. I don't know if you've used bookmarks very extensively, but you can actually create folders on your bookmark bar for each of your courses, and all relevant data, files, videos, some links, articles that your instructor shares with you, you can put it in those bookmarks so that you don't have to search for them again and again. So it will be much more organized, right? Also, please get in touch with your classmates. The instructor is not the only person in your class. You have many classmates. It'll take a little time to maybe get to know each other, but you would. And try to work on projects together so that you collaborate and you share what you learn. And this will also help you. Now, you are not first year undergrad students. You've already gone through the whole process of a graduation degree, right? So you already know this, but in an online mode, this would be very helpful because it needs an additional effort from your side. And the next thing is, do not plagiarize any assignment ever. On Google Classroom, maybe I did not mention this, but there is also a tool to measure plagiarism. Now, plagiarism is when you copy paste something directly from each other or from an online resource, right? So do not plagiarize your assignments. And you are PG students, that means you will be working on some dissertation or some project or your thesis at some point, where plagiarism can result in serious consequences, like getting blacklisted, getting your project discarded, disqualified, right? So there is a separate course for PG students. All PG students take this course called Technical Communication in the first year, where you learn about these things, but still keep that in mind. Anybody has a question?
Yes.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Actually, for plagiarism, will there be any access to for the students?
So the institute has a Turnitin license, but that is mostly with the instructors. But students can get access to Urkund, URKUND. I think the name of Urkund has recently changed. I cannot recall the new name. I'm writing the earlier name of that platform online on the chat, right? Urkund.
I need only Turnitin, ma'am.
Yeah, so Turnitin access, I'm not sure whether all PG students have it or not. All faculty members have it. Okay, great. So Server is responding that Turnitin is available to all research scholars also now. Great.
Okay.
So you just need to write a mail to library and find out if they can give you Turnitin access. If that is not available, for instance, say you are a TA of some course and BTech students are asking you for such a thing, you can refer them to Urkund.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Office of Library has replied, and the name of the platform is Our Original.
Dr. Rajlakshmi, may I chip in?
Yes, yes. So Dr. Shema Prakash is the deputy librarian. She's here in the call. She'll respond to this. Yes, Shema ji.
Rajlakshmi, I just finished my part of the orientation. So earlier it was Urkund or Shmoti. Now it is known as original.
Original. Yes, yes.
So both Turnitin and original both are available to them, and I've already introduced. So you can tell them your part, and you can ask them to contact us for any help.
All right. Yeah, that'll be great.
Yeah.
Right. So thank you, Shemaji. So please write to office_library, right, for queries regarding access to these platforms, Turnitin or Urkund or our original. Sorry. Okay, so the next thing you need to focus on is self-study and problem solving. Some of your instructors may be using flip teaching. Now, flip teaching means that because this is an online mode, right? And like you already understand, not everybody will be able to attend every single live class, that live session that happens on schedule. So what flip teaching does is some material will be shared with you in advance before the class, and you have to go through that material and then come prepared for the class so that there can be a discussion. Then class can be focused on interaction, discussion, tutorial, or problem solving, right? So make sure that you are also prepared in such way you manage your time so that you devote significant time yourself at your own pace on studying certain topics before the class actually happens. So now this depends on your instructor, okay? And whatever mode they want to follow, please, my point being, please keep an eye out for this modality, whatever is the modality your teacher will be following. Continuous evaluation, I've already mentioned. Ideally, there should be, say, one continuous evaluation every 2 weeks, according to the SOP. But whatever your instructor is following, please listen to that carefully. Okay? Please eliminate distractions at your end. So when you're in class, like how you would have done in a physical class, keep your phone on silent. You close all the other browser tabs so that in between, when WhatsApp messages are popping in during a class, you don't get distracted. Because once you do, it is very difficult to return back. Okay, you know this already. This happens in a physical class as well. But in a physical class, you usually would hide the phone and you'll be replying to WhatsApp messages under the desk. Here, it will be right in front of you. So the onus of that, what you say, self-control lies on you alone. Now, many of you are with your family, and it is very important at this point to find a right balance between your classes and your family commitments, which would be many, right? So it is extremely important that you find a balance between them. You manage your time very well. Please also take breaks, because you've spent the entire last 1 year online, either in a course or in a job or whatever in preparation. Students and faculty members both significantly suffer from digital fatigue, electronic fatigue. So it is very important that you don't keep everything for the last moment and then you get overloaded and then you are spending like 20 hours of time on screen, right? Also keep short-term targets for yourself and long-term goals. So whatever is the task, break them into small parts and keep doing them from day one itself. Don't leave it for the end. Always try and take a break, walk around. If you're seated in one place continuously, you are going to wreck your spine and your eyes, and you'll have headaches and chronic back pain. We don't want to get into that at this age, and which is why it is extremely important that after every class, you get up and take a quick walk, go and talk to someone, just refresh yourself. Okay? Also, please sleep well. Unless you sleep well, you will not be able to concentrate in class. It's a scientific fact. It is very important for you to be healthy, not just in a physical class. Of course, it is important in a physical class also, but in an online class, there's an extra attention which is needed from your end. Okay. Now about data management. If video lectures are provided to you, you can choose a desired streaming quality in which you want to watch those lectures. You can save your data by keeping the video off during a class. On YouTube, if you're using an app, you could download those lectures and view them offline through the app, right? But without exception, whenever it happens that you happen to miss a certain class due to internet connectivity, make sure that you inform the instructor, you reach out to them, you cover whatever you missed, you complete all the tasks that the instructor assigns you. Okay, so in an online mode, there are a lot of flexibilities available for us, but it's very important that you take the initiative to complete all the tasks and meet all the deadlines. If your parents are watching this with you, it is extremely important that they support you in this. I understand that in a family, especially learning from home, it is very difficult to create that kind of an environment where you can study with full concentration. So this is where parents also need to, they've already made a lot of sacrifices for you already, but a little more sacrifice would be to create a very quiet and supportive environment for you, especially when you are attending classes. We know that since you are at home from the last 1 year, you would be having household responsibilities as well, right? Somebody is in charge of washing, doing the dishes, somebody is in charge of something else. So all those household chores have to be kept aside, at least not in the middle of the regular working day. You assume that the moment a class starts, you are in campus, okay? You're mentally in campus and you need to devote that concentration and time towards your revision and study. Because at the end of the trimester, at the end of the semester, sorry, it should not be a problem for you, right? So if you have any questions, please post them. At this point, what I'll do is I'll also share the meeting link with you, Google Meet link with you, so that you can very briefly, all of you can join there for a few minutes, and then we'll return back to this platform. So this is the meeting link. You all can join this link for now. So give me a moment while I admit all of you, right? So because right now you don't have your IITJ email ID, you're trying to join from outside IITJ email ID. It asks me to admit you in. So just give me a moment while I do that for all of you. Right, so if you have already joined the Google Meet, try the raise hand option, try the Q&A option. Let me turn on Q&A 1 second. So the Q&A is now on your Google Meet. Try and ask a question, and if you see a question already there, you could upvote it and downvote it to see how exactly it looks like. From when the classes are going to start. right? So Pooja has 1 upvote, 5 upvote, right? Okay, so this came when you went to ask a question. All right. So similarly, there can also be polls where you would need to respond. Note that in the poll, your email ID and your name will be recorded. So suppose I'm asking a question there. Okay, so a poll has been posted. You can respond to that. Oh, so none of you have ever visited our campus before, right? Oh, so out of whoever is on the call, I have 0 yeses right now for visiting the campus. Okay. Then there is also an option of breakout rooms here. So suppose you have an online lab session, right? So it may happen that if a lab session has to be conducted on Google Meet, your instructor would maybe make small groups of say 2 or 3 people and put you inside a breakout room. So I'm going to turn on breakout rooms for just 2 minutes and you're randomly assigned into those breakout rooms, okay? So please go ahead, say hello to other members in your breakout room. The objective here being that inside the breakout room, you will see an option of ask for help. Okay? So suppose you are inside the breakout room and you have a question from the instructor who's in the main call. So you need to click on ask for help. The instructor gets a notification and then they can enter your breakout room and answer your question. So I would like you all, as soon as you enter the breakout room, make sure you click on the ask for help. Okay, I'll not come into your breakout room, but this is just for you to try out. So I'm opening the breakout rooms now. You are randomly assigned. You will be leaving the main call and entering the breakout room. You always have the option to return back to the main call. Yes, so I'm seeing a lot of breakout rooms asking for help. Great. We are doing just a trial so that when your actual classes start, you are already familiar with these things. Great. Now, right now, again, since this is just orientation, your IDs are not available. You have been admitted into these Google Meets, but always remember during class, please use only your IITJ email ID. So for Google Meet, what I was saying was that there is this extension called the Nod extension, NOD Nod. It's a Chrome extension, right? And if all of us install that Chrome extension, like us means you and your classmates and the instructor, then just like in Zoom, just like in WebEx, how there were reactions, applause, thumbs up, party, and laughing and smiling and those kind of things, you can use that on Meet also. But again, if your instructor wants to use it, please use it. Otherwise, I wouldn't recommend. Okay, great. So I guess you all have tried this out. So for example, if there is a question, once I have answered, like once the instructor has answered the question, I can mark it answered from my side. Okay, so classes are going to start on 28th July. After I've answered it, I can mark it as answered. All right. So if that is clear to you, maybe you can exit the call, not this one, okay, from the Google Meet, and you can come back to WebEx. All right. We are back here. And now the last thing I wanted to talk to you about is how you can get to meet each other, right? So you've spent almost a year talking to each other, attending classes over a screen in 2D. But if you do want to explore an immersive environment to meet each other, to talk to each other, there are a few 3D spaces that you could explore. One such space is called Frame VR, okay? framevr.io, which is a 3D environment, and you and your friends, I think it allows up to 20 or 25 people at a given time, and on a payment basis, it goes up to 40. So you can always, like if you have a bunch of friends, 10 of you or 15 of you want to get together, and you want to be able to, have a spatial understanding, have a spatial experience more immersive in a 3D environment, you are welcome to check this out as well. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to paste these links on chat before we leave this session today. The classroom code, the Google Classroom code for the test class is already there in chat, right? So at this point, you are free to do a few things. One is, please ask your questions on chat, or if you want to unmute, or you can raise your hand here and try that out as well. Second is, you can go to Google Classroom, use that class code that I shared earlier, 52YPU6I. It's there in the chat at 3:54 p.m. Use that, join that classroom. It's a test classroom, and you can try out that submitting an assignment and how the environment looks like if you are not familiar already. And the next thing would be to go to this 3D platform, which I'll show you in just a little while. Just give me 1 second. So the platform I'm referring to is this kind of a platform. So what we have done is, it has a lot of templates that you can use. We have placed this right now on right outside our EE building. So this is this building that you see right here, this one. This is oh, I think I have lost connection. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Yes. You are, right? Okay, here I'm getting a notification that I've lost connection. So this, what you see right now, this building, this is the electrical engineering department. And right across it, this is the mechanical engineering building. Okay? So this is like an open air theater, which we have, it's a 3D model, which we have just placed here. And if you have played Mario, so you know how the character walks, right? So WASD keys, with W you can walk, B and A you can move left and right. And if you want to turn, you can use Q and E buttons on your keyboard. Q and E. Okay, so right now only about 40 people would be admitted into this. So that's why I have shared 2 links with you. So what essentially this is that this is a model, and we just took a 360-degree picture of that environment, and we placed the whole structure into that environment. There are many, many such environments. The point why I'm showing you this right now is that if you want to have that feeling of meeting different people in person, you can use these platforms. So I'm going to share both these links, since one would allow only maximum 40 people. If you feel that you'll get the message that it is full, then you just join the other link. Okay, how will you move around? WASD, like how you move around in a video game. To turn around, you will use Q or E. E for right side and Q for left hand side. So what I'm going to do is I'll share this link on chat. There will be the first thing it will ask you to do is change your name. So please use your real name. It will automatically get you in with the name anonymous. So please don't join as anonymous. Just click on your name tag and edit it. Okay, edit your name, use your real name. There are 152 people in this call. I'll be sharing 2 links right now. So maximum 80 people will be able to go in total, 40 each. And then 20 can be spectators, means you cannot interact with each other. So let me share this link. So before I share that link, because once you will go there, maybe you will not come back before 6 o'clock. So I'll paste that link in just a moment. Just wanted to conclude my session by sharing with you that while this online process may seem very tiring, I hope you enjoy and make the most out of these online classes at your convenience. Make sure you explore all the tools, you participate in all activities, you explore to the fullest, and you learn a lot. So thank you so much for listening to me here. If you have any questions, I'm right here. My email ID is rajlakshmi.chauhan@iitj.ac.in. You can reach me over email. You can look me up on the website under faculty as well. If you have a doubt noting down the email ID. Thank you so much. I'm here if you have any questions. Okay, so I'm sharing the. So looks like there are no questions.
So
Okay, there are
Rajlakshmi,
questions.
just a quick thing. Before you share that, maybe I will conclude the session, and then the students have sufficient time now because we are kind of finishing it quite early. Yours is the last session. So the next session starts from 6 p.m. onwards, and then the session will be chaired by Dr. Pankaj Yadav, and this will be basically the continuation of this Samanvay, and mostly they will discuss about the counseling and the other part of the student activities in the campus. All right. So with that, I'll like to conclude this session. Unless you have any other queries, we can still answer them. And after that, maybe Rajlakshmi will share that invitation with you, the link with you for the 3D virtual space, and you can explore that part and discuss. So I see there is one question asked by Prince, but that's for academic authority. If you ask the question, we can try to answer if it is, yeah.
My question is same. Means I don't have yet this medical certificate and the character certificate. I called multiple
We
times.
told you right in the morning that you just write it to them, write it to the academic section, and they will respond. It's quite a busy time at this point because like you, there are many other queries from every student, so it might take a little while, but don't worry, they will not stop you from joining into any classes. They will send you all the information. Just be patient with us. We will help you.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. I will write the mail. I was trying for a call.
Call is very difficult at this point. All the cell lines will be busy. Everybody is trying to answer different queries at the same time. So please write an email, and that way you will also have a response from their side. At least you have a record which shows that you have attempted to contact them, and they failed to attempt you and give you any response or whatever.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Anything else regarding the last session, which is about the online education? Please feel free to ask Rajlakshmi, and I'll wait.
All right, looks like there are no further questions. In case some questions pop up in your mind later, please feel free to write to me. I'm writing my email ID as well. Once your classes will start, everything will fall in place. Don't worry. You'll be able to communicate with your friends as well. You'll make new friends. So don't worry, everything will be all right. I'm sharing the link of those two VR platforms, which you can explore and maybe get to know each other. I'll be there in one of them. I think I'm there in the PG EEIITJ one. Okay, we created these for some other purposes, but this would be a good place for you maybe today to meet each other. Thank you. Thank you so much, Nirmalya, also for hosting this session. Thanks a lot. Have a nice day.
Thanks a lot, Rajlakshmi. And everybody also at the end, I would like to conclude this session by thanking all the speakers. So Dr. Ramesh Mhatre, Dr. Shema Prakash, and Dr. Rajlakshmi Chauhan for this exciting new introduction to the all these other the things that we have discussed today, the hostels and student facilities, the library facilities, and the online education methodologies that we have adopted to cope up with this new pandemic situation. So I hope you have learned a little bit, and it will help you in upcoming days when you join your respective departments. Thank you, and we will like to end this session for now. You guys please feel free to join on the online session, and I think Ajay has a comment. So breakout session for the parents link has been shared in this chat box. Feel free to join there. So with this, I would like to thank the entire organization committee, especially Sonal Jaiswal. She is one of the key, she helped me organize this session, and thank you, Sonal. And Ajay as well. He answered several questions. With this, we'll end this session. Thank you, everybody.
Hello all, I request. Why is my okay? So I request you all to join the Google Meet link that has been shared for the breakout session, so that we can you can ask your questions there, and we'll be able to answer since we are not actively present in this WebEx link. So it will be better if you guys join us on the Google Meet link shared.
Hello? अच्छा है चलो साढ़े छः बजे शुरू हुआ। क्या ये तो साढ़े छः बजे
Hello,
Hello?
everyone. Yeah, good evening. So, am I audible, Madhavi?
हेलो सर मैं प्रसाद गडकरी बोल रहा हूँ दिस इज आई जॉइन थ्रू माय
अच्छा, sir, sir. Okay, okay.
ओके
Okay, okay, okay. Sorry. Yeah, yeah.
प्लीज डू नॉट माइंड द नेम देयर
Okay, okay. Sure, sure, sure. No problem. So, am I audible? You are audible, perfect.
yes you are also perfectly audible sir
Okay, okay, great. So, let me then start. So, I will first share some slides about this SWC. So, just hold on. I will just start sharing. Okay, so okay, so I hope you can see the slides.
it is visible here sir
Okay, okay, great. So I'm just facing some issue to move the slides. So just hold on. Okay. Okay, yeah. So good evening all once again. So I am speaking on behalf of Dr. Sakshi Danikar. So she is the chairperson of Student Wellbeing Committee, and I will just quickly go through the what committee members team is, and then the rest things Dr. Prashad sir will take over. He is a counselor of the in the committee. So formally this student wellbeing committee was called as student counseling service, and now this student wellbeing committee has been renamed from last year so onwards. So the aims of our committee is to create a conducive environment for growth of the students and provide guidance to deal with the challenges, build a positive attitude and enhance overall well-being, and also most importantly counsel for maintaining stable and healthy mental health, for maintaining all the confidentiality, right? So these are broader aims of our committee, and this is how the structure of the overall structure of the different committees and looks like. So we are under as office of students, we are here in the SWC. Then in SWC we have, I will mainly talk about SWC because in SWC we have faculty advisors, faculty members, then we have counselors, then we have student heads, assistant heads, and student guides. So so just to quickly show you, I will not take more than 2-3 minutes, just to quickly show that at least you know that there what are the team members, right? So this is just the idea of this presentation. So our team members, including counselors, Dr. Prashad Gadkari is there. So he will head the session next. So you will hear from him now, and He's a clinical psychologist, and some of you might already know him because some of you are from all batches. And then we have Miss Abhilasha Chauhan. So she's a well-being moderator, psychologist by profession. So these are the main two point of contact that you will have. Then faculty advisors. So in faculty advisors teams, we have Dr. Sakshi Dhanikar. She is the chairperson of the committee, and then Dr. Ankita Sharma is there, who is a member now. Formerly, she was leading this committee. And also we have Dr. Prashanjit Tribhuvan from HSS. Both Dr. Ankita and Dr. Prashanjit are from HSS department. And then myself, Dr. Pankaj Yadav. So I am from Bioscience and Bioengineering department. So these are the faculty team. And then we have our student team, which is organized into student heads, Shivangi and Shubham. And then we have student assistant heads and student guides. So each SG actually is mapped to different PhD students, normally 10. So not going much in detail, so you will know about these. So you can reach us, you can know more about the committee, what activities we are doing annually. So you can visit this website. It is already also there in the homepage also. But if you can note it down and you can have a look what activities we are doing in past and so in the upcoming days. So you can also write us on this email ID wellbeing@iitj.ac.in. So if there are any queries, and most of the things important things you will find on the web page itself. So with this, I would like to hand over to Dr. Prasad ji, and he will now head the session. Thank you so much, and very welcome to to this session now. So Prasad sir, you can take over now. So I will just stop sharing.
Okay, sir. Hello.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
I hope I am audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible, definitely.
Okay. Would that slideshow will come up? Sir, I had sent you correct. Priyanka. Great.
So Priyanka will share the slides.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So very good evening to all the students, new joinees. Right now, since it's a post-pandemic time, it is extremely unpredictable time. Some of you must be in the campus, must be wanting to join the campus but not able to join the campus. Some of you must be away from the campus. But since last 2-3 years, what we have seen is that life does not stop, whether it's pandemic or no pandemic. So we have to learn to live with different situations, and there we are. So I warmly welcome all of you from wherever you are attending this session. I am Prasad Gadkari, and please, I apologize for a little technical laziness on my part. I'm using my spouse's laptop, and I did not make her log out, and I didn't log in. So you must be seeing Madhavi Gadkari's name. So that's a little technical hitch on my side, which I did not. So now let us start this presentation. As Yadav sir started telling you, he has given you a hint. I am a senior psychologist. I'm a clinical psychologist by profession, and this presentation is going to be about how the helping hand is available. Best thing about it is that this arrangement, which just now Yadav sir said, is a very unique arrangement of IIT Jodhpur. So you may not find this kind of helping structure in other IITs necessarily. So please pay attention to what all the activities are done by counseling team. So Priyanka, let's go ahead. Next slide. Can we go to the next slide, please? Yes. So here we are. This is about the counseling services at IITJ. Please remember this symbol. This is a symbol of well-being team, and wherever you see it, you will, I can assure you that you are in safe hands, and all the team members are eager to help you out. The best thing about it that all the team members are volunteers, and despite their own being busy in their own courses, their own responsibilities, they carry out the responsibility of counseling team. So here I am talking to you. I am Prasad Gadkari, student counselor. I have my colleague Abhilasha Chauhan. She is well-being moderators. I hope Abhilasha is there. She also may join. She may have some connectivity issues. And then this student counseling team, where there is a PG team and there is a UG team. This is one of the very unique feature of the services, because this whole team is comprised of senior students who have spent some time in IIT Jodhpur, who have seen some rains here, and they have gone through all the difficulties of life here. Okay. So next slide, please. So look at this. This is a typical representations of a student's life in the times of pandemic. It is full of knots. There are so many unexpected changes in your lives. The corona monkey sits on your shoulder and rides along everywhere you go. Yeah. So many of you must have experienced this, that you take your bike, go out of the house, ride some 1.5 kilometers, and then again scratch your head and come back because you've forgotten your mask. Okay. So this corona related issues are everywhere, all over the world and all over India. Okay. Next slide, please. Now, what all are the challenges which are faced by which are posed by pandemic? Number one, this pandemic has been an experience which was never before. Never before quality means historically also in last 100 years, world did not face this huge pandemic. So it is affecting our physical life. It is affecting our psychological space. It is affecting your academics. It is creating a lot of financial problems for everyone, and social sphere is also affected. I will very briefly speak about this because these are all the sources of stress, sources of tensions which any students will go through, and I will let you know how counseling team helps you in this. Next slide, please. So the first part is physical challenge. Pandemic is definitely bringing a lot of health related risks, and these are the risks which are unfolding on day-to-day basis. Some 1 year back, we did not know that there could be a black fungus. Okay, we came to know about black fungus this year. Okay, so similarly, as the time passes, how coronavirus affects our body and how it challenges our immune system is still subject of research, and every now and then we are faced with some new instructions, new risks, and we are supposed to be very careful about them. It has caused physical restrictions, no need to elaborate. It has brought the space being shrunken, so shrinking of personal space. Your movements are very, very restricted, and there are a lot of technical difficulties in online life. So many of you may sometime have bandwidth issues, sometime you are far away, your phones may work, may not work. So physically, there are many challenges. Many of you, your family members in last 2 years must have gone through bad times. Some of you must have got infected. Okay. Some of you must be recovering post-pandemic weakness, physical problems. So list is very long as far as physical problems are concerned in terms of corona and pandemic. Next slide, please. Now here there are social challenges, restricted and truncated social contacts. I'm sure all of us have missed quite a few marriage functions, quite a few parties in last 2 years. The occasions have become very limited. Even if the invitation comes to you, there is this restrictions of 20 people, 50 people. Okay. So I don't remember attending any family functions in the last 2 years. There is inability to meet, or you are separated from relatives and friends. So even if you are living in the same place, same cities, your frequency of meeting your friends is reduced because people do not welcome each other nowadays. ठीक है, phone पे बात कर लो, just talk on the phone, we make a video call, but physically you are not able to meet. There is overload or on virtual means to maintain social contacts. So we are extremely dependent on our social networking through our mobiles or these gadgets. And there is increased tensions, negativity, and frustrations in social life. So you must have heard, you must have seen that because too much dependence on social media, too much dependence on Instagram and WhatsApp and what's not, there are many times, lot of negativities, many misunderstandings. You are not able to speak to people with open mind. Okay. So your social life is also highly affected. Next slide, please. Less said the better. All of us, the whole country has experienced a lot of financial problems. Economy has suffered. So at personal level also, there may be problems in income, job losses, or your parents may have some financial difficulties. You have to replan, reorient, revisit the plan of expenditure with negative impact. It is possible that your dad must have cancelled purchasing a flat, or you must have cancelled buying your motorcycle, or these kind of things may be happening in every house. So financial difficulties are part and parcel of these days. Next slide, please. Now, in academics, there are so many problems. There was abrupt shift from normal student life to virtual mode. So all the, I think now it must be 1 year that the hostels were immediately evacuated because the fear of pandemic. So सबको hostel खाली करना पड़ा. Everything related to academic is online, right from admissions, teaching, learning, evaluations, and semester over semester are going online, whether it is IITs, whether it is schooling. There are so many institutions just close to IIT Jodhpur. There is NIFT, and a National Institute of Fashion Technology, and I know that one whole batch has completed their degree without even seeing the face of the college, face of the institute, because the course was just 2 years and they already finished. So there are so many such students who have never been able to visit their campus. The student has to switch to self-regulation mode for good performance. Since you are sitting at home and doing all the things online, you have to regulate yourself, and that is becoming very difficult. So as the saying goes, the game has just begun with your admission. The moment you get admission into any course, though it is in real terms, but it lands up being totally virtual. So that creates many unseen, unforeseen problems. Next slide, please. Now, this whole never before phenomena hits our minds very hard. So our way of thinking, feelings, relating to surrounding has drastically changed. Okay. Gone are those days when, you would freely hug your friend, or, just sit around on some chai shop and, keep talking freely for 1 hour, 2 hours, spend your time in the playgrounds. So you always think that you have that fear that either I will infect somebody or somebody will infect me, or is it safe? If even if you are not scared, your family member are scared. So the feelings, the way of feelings have changed. Fear, apprehension, worry in the beginning of 2-3 months. Earlier it was fear. Then during the lockdown, there were mixed feeling because there were change in the routines. And now I suppose a lot of people have negative feelings because everybody is so tired. Okay. And the story seems unending. After first wave, people thought, now let us jump around. So second wave came. Second wave saw so much of destruction, so many deaths. And now we are slightly relieved, but we are looking at the third wave. Okay. So this is story which was never before, and it is never ending. Next slide, please. Now, what happens to us, and how does science of psychology and mind-body connection works? Okay. This is for your well-being that this presentation is being done. So now this is a very simple basic fact that the mind and the body, they influence each other. Okay. The condition of your body will affect your thinking, your feelings, and your psychological condition will affect your body. A very, very simple example. Unfortunately, if some of you must have fallen ill in last couple of months, you must have felt a lot of bodily symptoms, weakness or lack of appetite and all. So you realize that when you are physically ill, it affects your mood. Your mood is not very good. Okay, you don't feel like meeting people, you don't feel like taking phone calls. Okay. And if somebody says, why are you so low, why are you feeling so sad, you say कि यार तबीयत ठीक नहीं है, I am physically not well. Okay. So similarly, on the other way around, if you are worried, if you are depressed, if you are sad, if you are unhappy, your food habits change, your eating change, your sleep patterns change. Okay. So mind and body influence each other. That is the first lesson all of us should remember. Next slide, please. Now, feelings matter. So here, all feelings to be positive or negative, and they form a continuum. That means every human being, all of us have all kind of feelings. They may be positive, they may be negative. Okay. And these are typical example. Being slightly in good mood to the extreme of elation, being little annoyed to altercation. Altercation means actually catching the collar of other person. Being little low mood, little off color to depression, or having small little fear, small little concern to extreme panic. The importance is there's all these examples are explained here. They are on a continuous basis. Okay. So this is a typical example of anger. Anger often is viewed as a single emotion. However, anger occurs in many forms on a continuous form. Okay. From annoyance to being enraged. So it is not that every time when you get angry, you go and fight with people. Many times, just because of anger, your mood is off. So you are just annoyed for days together. Okay. You are frustrated for days together. Typically, when you are studying or you are doing something very important and your internet goes off. So what happens? You feel so frustrated. Okay. But that doesn't mean that you go and catch the collar of your service provider. So this is a typical example, but the most important part is here. This is similar to having little fever. If you neglect it, it turns into typhoid. Okay, so all the negative feelings are important. You must pay attention to it. If you are little worried, if you are sad, if you are unhappy, so you must take it slightly seriously. Okay, next slide. Now, how do you take care of your feelings? You have to talk. Okay, unless you talk, you cannot, other person will not know what is happening to you, but talking is a taboo. What is taboo? Talking about emotional problem is very, very difficult. Okay, so you must have seen that many known adults who, for example, I keep giving example of diabetes. A person who is having diabetes doesn't hesitate in telling you that he is diabetic. Okay, आपके यहाँ अंकल कोई आएंगे, they come and you offer the tea. Say no, I am diabetic. I don't take sugar, so give me sugar-free chai. Okay, so they don't feel hesitant. But imagine if that person is not diabetic but depressed. Would that person tell you that, well, I am very depressed and I don't want to have tea? No. So emotional expressions, talking about feelings, talking about negative feelings is very, very difficult and it is a taboo. Next slide. Now, what happens is that since you are not able to talk about negative feelings, they keep there in your mind, they keep troubling you, you keep suffering. And from here, you start and gradually reach this tipping point. Okay. And when you reach the tipping point, there is a breakdown. Okay. You become extremely sad. Your anger increases uncontrollably. Okay. Or your worry becomes too much. So this is a typical representation of tipping point. Everybody has a different tipping point. Okay. So the formula is do not wait till suffering reaches its peak. Recognize and seek counseling help. So how counseling helps, I will tell you later. Let us go to the next slide. Now, here is a student counseling program in IIT Jodhpur. Okay, this is, I'll tell you about this. The counseling service team, IITJ, is here to help you. The idea is to develop and realize your maximum potential, including emotional well-being. So yes, primarily we help you when you are not feeling so well, you are upset, there is nobody to listen to you. Counseling team is always there. But apart from that, you can utilize the services of counseling for your emotional well-being also. To take care for good mental health, to assist you in your emotional difficulties, ups and downs, to deal with the new normal, that is challenges of pandemic related circumstances. There has been a very bad period since last 4 or 5 months when any new student would come back to the institution, they would have to follow the whole protocol, 14 days isolation, and those 14 days would end up being very, very difficult. So whether you go to your home, whether you visit your home, whether you come back to the institutions, every time you have challenges related to pandemic, related to corona protocols. So this team helps you in all those emotionally difficult problems. Next slide, please. Now, what is the benefit of timely psychological help? Number one, your privacy and personal space is respected. All of you are adults, everybody is 18 plus, so everybody is adult and everybody has a right to privacy, right of confidentiality. Okay, so when you speak to the psychological, you speak for your psychological help with this counseling team. All the counseling team members are trained to maintain your privacy. So suppose some girl or some boy tries to discuss something with the student guide and she tells her some personal difficulties, student guide is trained not to spread the word around and maintain your privacy. Second advantage, you don't need to feel obliged and move on. So as compared to the emotional help which you seek from your friends, you feel obligation. Okay, oh, that friend helped me when there were bad days. Here in counseling services, you don't have to feel very obliged because this is very professional as well as to the point. You can move on once you start feeling better. The counseling help is unconditional, objective, and unbiased. So counseling team does not make judgments, does not pick and choose that we will help him and we will not help her or whatever. So it is completely unconditional and unbiased. Many times, if students come and seek help for something which is, not very a good case. For example, somebody says that, well, I have not studied, but since you are a counselor, please tell my professor to, give me some concession and give me marks. So counseling team will not help you because that help is not supposed to be asked. Okay. So it is objective and unbiased. This helps you to enhance personal awareness and coping skills and boost up your productivity. What happens is if you are emotionally unhealthy, if you are emotionally not so sound, your productivity goes down. So counseling help with the counseling team helps you to quickly get over the difficulty and boost up your productivity. Counseling teams also arrange for life skill related inputs many times as per the time's permission, as per time permits us, as per your syllabus and routine permits us. Many times we arrange specific sessions for your mental well-being. Next slide. Now I'll give you some basic preventive tips to maintain your overall well-being. Healthy body and healthy mind paves the way for happy life. Okay. So your body also needs to be healthy and your mind also needs to be healthy for you to be happy. Neglecting any of the two have negative impact. आपको आपका physical health भी neglect नहीं करना है और mental health भी neglect नहीं करना है. Okay. Next slide, please. So these are some preventive tips to maintain the well-being. You can see this very representative picture of today's students. Okay. So apart from when you are at home or you are sleeping or you're in the room, you are always with the mask. Okay. This is the reality of life. So now for a good well-being, you have to take care of your diet, sleep, timetable, physical activity, leisure and pleasures. So I will very quickly in short explain these 4 things. How do you take care of diet? Well, eat timely. Okay. You should normally, a healthy student must have at least 3 meals a day. So morning breakfast, afternoon lunch and late evening or whatever dinner. So you must take care of your diet. Sleep is one of the very, very difficult and major area of concerns. I am 100% sure that 90 or maybe 99%, my guess is that around 98 to 99% students, they generally do not sleep well. Okay. Out of their study habits or sometimes what happens is that whole day they are studying, so there is only night is left for leisure. So it is very common if a young student comes and tells me that, sir, I generally sleep at 3 a.m. in the night, in the early morning. So please take note that these kind of sleeping habits can reverse your sleep cycle, and sleep reversal may not immediately create some problems, but if you continuously do this, that you are awake whole night and sleeping on the day or sleeping in the classroom, then it may create health problems. So you must take care of sleep. Timetable, since there is a lot of activity with self-regulation, you must follow your timetable. Physical activity is very, very important in terms of this pandemic situation. Everyone is living in different areas of the country and you have different kind of restrictions. So make sure that at least 4 days a week you do some kind of rigorous physical activity. I am underlining rigorous because all of you are young people, you are healthy students. So rigorous activity का मतलब है अच्छा व्यायाम होना चाहिए. You should have good physical exercise. It may be a good jogging, good running, yoga, or skipping, or whatever you like. If you have gym, you can do gym, but you must be active physically, because being extremely inactive is an invitation to depression. Let me tell you very clearly, the best combination to become depressed is, I'll tell you how. Okay. Do not eat properly, eat lot of junk food, do not sleep in the night. Okay. Do not follow timetable and be extremely lazy and do not make physical activity. And I can guarantee you that within 3 months, you will have good major depression. Okay. So the idea of presenting this is to make you aware that from where all your mental health can be affected. It can be by sleep, appetite, it can be through bad timetable or bad physical activity. This is also very important, leisure and pleasure. Every human being requires some one's own time, me time. Okay. So you must not deny yourself some pleasurable activities. You should play, you should socialize, within the limits of whatever restrictions your city or your place has. So you must be little innovative as far as leisure activity is concerned. So yes, it is not possible right now to go and play cricket, or it is not possible to play some group game, football, or but you can definitely go on your bicycle. So you can read lot of books, you can watch movies with some break to your eyes. So for a good healthy life, your leisure and pleasures are also very important. Do not avoid any of these, and last but not least, do not hesitate to seek help. So the moment you realize that your worrying is not getting controlled, or your sleep is getting bad, or you are not able to concentrate properly, do not wait, just do not hesitate to seek help. Next slide, please. This is a hierarchy which I am again reiterating. So you are the student, and now student guide. After you, there is a senior student who is called student guide. They, from student guide onwards, they are trained. Okay, so every student guide has a connect with a number of students. So any difficulty you have, you can directly contact student guides and ask them. Over student guide, there are student heads, and after that there is well-being moderator, that is Abhilasha Chauhan. She is psychologist, and I am student counselor. I want to assure you, this is a normal hierarchy, but this is not very rigid. Suppose some student feels that her or his problem is extremely serious, and you directly need to connect with me, or you directly connect with well-being moderator. So that is also permitted, because all our phone numbers are public. They are made available on the websites. So there is no restrictions that you should not call us again. Okay. This hierarchy is made for your comfort. Okay. So sometimes you may have a dilemma that, okay, I have a problem, but should I speak to a psychologist? He's so senior, he's so old. How will he talk to her? How will I talk to him? So then you have your same age, or just 1 or 2 years senior student guides, student heads. If you feel comfortable talking to them, you talk to them. And suppose while you talk to them and they feel that your problem is little bit serious, so they will automatically send you to us. Okay. So this is the hierarchy, which is otherwise very, very flexible, and student heads, student guides are almost 24/7. They are available with you either on campus, if you are on the campus, or their phone numbers and their contacts are with you. So you can contact them as and when you want, and we are also available on through phone or emails or whatever. Next slide, please. So this is the last slide, because the thank you slide has come. So here are my contact numbers. Here Abhilasha's contact number. This is the email ID, studentcounselor@iitj.ac.in. Whether you write email, whether you call us, whether you call any team member, please go to the last slide again, the hierarchy. So on behalf of student guides and student heads also, I am assuring you of safety, security, and confidentiality. So this presentation was aiming at two things. One is to introduce you this idea that yes, there is a psychological help available. We are around with this whole structure. And second, you are in safe hands. We wish and pray that you don't have to reach the stage that you have to contact us, because it's a fact that 99% students are healthy and they may not require this psychological help at all. But in case you require, we are always there. I will stop here and hand over the mic to Priyanka, or who is the moderator. So if there are any questions or queries immediately, you can ask before we end the session. Priyanka, would you take over and
Thank you so much, Dr. Prasad Gadkari sir, who is our clinical psychologist. And now I would like to, okay, so if anyone has any questions, he can ask, you can ask sir.
I saw some raised hands. Dini wants to ask something. Is it true? I see some raised hand. Or is there any chat? Have you sent some chat?
Oh no. It's my mistakes. I'm
Okay.
not.
Okay. See, it is not necessary that you have to ask questions also. If you are comfortable with the presentation, I don't mind if you start thinking about it. And anytime, if you have any questions, you can connect with us directly through phone, through mail. You can speak to your student guides and seek clarifications. So it's absolutely fine with us, because as a psychologist, I know that it is not very easy to ask questions in a crowd. So I again want all of you to be assured that we are always there, and we are able to help you psychologically, emotionally, and all of your adults. So this is the beginning of your adult life, and you need to learn to take care of yourself. So we are always there. Priyanka, if there are no questions, you can take ahead and
Yes, sir.
then.
Yeah, okay. So, as you all have seen in this presentation, Sir has beautifully explained and thrown light on psychological aspects and how and whom you have to contact. So now, after that, I would like to call upon the General Secretary, Student Senate, for an introduction to the student activities on campus.
Priyanka, with your kind permission, can I leave the meeting?
Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
Thank you very much,
so
all
much,
of
sir.
you, and all the best for all your academic year. Thank you very much.
Okay, so now I would like to call upon Mr. Patel Jash Vinod Bhai, the General Secretary, Student Senate.
Thank you, Priyanka. Welcome all. I am Jash Patel, the General Secretary, Student Senate. And so I'll be presenting you all with a few basic details of the student activities that happen in the institute, and of all those things you can be a part of and you can enjoy. So first of all, I think there's a question already in the chat box for the previous session about the by Shubham Singh. It's like, can we seek help of subject related? So I can answer it because I'm also part of the student well-being committee. So I can so if anyone, so if there's no issue, Priyanka, can I answer the question?
Yes, sir, sure. Definitely.
Yeah. So basically, you can definitely ask for the help, but the thing is, you can ask for this help to your student guides, like the seniors or the student heads who are from the same department or have the knowledge about those subjects. So they can maybe help you out on any of those issues or queries, but probably the counselors or the psychologists, they might not be aware of those things, so they might be of little help, but you can definitely ask those questions to your respective student guides or any of the student guides or the student members of the committee. So does that give you an answer, Shubham? Okay, thank you. Yeah. So, okay, then we're already a bit delayed, so we can start off with the student council's presentation. I'll be sharing my screen. Okay, so student councils. Student councils is the student body responsible for all the curricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular activities apart from the academics on the campus. The student councils welcome you all to the journey. Welcomes you all to IIT Jodhpur. And so first of all, it's an entirely it's a combination of students as well as faculty members. We seek to have an overall overall effect on all of those three aspects that we discussed, the curricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular effects, and we'll be discussing it with respect to the structure as well. So moving on to the next one, the first, so there are basically two councils. The first one being the student council. So for the first one being the student activity council, and the second one being the academic and co-curricular activity council. So I'll be briefly explaining all of those councils in detail. The first one being the student activity council, which focuses on the extracurricular, the student extracurricular activities. So what the extracurricular activities consist of? So so this is just an introduction to the structure, and we can look into its details as well. So the student activity council is comprised of boards. So like the structure follows, like there's the on the top order there are the two councils that we already discussed, and then under those two councils we have different boards, and then under those different boards we may have different societies. So this is the boards which are the under the student activity council, which are the board of literary affairs, which looks after all the literary events or competitions and fests that are organized. The board of hostel affairs, which will be responsible for the hostel related queries and hostel events and hostel like hostel day and other all those things. The next one would be the board of art and culture, which will be specifically responsible for the those two domains. The other one being the board of student sports, and the last one being the board of student welfare. So in the previous presentation, you already learned about the counseling team. So the student counseling team is a part of the board of student welfare. So this individual boards, the details would be like shared briefly with each of those boards introduction by the respective vice presidents. So currently we'll not go into the details of each of the boards and their societies, but we'll have just an overview of what all those boards are responsible and all those things. So these are the 5 boards for the student activity council. So like this presentation would be more of video based, and so that would be it would keep your interest into it as well. So the first video we'll see is the sports complex for IIT Jodhpur. Please let me know in Priyanka if the video is lagging or there is any issue with the sound or something.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So the first video is for the sports complex.
IIT Jodhpur, with a diverse and vibrant community of faculty, staff, and students, provides an inclusive ambience for all the stakeholders of the institute. We welcome to our exclusive sports
volume is a bit
complex with state-of-the-art facilities.
Sorry. Yes, Priyanka.
Sir, the volume is a bit low.
Okay, I'll do it.
Provides an inclusive.
Is this fine?
So I think it would be better if you turn on the main volume of the computer.
Okay, I did that, but I don't think like it's already on. I'll just check once.
Inclusive and IIT Jodhpur.
Josh, it's audible for me, so I guess you can continue.
Okay, no problem. Then, yeah, like I'll drop the links as well. So if anyone's not able to follow, then they can individually go to, like, these all videos are available on YouTube as well. So then you can go and see those also.
The diverse and vibrant community of faculty, staff, and students provides an inclusive ambience for all the stakeholders of the institute. We welcome you to our exclusive sports complex with state-of-the-art facilities and one of its kind in Jodhpur. Built in compliance with international standards and the norms laid down by the Sports Authority of India, the sports complex currently boasts of a cricket ground with separate practice pitches and a play area of 15,000 square meters. The cricket grounds host both grass and concrete pitches, thereby providing varied professional pitching experiences to the players, giving them that opportunity to train for spectacular boundaries and nail-biting finishes. The football fields, which are surrounded by synthetic athletic tracks, serve as the perfect spot to witness the emphatic highs of teams and adrenaline rush. The athletic tracks support all track and field events like shot put, javelin, hammer throw, and long jump. In addition, there are clay courts for kabaddi and volleyball if you want to super raid or float surf. For those who want to try a free throw or practice dribbling, the synthetic basketball court is the place. While the sprawling hockey field and the synthetic tennis courts are value additions to the sports complex, training and playing facilitates in community bonding of faculty, staff, students at IIT Jodhpur. Space and equipment are provided for those who prefer something quieter and more private, be it yoga or training in the gymnasium. Several sports festivals are held at both intra and inter-institute levels, and these festivals allow for a chance of cultural diversity, where students participate in an array of events, thus playing a significant role in the emotional well-being and holistic development of a student. IIT Jodhpur is firmly committed to encouraging sports and a healthy competitive spirit, and is actively engaged in promoting the physical, mental, and emotional well-being of its stakeholders, thus creating a memorable collective experience of sports and sportsmanship.
Uh, yeah, so I hope it was audible to most of, but I'm sorry if there was an issue. I'll try to fix it. But yeah, so that was like the sports complex that was like recently created, like the recently made over completely. So like this is done in the last 2 years. Like previously it was not at all furnished as you see it now, but now currently we have all of those facilities that you saw in the video. All of these sports are supported, and yeah, that's from the sports complex side. Next, we'll move on to the other council. So as we discussed, the first council introduction was that slide, and the next council is the student academic and co-curricular council. It focuses on the student curricular and co-curricular. So as we discussed, the SAC or the student activity council discusses on extracurricular, and the academic and co-curricular council depends like focuses on the curricular and co-curricular activities. So also in the academic and co-curricular councils, we have boards. So we have total of 6 boards. The board of academic interaction, which will be responsible for the all of those academic queries, which will be comprising of the student representatives, the class committees, and all those structures. The board of co-curricular affairs for all those tech innovations, like let's say the program the next one is the board of innovation and entrepreneurship, which will be the which will provide the platform for the events related to entrepreneurship. And then we'll have the board of departmental societies, which is for the individual department events. Then we have the board of career development, which is for the internships, placement, or higher studies, and all those areas. And then we have the society for alumni affairs, which focuses on the alumni relations of the institute with the students. So these are broadly the 6 boards, and again, we'll not go into the individual details of these boards, as we'll look into it by the respective board vice presidents. So now, so that was all for the like the brief overview for all of the both the councils. So maybe we can take questions right now about the councils, or we can have all of the fests first, and then we can take combined questions. So what you prefer, Sonal ma'am?
It's on you, like the way you want it to be.
Uh,
You can also continue your presentation, and then maybe we'll wrap up the question and answer session in the last.
Okay, so so I'll request all to keep your questions at last, like we'll all will help you out with those. So first of all, just enjoy the presentation, because now we'll be looking into the fests that are organized annually in IIT Jodhpur. The first fest is the IGNUS. It's considered the Northwest India's largest socio-cultural fest, and like many colleges participate it, and so I won't speak much because we have official after movie for the IGNUS 2020. And yeah.
I can see the future painted in my eyes. Open up the door and fade into the night. Dive into the world and take my hand. Follow me to the sun. This is where we go alive. This is where we go alive. Golden waves of sound, shaking the horizon, like thunder on the ground. Dive into the world and straight my head. To the sun, there's no end. This is where we go to life. This is where we go to life.
Yeah, so that was the like main attraction for all of the events that we have. So like Ignis, we like it's a 4 day long mini festival, we can say. In the days we have all of the competitions for all the forms of art and other things, and in the nights we have like pro nights where we have different stars joining us. Previously we had Papan, the local train, Benny Dayal, and DJs, and all of those joining us for the pro night. And we also have the Miss India as our main attraction into the Ignis festival. So that was the like one of the festivals that IIT Jodhpur hosts. Like this is the biggest, but yeah, we also have other festivals that we'll look into. So the next one we have is the Prometeo, which is the annual technical fest of IIT Jodhpur. So the previous one focuses on the cultural events, the social and cultural events, but the Prometeo Fest focuses on the technical events, where we have all of the technical events, competitions, and participants from different colleges all over India compete. And so this is also around 2 to 3 days long event. The next event we have is Pandan. Okay, so I'll have to look into. Yeah, so as we discussed, the Ignis was the inter-college fest, but this Pandan is the inter-hostel fest. It is similar to Ignis, but it's on a smaller scale, and it's like only the hostels compete with each other for the annual hostel championship, and the teams are made on the year-wise and the hostel-wise, and then there are multiple competitions. So still, I'll not speak much, and we'll see a video about the Spandan 2020. So Spandan is like the heart of IITJ, we can say. Like if you don't know to dance, or if you don't know to paint, or like it is not more related to like talent or something, but it's more of a fun event. Like it's only like only your batchmates and the college mates would see those performances. So like it's more of a fun event where everybody participates and performs some or another thing to make their hostel or their batch team win. So like this is like I would consider this is more of a fun event as compared to Ignis, because you participate in it without having any fear of like I don't know this thing, or I cannot perform it in front of someone outside the college, or what would others say. So like it's a totally fun event. No other things to worry upon. The next fest the next fest is the Aftab. which is the annual literary fest of IIT Jodhpur, where we organize the literary events. Like it's specifically focused for the literary part. We have various events like book signing, Kavi Sammelan, and the debate competitions and MUNs and all those literary related competitions. It is also inter-college festival, like participants from different colleges from all over India can participate and you can showcase your skills. The next fest is Initio or Idea Spark, which is the annual entrepreneurship fest, where we have like entrepreneurs from India giving talks and having workshops, sessions, and having the case study presentations and all of those things related to the entrepreneurship side. And it is also like it is a more like it is more of a college in like inter-host like intra college fest, like it's limited only for the people from college, and they can gain from the various chief guests and the young entrepreneurs that we call upon for various sessions. The next fest is the Virtus. It's the annual sports fest. So it is also an inter-college fest. Like different teams from different college come for all the competitions that we saw. Like we now have the new sports complex, the new sports ground. So like Virtus would be a very big boom. We have competitions for all of those sports and games that we can organize. And this is like, yeah, so this is basically for the sports side. And the last one we have is Framed. So this is the annual art exhibition of IIT Jodhpur, where we display the like the art things that the students of IIT Jodhpur and also other others from outside IIT Jodhpur wants to showcase. So it's like a gallery thing. We can see a video and it will be more suitable to understand. Yeah, so this is the event where every like art enthusiasts from Jodhpur and nearby come to have a look at the like photographs, paintings, drawings, and other art forms that would be showcased. So yeah, that's all. Like we have this number of fests in college, and we hope we'll continue this legacy as forward, because these are the things that keep the students alive in amidst this academic load and the other things. So yeah, that's all from the presentation part. Like the student activities, like this was just a gist of what happens. Like there are many more things. We have like stand-up comedy nights, and we have festivals organized, and we have multiple things. We have Ganesh Chaturthi, and we have Holi, and we organize all of these festivals. And so like there are a lot of things that happen apart from these major events. But yeah, you will come to know about them once you are a part, like you are already part, so you will come to know about them gradually. So that was all from the student activities side. So yeah, I'll just thing I would like to add upon, like if you wish to see any of those videos or want to share with anyone, then all of those videos are available on the channel that is Framex. Framex is the like uh, video editing society of IIT Jodhpur, which creates, edits, and shoots and all those videos, the after movies, the trailers, the teasers that you saw. So you can visit the YouTube channel Frame-X Framex, and you can see those videos over there. So that would be all. Now we can take upon any questions if there are. And I'm sorry if there was any issue with the audio part. Okay, so like, are there any questions you wish we can address? Uh, okay, so like I have a question which is from Chelsea. It's like, do we also get to visit other IITs fest which they organize? Yeah, so I forgot to add. So we also participate in the like inter-IIT tech meet, sports meet, cultural meet, and also in the other colleges fest like the Ames Fest or the NIFT NIFTS Fest, and we participate with our teams, and we can also visit them if the time suits accordingly. But yeah, the inter-IIT and all those things are like organized properly, and if you are like good enough, like if you perform well in the like trials, or if you are good enough to compete and represent the institute, then you will be you will be sent to the respective inter-IIT, and you will represent our institute over there. Okay, so anything else you wish I could answer?
Is there anyone who teaches martial art in the campus? Hello?
So you're audible. So for
Is there
martial
anyone who
arts,
teaches martial art?
So for martial arts, we do not have specifically anyone, but yeah, if there are like students are interested, then we can definitely go for a coach. Like it all depends on the wish and interest of students. Like if you wish that there should be one, then we'll definitely ask the institute to provide us with one, and we'll get it. So that's not an issue.
So basically, in sports complex, gymnastic equipments, gymnastic related equipments are there.
So the indoor sports complex is like under construction currently. So it would be there, but it depends on when the indoor stadiums that are built. So as you saw in the video of the sports complex, you saw that there was construction going on by the side of the grounds. So that is the the indoor sports complex that is being built, and so there would be those facilities inside.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yes, Ashish. So we'll try to organize the maximum number of events that we can organize virtually. Like we are currently trying to have many events. Like you might start receiving those mails as well, like the virtual events that we are trying to organize. And yeah, we are trying the best that many of those events that you saw can be like all those events that can be organized virtually will be done. And yeah, but as you know, like the many of those events that are not possible virtually, so we'll have to wait for the pandemic to end or like lighten up, and so we can have those physical events as well. Yeah, anything apart from it? No, Shubham, like there won't be teachers for the music and all, but if you have interest, then you can definitely learn from your other members of that society. Let's say, for example, you are talking about music, so from other music. So like if you're enthusiastic enough and if you want to learn and perform, then you can definitely join the society, and they'll provide you with appropriate like materials and the instruments so that you can learn. But like there would be no professional teachers as of now, but will be like the individual societies organize various. So this like we talked about the boards. So those boards have individual societies. So I'll talk about, let's say, the Board of Art and Culture. So it has societies, namely the Dramatics Society, the Dance Society, the Music Society, and all of like similarly, each and every board will have multiple societies, and those societies have events apart from the fests as well. Like they organize events regularly. So those events might be like calling upon some personality in that domain for some interactive session and learning something, or organizing a smaller competition or all. So those like small workshops and all will be organized by the respective societies. Yes, yes. You can join the number of societies you can manage. Like there is no rule that you cannot join this maximum number of societies. Whatever you can manage, you can join. Everyone is welcome in all of those all of these societies. There is no other issues as there. Okay, then if there are no further questions, then I'll hand over back to Sonal ma'am and Priyanka ma'am that they can continue further. Sonal ma'am, so
Yeah, thank you, Josh, for the session, and congratulations for being for being appointed as the General Secretary Student Senate. So we'll start with the next session, that is making in a short while. So I request for your patience, and thank you for joining us.
okay, so I'll take your leave. If anyone has any doubts regarding any of those things, so you can contact me. So like my email ID is like you can contact the official email ID, that is jenseki_ss@iitj.ac.in, or you can reach me out on any of the social media or anywhere if you have any queries and you want clarification about that. So yeah, thank you all. Welcome to IIT Jodhpur once again. Congratulations. Okay, thank you. Bye, guys.
So thank you everyone for being with us. Since we have reached the last session of the day today, today's day, I would now like to invite Dr. Shema Prakash to give a small introduction about SPICMACAY and the performer for the evening. So Dr. Shema Prakash ma'am, can you please take over?
Thank you, Sonal. Thank you. Namaskar and good evening to everyone present here in this serene and pleasant evening. I hope the students who have joined us for this academic year have enjoyed thoroughly the orientation program since morning and understood various aspects of the new institute that you have joined. So I welcome you all to this melodious evening, which is a part of our orientation program for the newly admitted postgraduate students. This evening is being organized in collaboration with SPICMACAY. Let me give you a brief introduction to SPICMACAY. SPICMACAY, which stands for Society for the Promotion of Indian Classical Music and Culture Amongst Youth, is a non-political, nationwide, voluntary movement founded in 1977 by Professor Dr. Kiran Seth, Professor Emeritus at IIT Delhi, who was awarded the Padma Shri for his contribution to the arts in 2009. SPICMACAY's intention is to enrich the quality of formal education by increasing awareness about different aspects of Indian heritage and inspiring the young minds to imbibe the values embedded in it. It seeks to inspire youth through experiencing the mysticism embodied in the rich and heterogeneous cultural tapestry of Indian and world heritage, with the hope that the beauty, grace, values, and wisdom embodied in these arts will influence their way of life and thinking and inspire one to become a better human being. For this, the most accomplished artists of the country render programs of Indian classical music and dance, folk, poetry, theatre, traditional paintings, crafts and yoga, primarily in schools and colleges. As I said, this melodious evening is being organized in collaboration with SPICMACAY, particularly so SPICMACAY Rajasthan. Therefore, it is my humble duty to place on record acknowledgement with thanks to Ms. Ira Sishodia, our most generous friend and a wonderful volunteer of SPICMACAY Jodhpur, and Ashok ji and the entire team of SPICMACAY Rajasthan. Now, let me introduce you to the star of this evening, the young and popular sitar maestro, who would be taking us through the mellifluous streets of Hindustani music this evening. Purbain Chatterjee. Yes, Purbain Chatterjee is one of the topmost sitar maestros of the world, which belong to the Senia Maihar Gharana, founded by Baba Alauddin Khan. His gurus are his father, Pandit Parthapratim Chatterjee, Ustad Ali Akbar Khan. Vocal training he received from Pandit Ajay Chakrabarti and training in tabla from Pandit Anindya Chatterjee. He is a recipient of Indian President Awards, Aditya Vikram Birla Award, Rotary International Award, and many other prestigious awards. Purbain's music is inspired by the sound of Pandit Nikhil Banerjee. His music combines the tone and richness of the Nikhil Banerjee style and a contemporary touch of his own urbane sensitivity. He has conceptualized the groundbreaking project Shastriya Syndicate, the first Indian classical band, an Indian classical band with a contemporary touch, which has performed the world over. The album Leher, released by Times Music in 2008, has remained the best seller for an year and a half. Purbain regularly collaborates with the like of Shankar Mahadevan, Ustad Zakir Hussain, and the jazz legend Pat Metheny. He has several international albums to his credit, apart from many classical albums from top record labels of the world. His album Leher and String Struck are awarded and are on the charts. During this pandemic period, Purbayan, along with Darshan Doshi, Aditya Srinivasan, and Mahesh Raghavan, had found the first ever virtual live concert without latency, where all musicians are in sync, with good sound quality and a variety of genre. For the first time, a set of musicians in India have figured out how to play virtually live and in sync without any latency. This was accomplished with help from Aditya Srinivasan, who is an engineer, and along with Mahesh Raghavan on iPad, have brought this technology. Purbayan's new song on Shiv Bhakti, named Shiv Shankara, was released on 22nd November 2020 with the iconic and legendary musician Ustad Zakir Hussain and Shankar Mahadevan. This song is trending on top 200 songs on iTunes. Purbayan also collaborated with international musicians George Brooks, Pete Lockett, and Kunle Ayo, and had created a song, Sukhino Bhavantu, Prayer for World Peace through World Music. This song was launched by HCL Music on their app on World Music Day on 21st June. Today, Purbayan is internationally renowned and one of the most sought-after musicians in the country and a global ambassador for Indian classical music. With this, I invite Sri Purbayan Chatterjee for sitar recital for this evening with us. He is accompanied by the most talented Sri Amit Chaube on tabla. Over to Purbayanji, please. Please stay with us. We are trying to fix little bits and pieces of technical glitches here. Kindly stay on.
Oh.
Sonunam, there is no audio. Can you please check?
There is an audio issue, I think, still.
Earlier, when you first played it, ma'am, there was audio. Now the second time, there is not audio.
We are very sorry for the technical inconvenience. You can please see another link here. Please move to this platform of Google for playing of the video. I request you to kindly join this link.
Dear students, all of you, you may join that Google link which we have shared in the chat box if you want to watch that video. The performance by Purbayan Chatterjee. Please use that link to join our Google Meet session.
Yes, and also towards the end of the video, Purbayanji is very much available with us. He has logged in and he'll be available for interaction with students. He'll be happy to take questions and talk to you. Please move on to that link. Thank you.
Hello, can you again share the link of the Google meeting, please?
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, those who are watching, those who have tuned in to this show. Do we have a little time left? I think we have about 10 minutes left. So a little dessert for you guys, little momita at the end of the show. Thank you, Amit Bhai, for accompanying me so wonderfully on the talk.
Thank you very much.
has to work, because wisdom or knowledge is not transmitted by the transfer of data. It is not like downloading data from the teacher to the student. It's a process by which the teacher has filtered and assimilated their realization about something and then is passing it down to the student. So for that transmission to happen, you need to connect at a certain wavelength, and that's the only way it can happen, and that is throughout the world. It's not only an Indian thing, it's always existed everywhere. Yes, in India we've had it as an oral tradition. So the interesting thing about India is that we've had the entire Vedas, from to the Rig Veda to all the Vedas, and including our music, has been an oral tradition, and very little has been written down, and we are kind of proud of it. But sometimes it's not a good thing also, because we should now, in this day and age, we should concentrate a little bit about having curriculum in music or traditional learning as part of the curriculum, the school curriculum or in colleges and universities, so that we can document and write things down better for future generations.
Right. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
I think Ashok ji from SpeakMaker has raised hand. Wanted to say something.
I just firstly I want to thank Purbayan ji for accepting our invitation on such a short notice, and coming out with such a beautiful presentation and a beautiful display of what you call as Tantrakari and Gaiki, both angs that you have.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, but I just want to ask you, particularly for the students, please tell them how important is this music and how can it help them in becoming a better engineer in life?
Okay, so since you're all IIT students, I would like to share this with you. I have performed at many of the IITs. Actually, I've performed in Kharagpur for sure. I've performed in IIT Kanpur, and now I'm performing virtually for you guys. And I must say, some of the most engaging audiences I have had are at the IITs, sometimes at the IIMs also. And I think the reason for that is you guys are some of the best brains in the country. And when it comes to your general intelligence, there is no such thing as having intelligence for engineering or having intelligence for music. I mean, it's two different sides of the brain. But if you have an advanced brain, I think one side will nourish the other. So I think if you spend a little time, and not only music, I'm talking about music, poetry, sculpture, whatever is your calling, whatever is your interest, I think it will nourish and nurture the other side of the brain, therefore helping you to be more like well-rounded individuals, and to make you more aware, more aware about who you are as people. Because often these pursuits, like music or art or poetry or sculptures, they make you understand a lot of things about yourself. Sometimes it even makes you understand your true potential as a human being. So I would very simply, I'm not trying to sell music to you, but I'm just saying that for me, it's the opposite. So when I, see a new piece of technology, I try to figure it out. I try to read up about how technology works, and that helps my other side of the brain. And so I think it's a very nice and complementary process. So if you enjoy it, do it.
Lovely. Beautiful answer, Purbayan ji.
Thank you, everybody. You all have a good night, and I'm glad you enjoyed the performance, and good luck for everything.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for joining us. Bye-bye. Good night. Sonal, over to you, dear.